Chapter 721. Hearing Chumachan's words, Taiyexin raised her brows and said meaningfully, "What kind of young man are you? You've cultivated for God knows how many years. Aren't you ashamed? What? You want to end up like Ingzhuge? Ingzhuge?" Chumachan was furious and said, "What's wrong with Ingzhuge? At least he dares to take responsibility for his actions, and he only asks his heart. How can you humiliate him?" Taiyexin ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. "Why do you want to be a soul guardian? Don't tell me you want to reincarnate a certain soul?" Zhou Xuanji sweated in his heart. How did this girl guess it so easily? Could it be that the vast majority of soul guardians had this goal? Yes, me too. Otherwise, who would come to the soul source pool? So boring. These Heaven's Pride experts were reincarnated like this. Taiyexin giggled and cast a disdainful look at Chumachan. Chumachan's face was ashen. He was rendered speechless. This time he was also here for the matter of reincarnation. Just as the three of them were chatting, a few more people walked into the hall. When most people saw them, they were so scared that they turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji, Tixin, and Chumachan were all influential figures who represented the super divine ranges. They could not afford to offend them. The people who stayed were basically from super divine ranges. All the divine ranges ranked in the top 100 could be called super divine ranges. Most of the super divine ranges were about the same in strength. Only the top 10 were different. They could be called the sovereign divine range. A sovereign divine range was a divine range that had given birth to a sovereign. However, the miraculous thing was that there were only 10 sovereign divine ranges. If a supremacy not from a sovereign divine range appeared, a sovereign divine range would definitely fall. Naturally, those who perished were part of the great eliminations. No one knew the reason behind this. In the end, there were 7 people competing for the position of Soul Master. A white figure appeared out of thin air. It was like smoke and it transformed into a human figure. He wore a white robe and a devil mask. The door was closed and the Soul Guardian said, "There is only one task for the Soul Guardian assessment this time, and that is to find the Soul Source bead and the All Lives pen within 1,000 years. Soul Source orb, All Lives brush." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He had heard of these 2 treasures before. The Soul Source orb was a supreme treasure that could control the soul. The All Lives brush could record the lives and deaths of all living beings. It was a legendary treasure that was even higher than the jade gold treasure basket. How did these 2 treasures end up outside? Was this a test deliberately set up? Or was there another reason? He suddenly recalled Dao Hu Qiuzuan's attack on the Kunlun Origin Court. Could it be that Dao Hu Qiuzuan had stolen it? The 7 of them frowned as their thoughts wavered. These supreme treasures must have been taken away by someone. How powerful must the person be to be able to take away 2 supreme treasures? Forget it then. Give up. You just want us to challenge Dao Hu Qiuzuan. Taiyexin shook her head and the others nodded. Even Chumachan didn't object. It was indeed Dao Hu Qiuzuan. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. He had waited so long for this opportunity, and he did not want to miss it. If he could help the old immortal reincarnate as soon as possible, he would not feel guilty. Now, he only felt guilty towards the old immortal. If it wasn't for the old immortal, he wouldn't be here today. In any case, we only have 1,000 years. Whoever gets 2 precious treasures can become a soul guard. 2 precious treasures, 1 for each spot. The soul guardian dropped this sentence and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they all left without saying a word. Just as Zhou Xuanji walked out of the palace, Changxian came up to him. "Yo, little woman, you are quite pretty. You are really blessed," Taiyexin teased. Taiyexin teased. Changxian felt awkward and quickly saluted. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Taiyexin and asked, "Senior Tai, what's the matter?" He was very resistant to Taiyexin's enthusiasm. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. "Hee, I want to invite you to our divine range as a guest." Taiyexin giggled. Taiyexin giggled, and Zhou Xuanji heard her and left immediately. Changxian quickly followed him, but Taiyexin stayed in place. She showed a sinister and cold smile as she murmured, "Zhou Xuanji, you can't escape. Only you are qualified to be my furnace." After leaving the vocation palace, Zhou Xuanji and Changxian went back directly. He didn't tell her about the Soul Guardian's mission. Chang Xian wouldn't be able to find out about it. Master, you have to be careful of that Tai Xian. It is said that countless men have died in her hands. Chang Xian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and whispered. Chang Xian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice. She glanced behind her vigilantly, fearing that Tai Xian was still following them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I don't like her either. Tai Xian's gaze at him was very aggressive. It was obvious that she was up to no good. The master and servant soon returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and decided to go to Beast Sovereign. Chang Xian was personally chosen by Beast Sovereign for Zhou Xuanji. Naturally, she had a way to contact Beast Sovereign. Soon, Zhou Xuanji was sent to Beast Sovereign's cultivation palace. What's the matter? Beast Sovereign opened his eyes and asked. Zhou Xuanji told him about the old immortal and the previous Soul Guardian mission. This sovereign will not help you personally. You have to find these two supreme treasures by yourself. But you have 1,000 years. Wait a little longer. The Kunlun Origin Court will eliminate Daohu Chiozuan later. When the time comes, I will take you there, Beast Sovereign said calmly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded with satisfaction. Although this kid's cultivation hadn't improved by leaps and bounds, his aura had been increasing. It was within the range of his approval. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought when he heard that they were going to eliminate Daohu Chiozuan. Beast Sovereign's words confirmed that the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Pen were in Daohu Chiozuan's hands. Since the Kunlun Origin Court was going to take action, why did they still assign missions? He felt that this matter wasn't that simple. There must be a lot of undercurrents in this battle. At that time, you can't use the exterminating divine eyes. This sovereign will find a way for you to gather all 5 ultimate divine eyes, continued Beast Sovereign. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji raised his head and looked at him. 5 ultimate divine eyes? Such a big surprise? Daohu Chiozuan was strong enough to challenge the Kunlun Origin Court by relying on the 5 ultimate divine eyes. He was naturally curious about the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Sovereign. Beast Sovereign nodded and asked, Did you meet anyone from the Sovereign Divine Ranges after you went out? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He didn't wander around the nearby origin cities. Recently, those Sovereign Divine Ranges will open their meridians one after another. Be careful. They are very interested in the 18-star geniuses. Even if you are in the Evil Sky Divine Range, they have a way to contact you, warned Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He quickly replied, Thank you, Sovereign, for the reminder. Beast Sovereign waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji back. Pure Sword Heaven Zhou Xuanji had just returned when he heard a rumble. With a sweep of his divine will, he sensed Zhou Xiaoshuan's aura. He saw Zhou Xiaoxian flying over the vast land. 2 beams of purple light shot out from her eyes as she destroyed the earth unscrupulously. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were scattered around. They wanted to stop her but they couldn't. The servants had also gathered here. I created all of this. Why should I die? Zhou Xiaoxian let out a cold and angry voice. Her pretty face looked hideous. Chapter 722. Looking at Zhou Xiaoshuan's frenzied state, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He immediately came up to her and quickly captured her. However, this girl was extraordinarily strong, and Zhou Xuanji was afraid of hurting her, so she broke free from his grasp. She turned her head to look at him, and the 2 beams of purple light in her eyes swept over him, as if she wanted to annihilate his soul. Exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He easily dodged the exterminating divine eyes' purple radiance. He felt strange. When he gave birth to Zhou Xiaoxian, he did not have the exterminating divine eyes yet. Where did this girl's exterminating divine eyes come from? Could the exterminating divine eyes be contagious? Zhou Xuanji immediately used his divine ability to hypnotize Zhou Xiaoxian. But the girl's willpower was extremely powerful. Don't you dare harm me again. Zhou Xiaoxian roared hoarsely. She shook her arms and an extremely violent aura exploded, sending Zhou Xuanji flying backward forcefully. She turned around and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Little Jade. Jiang Shui shouted anxiously. She wanted to stop Zhou Xiaoxian, but Xian Xianghua stopped her. Xian Xianghua said solemnly, Right now, only her father can suppress her. Her heart was filled with doubts. Why did Zhou Xiaoxian suddenly act like this? From what she said, could it be that she had been possessed by some powerful being? That shouldn't be the case. She was still alive and kicking this morning. Furthermore, this was the evil sky divine range. Whose soul could sneak in here? Xian Xianghua sank into deep thought, while the others were shocked by Zhou Xiaoxuan's strength. What's wrong with this girl? Chang Xian suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji. She reached out and caught Zhou Xiaoxian, who was about to attack her. Chang Xian then poked Zhou Xiaoxuan's chest 3 times with 2 fingers of her right hand. Zhou Xiaoxian immediately turned into soft mud and fell into her arms. Chang Xian put Zhou Xiaoxian back into Zhou Xuanji's arms and asked softly, "Master, do you want to ask a soul doctor to take a look?" Soul doctors were doctors who specialized in treating souls. Those with excellent medical skills could even heal a remnant soul. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Let me take a look first." Then, he brought Zhou Xiaoxian back to the house and laid her flat on the bed. He used his spiritual will to scan Zhou Xiaoxuan's body and soon found her soul. Her soul was very strange. It was wrapped in a mysterious purple aura as if it was tied up. Zhou Xuanji wanted to dispel the purple qi, but it was like maggots that clung to Zhou Xiaoxian and could not be dispelled. He tried all sorts of methods but to no avail. In the end he could only give up. When his consciousness returned to reality, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin were waiting by his side. Due to the gender difference, the others were waiting outside. Chang Xian came in and said, "Master Ing Zhuge is here. Do you want to let him have a look? After all, he has lived for countless years." Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chang Xian immediately went out to meet Ing Zhuge. Ing Zhuge walked in and nodded to Zhou Xuanji and the others. He then walked to the bedside and looked down at Zhou Xiaoxian. He said, "Your daughter should have obtained some kind of inheritance. This kind of inheritance is very difficult to discover. It belongs to another kind of power that transcends time and space. Even the 9 vast heavens can't sense it." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, "Then do you know the origin of this inheritance?" Ing Zhuge nodded and explained, "Even the Kongtong Divine Eye, one of the 5 ultimate gods, must have sensed your daughter's existence based on your exterminating divine eyes. Then it crossed countless spaces and cast the inheritance into your daughter's body. Kongtong Divine Eye, one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Didn't the 5 ultimate gods fall? Apart from Daohu and barbaric ultimate god, are there other great gods still alive?" asked Zhou Xuanji, feeling very strange. Ing Zhuge replied, "At their level, even if they fall, their great Tao is immortal and will never be extinguished." Zhou Xuanji asked again, "Is this good or bad?" Ing Zhuge fell into silence. He didn't answer immediately. After a while, Ing Zhuge furrowed his brow and said, "No, this Kongtong Divine Eye is different from the 5 ultimate gods you and I know. It should be more ancient. Its power is too pure. This matter is very difficult. You can only go to Beast Sovereign. In any case, he used to be a powerhouse of the Emperor Divine range. His cultivation was once far beyond the 9 vast heavens." Zhou Xuanji looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian instantly understood and immediately went to contact Beast Sovereign. Jiang Shui was very worried, but she didn't collapse. She didn't say anything and just waited quietly. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, "In that case, can this also be an opportunity? The Kongtong Divine Eye was just an inheritance after all." "Yes, but this inheritance has the obsession of the previous master. It is very popular. If it is not controlled, it is likely that your daughter will become like the previous master," replied Ing Zhuge. He was also very curious about why such an ancient Kongtong Divine Eye would be passed on to Zhou Xiaoxian. Could it be a conspiracy against Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji's identity was special. He couldn't help but think so. Soon Chang Xian came back and sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. "Beast Sovereign said that you don't have to worry. She is in a state of soul chaos. Every once in a while she will be in such a state. There are still 500 years before the next time. If you want to break it, you need to find the Soul Source Orb." Soul Source Orb. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. How can the target be related to the Soul Source Orb? He habitually guessed the possible conspiracy behind it. But when he thought about it carefully, the Soul Source Orb was a supreme treasure. could control any soul. It wouldn't be difficult to help Zhou Xiaoxian cleanse her soul. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly to Changxian. Ing Zhuge turned around and left. Although he didn't hear Changxian's words, he also understood that there was a solution to the problem. Zhou Xuanji stopped him and asked, "What do you think of Daohu Qiuzuan? If I want you to accompany me to find Daohu Qiuzuan, will you go?" Ing Zhuge was stunned. He frowned at him, not understanding what he meant. Ing Zhuge narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. After Ing Zhuge left, Jiang Shui came up and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's okay. Beast Sovereign has already told me the solution. Don't worry, I am here." Jiang Shui could only relax. That night Zhou Xiaoxian woke up. She had no memory of her previous madness. Zhou Xuanji and the others didn't tell her the truth. They just said that she fell asleep while cultivating. As for the damage she caused in Pure Sword Heaven, the world would automatically restore it. Next, Zhou Xuanji continued to prepare for the ranking battle of geniuses. After the ranking battle, he was going to look for the Soul Source Orb. Recently, he had been developing the World Buddha art. World internalization could only absorb magic energy and saint energy. It couldn't absorb Dao energy. He planned to cultivate world internalization to the point where he could absorb Dao energy. This way it would help him grow stronger quickly. His sword Dao was to absorb all rivers into the sea, and all rivers flow into the sea. Just like that. Decades passed. The ranking battle of geniuses in the Evil Sky Divine Range had begun. Every small world and plane in the Divine Range could watch the battle just like in the Superstar competition. Zhou Xuanji was escorted to the top of the Divine Range by Changxian. Chapter 723. Master, in the Heaven's Chosen ranking battles, you absolutely must not hold back. You must fight with your full strength. There are some Heaven's Chosen who can lower their pride and beg for forgiveness. Then when they are unprepared, they will strike a fatal blow. Only a Heaven's Chosen who survives can be considered a chosen. Changxian reminded him. She was dead set on Zhou Xuanji. She would naturally worry about him. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He naturally knew about this. He had not grown up in a greenhouse. Along the way, Changxian explained the rules of the ranking battle to Zhou Xuanji. The rules of the Heaven's Chosen ranking battle had never changed. It was split into 2 stages. The first stage was a solo challenge. There were all the registrants' Great Path doppelgangers in the stage, completely duplicating the registrant's figure and strength. Different strengths represented different points, and killing them would earn points. According to the ranking, only the top 100 could enter the second round. The second round was a duel. After hearing this, Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly, "Then why did you warn me? With my current strength, can I enter the top 100? If he wasn't in the top 100, he wouldn't be able to meet other prodigies." Changxian stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "What if? Who could have predicted your performance in the Superstar competition?" This round of flattery was very accurate, and Zhou Xuanji enjoyed it a lot. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. They arrived at the top floor, where the Heaven's Pride ranking battles were taking place. This was a vast wasteland, and there were countless creatures gathered there, escorting the Heaven's Prides to the huge door of light. The gate of light was 1,000 miles wide, as if it connected the 2 ends of the world, leading to a whole new world. Walking into the sea of people, Changxian continued to tell them some details. For example, the first stage only had 10 hours. As long as they entered the second stage, the entire Divine Range would be able to see their battle. Zhou Xuanji was very calm. He did not care about the top 100. In terms of pure strength, how could he enter the top 100? In any case, the task given to him by Beast Sovereign was to enter the top 10,000. As Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to the light gate, he met many familiar faces. Naturally, they were the people he had befriended at the banquet of the Evil Sky Divine Range's higher-ups. The cultivation of these people was very strong. They had already lived for a long time. They could guess what height Beast Sovereign wanted to cultivate Zhou Xuanji to. As they chatted along the way, Zhou Xuanji took a long time to reach the Gate of Light. After saying a few words to Changxian, he stepped into the bright light. The first level only had 10 hours, so Changxian intended to wait here. Zhou Xuanji went in. What rank can he get? His talent is indeed amazing, but he's too young. It's already amazing that he could enter the top 10,000. I'm really looking forward to his growth. He will be the next representative of the evil sky divine range. With venerable sovereign supporting him, he won't be too weak. TSK, late-stage Dao-treading saint. How long has it been since he came to the Kunlun origin court? The creatures discussed among themselves. They all felt great anticipation and admiration towards Zhou Xuanji, and there were not many who felt envious or hateful. After all, Zhou Xuanji had no enemies in the evil sky divine range. The other side, Zhou Xuanji walked in a bright light, and he could sense a mysterious power penetrating his body. He did not feel any pain at all and instead felt very comfortable. When he walked out of the bright light, he caught a glimpse of light figures walking out from both sides. They were the embodiments of the other contestants' great das. Thunder clouds rolled in front of him, and the wilderness was boundless. In the vast world they looked extremely small. Zhou Xuanji took out the almighty divine snake sword of controlling das and cast the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique. His strength skyrocketed, shocking all the light figures. They turned to look at him but didn't act immediately. Instead, they waited for him to make the first move. Zhou Xuanji didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He activated world internalization, preparing to use this battle to comprehend something. The sword shield art erupted as a bright light burst out from his body, making him look like a sun. Boom! With a stomp of his right foot, he charged in one direction and slashed with the sword in his right hand. The sword chi immediately split the ground. A light figure in front of him smashed his sword chi with a single hand. It was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji remained calm and collected. He turned around and slashed again. He launched a storm-like attack. His sword speed was superb. Relying on his powerful sword Dao, he quickly destroyed the light figure. He continued to charge at the other light figures. The fierce battle officially began. He cast all kinds of sword techniques. They were dazzling and spectacular. He deliberately provoked the light figures, turning the initial one-on-one fight into a group fight. In a short while he was fighting hundreds of light figures alone, bombarding the ground. While fighting, he was comprehending world internalization. He wanted to absorb the enemy's Dao energy in battle. Soon he entered a state of selflessness. What he didn't know was that Beast Sovereign and a group of high-level figures of the evil sky divine range were observing him. These people were staying in a brightly lit palace. Beast Sovereign was sitting on the main seat while the others were standing, looking up at the ball of light above their heads. Zhou Xuanji's figure was three-dimensional in it. Is he having an epiphany? TSK, the other geniuses are busy earning points, but he wants to use this opportunity to break through. The thinking of an 18-star genius is indeed different. What is he cultivating? His strength is already comparable to a Dao ancestor. But it's still not enough. Who told him to come so late? The high-level figures started discussing among themselves. They all had different expressions. Some were joking, some were looking forward to it, and some were curious. With Beast Sovereign above, they naturally didn't dare to show any strange expressions. This kid really doesn't take this battle seriously. Beast Sovereign coldly snorted in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, he didn't spend much time on Zhou Xuanji. But even so, Zhou Xuanji could patiently cultivate. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Geniuses like Zhou Xuanji, who wasn't the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, were easily arrogant and neglected their cultivation. Especially those geniuses who soared to the sky in one fell swoop. They were the easiest to get lost. At this moment, the purple-robed man who had been gathering information for Beast Sovereign suddenly appeared beside him. The purple-robed man's lips slightly moved as he transmitted his voice to Beast Sovereign. The other high-level figures pretended not to see him and continued to discuss Zhou Xuanji, as if they didn't know the purple-robed man had appeared. Are you sure? Beast Sovereign asked softly. The purple-robed man nodded heavily. Seeing this, Beast Sovereign couldn't help but furrow his brow and fall into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Mobilize the 3,000 evil sky divine guards and capture him." Yes. The purple-robed man disappeared into thin air. The high-level figure's eyelids twitched wildly. The 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards were the heavy troops of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Generally, any creature targeted by the 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards wouldn't be able to escape. Who provoked Beast Sovereign to mobilize the 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards? Beast Sovereign didn't explain. He just looked at the ball of light above. Zhou Xuanji was fighting with his eyes closed. His speed was faster than before. He was like a bolt of lightning sweeping across the battlefield. Thousands of light figures besieged him, but they couldn't keep up with his speed. Under the Dao realm, Zhou Xuanji's speed had reached an unprecedented extreme. He hadn't fought to his heart's content for a long time. Even when facing Ingzhuge, he didn't feel this way because Ingzhuge was hiding his strength. Chapter 724. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His body was already in battle mode, but his eyes were still closed. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he could still see the entire world clearly. He was comprehending the moment of world internalization, but he had entered a different state. In the absolutely calm Dao realm, moving at full speed would allow one's physical body to break through the limit. At first glance, he seemed to be constantly flashing in battle, forming hundreds of afterimages. If the barbaric ultimate god was here, he would have thought that Yi Fuqian was using the Great Li doppelganger. One by one, the figures of light were destroyed by him. He had no idea how many points he had earned, nor did he consider his ranking. Right now, he only wanted to quickly find an opportunity to make a breakthrough in world internalization. Boom! A muscular figure of light stepped on the ruins and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. He punched out, causing space to shatter. Zhou Xuanji was forced to open his eyes, and in his pupils, a golden fist grew larger and larger. The fist collided with the sword light around him and sent him flying. He rolled along the surface of the ground. He quickly twisted his body and landed on his feet. After sliding for several thousand meters, he kicked his legs and quickly rushed forward. His opponent's strength had obviously surpassed that of a Dao-treading saint. He was even extraordinary among the Dao ancestors. However, Zhou Xuanji had consumed many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to temper his body in the Evil Sky Divine Range. He was not afraid. The two of them crossed each other, and the other figures of light were reduced to supporting roles. Zhou Xuanji quickly got used to his opponent's strength and speed. These figures of light also had their own divine abilities, but they could not compare to him. Gradually, he began to unleash the exterminating divine light. Every time he opened his eyes, two beams of purple light would shoot out from his eyes. After being enveloped by the exterminating divine light, these light figures would also be frozen in place, motionless, and then killed by his sword. Such a battle seemed to be a test of his comprehensive strength, but in reality, his world internalization was also changing. There was a huge difference between Saint energy and Dao energy. There was a qualitative difference, but in terms of origin it was still just energy. How to change the absorption of holy power to the absorption of Dao power seemed complicated, but it was actually very simple. That was to increase the conversion speed of world internalization. He was so strong that even his Dao power couldn't break free. Time passed quickly in his epiphany. 2 hours. 4 hours. The figures of light that Zhou Xuanji encountered became more and more powerful, to the extent that they would interrupt his state of enlightenment. Fortunately, this battlefield was big enough. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. During the battle, his exterminating divine eyes were also becoming stronger. In the past, when he was cultivating, he rarely paid attention to the exterminating divine eyes, and he rarely used them in battle. This also caused his exterminating divine eyes to not improve by leaps and bounds, but now it had begun. Inside the bright palace, Beast Sovereign asked, "Who do you think will be stronger in the future? Zhou Xuanji or that person from the Emperor Divine Range?" As soon as he said this, all the people in power turned to look at him. They didn't answer him directly and instead sank into deep thought. Not only that one, but also the supreme geniuses of other super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges. Can Zhou Xuanji compare to them? Beast Sovereign looked calm, as if he was asking an insignificant question. No one answered. Everyone fell into silence. Although 18-star aptitude was very strong, there were strong and weak ones among the 18-star aptitude. This was especially so for the prodigies of the Super Divine Ranges and Sovereign Divine Ranges. Each of them had a great background, and there were even reincarnations of range masters. As long as he is given time, I believe that he will become the strongest heaven's chosen one. An old man said with a smile, stroking his beard. The others came back to their senses and began to flatter Zhou Xuanji. Flattering Zhou Xuanji was giving beast sovereign face. They still understood the ways of the world. Now, all the creatures in the entire Kunlun origin court believed that Zhou Xuanji was Beast Sovereign's disciple. This was even more true in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but smile as he listened to their words. Then this sovereign will give you a hand, Beast Sovereign said in his heart. He then gently flicked his right hand in his sleeve. Zhou Xuanji, who was fighting, suddenly felt something drilling into his body. In an instant, his whole body entered a strange state. This feeling was indescribable. It was as if his body was the world and the great Tao was his blood. The sword shield art erupted. The sword radiance around him was dazzling, as if there were countless silver sword phantoms. Zhou Xuanji instantly absorbed the Tao energy of the light figures. So that's how it is. Zhou Xuanji was very excited. He felt that he had finally stepped through the door. The speed at which he absorbed the enemy's energy skyrocketed. He could even directly take away the Tao energy. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the Tao energy of dozens of light figures around him. Then he slashed with his sword, annihilating all of them. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji, who was full of fighting spirit, rushed to other places. He switched from sparring to hunting. In the blink of an eye 10 hours had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji was swinging his sword when the light figures in front of him suddenly disappeared. The light figures scattered in the distance also disappeared. A powerful force moved Zhou Xuanji into the bright light area. He closed his eyes as a message drilled into his mind. It was the ranking of this ranking battle of geniuses. He could see the names of all geniuses. Ji Huanglin was ranked 59th. Zhou Xuanji was ranked 7,894th. This ranking naturally meant that he had no chance of competing in the second round. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward. He wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he was very excited. He wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion to continue comprehending the breakthrough just now. After walking out of the light gate, Chang Xian locked onto his aura and appeared beside him out of thin air. "Master, how's the ranking?" Chang Xian asked respectfully. She couldn't help but look forward to it when she saw Zhou Xuanji smiling. Zhou Xuanji replied, "More than 7,000 average." Chang Xian wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, she was pleasantly surprised. "Master is really amazing. It's your first time participating in the ranking battle of geniuses, and you already have such a result. Most importantly, you are still young," Chang Xian said in admiration. Zhou Xuanji didn't know if she was faking it or not. In any case, Zhou Xuanji enjoyed it very much. They immediately left this place and quickly returned to Pure Sword Heaven. Zhou Xuanji found a quiet and uninhabited valley and went into seclusion. In this valley there was a small lake with clear water. Many koi fish were swimming in it. He meditated by the lake, calming his mind. He recalled the feeling of absorbing Tao energy. "Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Xuanji." A faintly discernible voice drifted from the front. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but open his eyes. There was no one in front of him, but the voice was still ringing. It was obviously not an auditory hallucination. He couldn't help but stand up and look at the bottom of the lake. He saw his reflection on the lake smiling at him. It was an extremely strange smile. Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" "Dao Hu Qiuzuan? This is the Evil Sky Divine Range?" His reflection in the lake continued smiling and said, "I am you. Haven't we met before? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go any further. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable for you." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think of the person he saw in the Vocation Palace in the Origin City. That person looked exactly like him and had even threatened him. Chapter 725. "Oh, where can I go?" Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly. He didn't feel anything in the face of the man in the lake's threat. The other party didn't dare to do it himself, which meant that he had some scruples. He could only use such a small trick to intimidate him. How could he be scared? The path toward the strongest sword Dao is not suitable for you. You must give up, the man in the lake said with a sinister smile. His expression was full of mockery. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he heard this. He didn't even bother to answer. He hated it the most when the enemy didn't show up and kept talking to him. Is it fun? Zhou Xuanji turned around, sat back down on the boulder, and began cultivating. The man in the lake snorted coldly. Stubborn, I know your end best. Why do you always insist on doing things your own way? Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He had already entered a completely meditative state. His mind was calm. There was only world internalization in his world. He ignored everything around him. The man in the lake cursed for a while before he disappeared. After a few months, Zhou Xuanji ended his seclusion. He had completely improved world internalization. From now on, he could absorb the enemy's Dao energy in battle. He would grow stronger the more he fought. Zhou Xuanji returned to the mountaintop where he lived in a good mood. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but tease him. I thought you were too embarrassed to come out because your ranking was too low. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, This is low? Can you do it? Humph. The two bickered for a while before Zhou Xuanji went to visit Zhou Xiaoxian. This girl acted as if nothing had happened. She was still pestering Chang Xian, wanting to learn new skills. Ever since she went crazy, her aptitude began to grow. She could learn any divine ability at first glance, which surprised Jiang Shui. However, this girl's temper was getting worse. She was prone to look proud and conceited when she spoke. When Zhou Xuanji found her, she was pulling Chang Xian's arm and acting coquettishly. Sister Yan, teach me that move. I will never use it indiscriminately, Zhou Xiaoxian said pitifully. Zhou Xiaoxian said pitifully. Just as she was about to continue, a hand reached over, pinched her ear, and pulled her over. Who? Zhou Xiaoxian was furious. Just when she was about to flare up, she saw that it was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji snorted. Build up your cultivation first. Don't think about these things all day long. Zhou Xiaoxian wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that her cultivation was indeed a little low. No matter how strong a divine ability was, it would not be able to unleash its true power in her hands. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and said, All right. Cultivation was simply too boring, especially when it came to accumulating one's cultivation base. Sitting there would drive one crazy. After that, Zhou Xuanji did not go out again. He planned to break through to the peak of the Dao-treading Saint realm in the pure sword heaven. Spring passed and autumn came. The Origin Court did not keep track of time. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji finally reached the complete Dao-treading Saint realm at the age of 800. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 800 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Celestial Shaking Strange Itch Sword. Supreme Lord Proud Mortal Ghost Sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He immediately opened his eyes and brought up the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword's information. Sword name. Proud Mortal Ghost Sword rank. Noble Lord description. There are countless mortals in the universe. This ghost sword is not contaminated by karma, and can cut through the chi of the mortal world. You need to be at least a perfected Dao-treading saint to use this sword. Mortal chi? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He remembered Ing Zhuge saying that all creatures had mortal chi. It was just a matter of how much. After surpassing the Dao ancestor realm, the higher the cultivation, the lesser the mortal chi. Mortal chi belonged to a high-level existence that was invisible to the naked eye. Mortal chi was also related to luck. If one could cut off the mortal chi of others, the opponent would be haunted by bad luck. Only by slowly cultivating and washing away the mortal chi would one not encounter bad luck. If one gave up before, they would face an extremely horrifying end. Not bad, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. He took out the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword and observed it carefully. This sword was a black sword covered with many red lines as if it was stained with blood. It looked horrifying. The ultimate sovereign divine shadow sword, and the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword would be his weapons in the next battle. As for the other legendary swords, he used the sword fusion technique to improve his cultivation. Next, He took out the two Supreme Lord legendary swords and began to familiarize himself with their power. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. On this day, Beast Sovereign sent a message to him, asking him to get ready. He would leave for Daohu Chiozuan in 5 days. Zhou Xuanji had been waiting for this day for a long time. He immediately found Ingzhuge and Barbaric Ultimate God, and put them into the Tianxia map. For this mission, Ingzhuge was his secret weapon. How powerful was Ingzhuge? He had stepped into the 9 vast heavens great realm, and had a 17-star aptitude. He was definitely extremely powerful. 5 days later, Beast Sovereign moved Zhou Xuanji into the Sovereign Palace. In addition to him, there were dozens of people in different clothes in the palace. All of them were exuding a powerful aura. When he appeared, everyone looked at him. Sovereign, are you really going to bring him along? This is your precious baby. Aren't you afraid of breaking him? A skinny purple-haired man sneered. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he sized up Zhou Xuanji. Beast Sovereign remained expressionless. He didn't reply. Zhou Xuanji bowed to the seniors and then stood quietly, waiting for orders. The others were looking at him with different expressions in their eyes. After a while, 7 more people appeared, causing a wave of ridicule. Beast Sovereign got up and said, "Okay, get ready to go. There is only one goal for this mission, and that is to capture Daohu. He was seriously injured in the previous battle. This is our best chance." Yes, everyone replied in unison. Immediately afterward, Beast Sovereign waved his right hand, sweeping everyone away. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found himself in the space-time channel. The powerful cultivators around him were discussing among themselves. TSK Daohu also has such a day. He is too arrogant. We must torture him after we catch him. He is, after all, a famous expert. This is not good, right? Powerful my ass. He is a villain who betrayed his master for glory. How did the head of the 5 ultimate gods treat him back then? With Sovereign leading the way, Daohu can't escape even if he grows wings. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He also heard some legends about Daohu. Back then, Daohu wasn't the strongest among the 5 ultimate gods. Thanks to the support of the exterminating Divine Eyes Master, this guy turned against his own family in order to collect the 5 ultimate Divine Eyes. It was outrageous. It was said that the reason why he dared to make a move back then was because he joined forces with a super divine range. After that, he was fully nurtured by that super divine range. In the end, he betrayed that super divine range and founded Daohu Chiozuan. Zhou Xuanji just listened to a story. He didn't completely believe it, because he had also heard other versions of Daohu. At that time, you will be the bait. If you use the exterminating divine eyes in front of Daohu, he will lose his mind. Beast Sovereign's voice reached Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was thought-provoking. Chapter 726. Zhou Xuanji's expression didn't change, but he was a little jealous in his heart. So I'm here as bait? He thought that he could fight. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Beast Sovereign didn't send any more voice transmissions. He just focused on leading them forward. Very soon the team quieted down. The powerful cultivators kept their mouths shut and were vigilant of their surroundings. It seemed that they had already left the Kunlun origin court. Nobody spoke along the way. About an hour later, Zhou Xuanji could clearly feel that the speed of the space-time current around him had slowed down. It seemed that they were about to reach their destination. He saw someone take out their artifact ready to fight. Immediately the others did the same. Next, he took out the ultimate sovereign divine shadow sword and the proud mortal ghost sword. These 2 swords attracted a lot of attention, especially the proud mortal ghost sword. Mortal treasure, someone muttered. Someone muttered. Even Beast Sovereign looked back at him with a strange expression. In the eyes of Beast Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji came from a barren land. Even if his predecessor belonged to the longbow divine range, he was still very poor and lacked resources. That was why he spent a lot of resources on him. And now Zhou Xuanji took out a rare mortal treasure. How could he not be surprised? It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Oh right, with such aptitude, his luck must be strong. Beast Sovereign thought to himself. Beast Sovereign thought to himself and quickly withdrew his gaze. Such a Zhou Xuanji was worth cultivating. I can't rely on him for everything. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they rushed out of the space-time channel. In front of them was a dark and empty universe. Countless thick chains crisscrossed each other. And in the center of the chains was a dilapidated tower. Above the tower, many people wearing purple fox masks were scattered on various floors. Some were cultivating, some were sitting on tree stumps, and some were lost in thought swinging their legs. When they saw the evil sky divine range and the others coming, they were all very calm. No one even got up. "Kill, leave no one alive," Beast Sovereign said in a cold voice. Said Beast Sovereign in a cold voice. The surrounding experts quickly took action. Their speed was very fast. Their figures disappeared, followed by a deafening explosion in front of them. A bright light shone on Zhou Xuanji's face. His eyes were fixed in front of him. Beast Sovereign didn't personally take action. He said, "Look carefully, this is the result of going against the general trend." Dao Hu Qiuzuan thought he was strong enough to shake the Kunlun Origin Court. But in the end, he didn't even manage to enter the Kunlun Origin Court. Some died, some were crippled. Now they are like bugs in the dark waiting to be killed. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. What did this mean? A warning? He had no intention of overthrowing the Kunlun Origin Court for the time being. But the godly sword had a court-toppling level setting. Could it be? He couldn't help but think further, always feeling that there would be an unexpected choice in the future. Soon he shifted his attention to the front. The powerful cultivators on both sides fought incredibly ferociously, dazzling Zhou Xuanji. He was very curious. Who was Dao Hu? Why hadn't he appeared yet? If Dao Hu appeared, Beast Sovereign would definitely take action. Back then, Dao Hu Qiuzuan had put the Kunlun Origin Court on alert, which meant that Dao Hu's strength wasn't any weaker than Beast Sovereign's. The most important thing was that compared to Beast Sovereign, Dao Hu was a junior. He was even the same generation as Ing Zhuge. Even though Ing Zhuge had reincarnated as a peer, Dao Hu was able to grow to a height that could threaten the Kunlun Origin Court. It could be seen that aptitude and opportunity were really important. Humph! Beast Sovereign, you only dare to stab me after the fact. If it was before, I could slap you to death with a single slap. An indifferent voice came from the tower. No matter how the battle went, the tower hadn't suffered any damage. Obviously, it was a very high-grade artifact. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and saw a black shadow rising from the top of the tower. It was like a phantom, shrouding the entire universe. Dao Hu. He was wearing a black robe. He looked to be in his early 40s. His eyes were sharp and his expression was cold. His eyes were fixed on Beast Sovereign. His eyes were filled with extreme killing intent. Beast Sovereign, expressionless, said, "The winner takes all. What else is there to say? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too stupid." Dao Hu laughed in anger. Just as he was about to speak, Beast Sovereign suddenly pointed at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Look at him." Zhou Xuanji got the instruction and immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes, shooting 2 beams of purple light at Dao Hu. How could his divine ability hurt Dao Hu? The exterminating divine light pierced through Dao Hu but didn't kill him. Dao Hu's eyes widened. His face turned hideous as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Exterminating divine eyes. Why are they here? Speak. Who the hell are you? What is your relationship with Hong Meng?" His furious roar shook the entire universe. The tower below shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Hong Meng. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. The owner of the exterminating divine eyes is called Hong Meng? The supreme legendary sword system came from the serendipity of Hong Meng? He thought that Hong Meng was a place. Could it be that Hong Meng is actually a person? In an instant he had countless speculations. Why did the exterminating divine eyes choose him? Why did the serendipity of Hong Meng choose him? Is everything a serendipity, or is there someone pushing it? Suddenly Dao Hu attacked Zhou Xuanji. His huge phantom turned into a black arrow with extreme speed. Just as Zhou Xuanji raised his eyes, Dao Hu had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Beast Sovereign slammed his palm on Dao Hu, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. Just as Dao Hu flew away, Beast Sovereign took out a halo. A golden light shone on Dao Hu's body, sucking him into the halo. Before Zhou Xuanji could even blink, Dao Hu was subdued by Beast Sovereign. At that moment he felt a fatal sense of crisis. It was as if he would turn into ashes the next moment. Dao Hu, how strong is he? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and thought in doubt. He looked at Beast Sovereign and asked, Hongmeng is the previous exterminating god? Right now, he was eager to know all the news about Hongmeng. Beast Sovereign nodded and said, yes, his origin is mysterious. Back then, he appeared in the Kunlun origin court as earth-shattering as you. He even caused a bigger sensation than you. Later, for some reason, he inherited the exterminating divine eyes. His strength soared and swept everything in the Kunlun origin court's great eliminations. The other 4 of the 5 ultimate gods were defeated by him, and were subdued by him. This is also a popular story in the Kunlun origin court. Back then, the 5 ultimate gods were so amazing that even the sovereign divine ranges wanted to recruit them. Unfortunately, it's because they are too outstanding. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The 5 ultimate gods were so outstanding, but they refused to surrender to the sovereign divine range or super divine range. Naturally, they didn't have a good ending. Zhou Xuanji asked, then do you know the origin of Hongmeng? Just a little bit. Beast Sovereign looked at him in surprise and asked, why do you want to know him so much? Why do I need to know the dead? Unless there is an unspeakable secret. I am very interested in the name Hongmeng because when I inherited the exterminating divine eyes, I heard a voice talking about Hongmeng. Hongmeng doesn't seem to be a person's name but a place. Zhou Xuanji said slowly, pretending to hesitate. Beast Sovereign's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He glared at Zhou Xuanji and said, don't tell anyone about this in the future. Chapter 727. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked telepathically, please tell me what you know. Since he couldn't say it out loud, he would send a voice transmission instead. Beast Sovereign was so angry that he laughed. This kid really knew how to climb up along the pole. However, this was good as well. They could build up their relationship. Although he treated Zhou Xuanji very well, they lacked the opportunity to communicate. If you want to hold someone firmly in your hands, other than coercion, you can only use your heart. I can only tell you that Hongmeng's origins are related to the Supremes. Do not ask about it. All living beings who know the truth are dead, and all living beings related to them will be annihilated in a single night. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow when he heard Beast Sovereign's sincere voice transmission. Is it related to the Supremes? Could this be the meaning of court reversal? Only by subverting the Kunlun origin court could one search for the opportunity of the primordial world. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. All right, follow me to find what you want. Next, he flew toward the tower with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and suddenly remembered his other mission. Soul Source Orb. All Lives Brush. As Dao Hu Qiuzuan was suppressed, the members of Dao Hu Qiuzuan were also killed one after another. Their souls dispersed, leaving nothing behind. After entering the tower, it was still Beast Sovereign who led him to search for treasures. He had to admit that it was really cool to have Beast Sovereign leading the way. All the traps and traps along the way were forcefully destroyed by him. Zhou Xuanji did not even need to lift a finger. After going around for about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they finally found 2 treasures on a beam. That's right. Beams. It was so casual. What was amazing was that the 2 supreme treasures were not protected by any restrictions, but they did not leak any aura. They walked around the place several times before they found it. Zhou Xuanji held the Soul Source Orb in his right hand and the All Lives brush in his left. The Soul Source Orb was as big as an eyeball. It was pitch black on the outside, but somewhat crystal clear on the inside, as if it was hiding a galaxy. The All Beings brush was a thick brush. The brush bristles were red, and the brush shaft was black. With the 2 treasures in hand, Zhou Xuanji did not sense any energy at all. It felt like he was holding 2 ordinary items, nothing special about them. Now you'll have to return by yourself because we still have to continue capturing Dao Hu Qiuzuan. There's definitely someone supporting him from behind, or he wouldn't have been able to hide for so long. This Exalted will make use of this opportunity to get rid of them as well. Beast Sovereign dropped these words and disappeared into thin air, stunning Zhou Xuanji. Was he just going to abandon him like that? He took a deep breath but did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in place to observe the soul source bead and all lives brush. He intended to refine the soul source orb. After all, he still had to use it to help Zhou Shaoxian. As for the pen of all lives, for the sake of the soul guardian profession, he had to hand it over to the soul guardian. He dripped his blood essence onto the soul source orb. In an instant, the soul source orb burst out with black light, and then rose from his palm. So simple. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He hadn't even used any special secret technique, and the soul source orb had already reacted. At this moment, the soul source orb suddenly drilled into the space between his eyebrows, and he immediately felt a sharp pain, as if his soul was being torn apart. This feeling made him unable to help but hold his head and scream. He frantically hammered the ground with his right fist. He wanted to pull the soul source orb out of his eyebrows with his other hand, but the soul source orb had already drilled into his brain. He felt his eyes burning as if something was about to gush out. Soon the palace fell into silence. In the universe, Ren Niming flew with the void boundary god. He curiously asked, "Master, where are we going?" Ever since he entered the Kunlun origin court, he had been following the void boundary god. Until now, he hadn't had the opportunity to look around the Kunlun origin court. There weren't many creatures he could come into contact with. He didn't complain. On the contrary, he was very excited. He felt that the void boundary god wanted to focus on training him. "We are looking for 2 supreme treasures. If we find them, I will be promoted. At that time, I will make you a void boundary god," replied the void boundary god. He had learned from the grapevine that the soul source orb and all lives brush had been lost. Therefore, he was very excited. He immediately took Ren Niming to search for them. The reason why he looked for Ren Niming and not the void boundary 13 emperors was because Ren Niming didn't belong to the Kunlun origin court. He didn't know what the 2 supreme treasures represented, and he wouldn't be a spy for others. The void boundary 13 emperors came from different divine ranges. Although they were under his control, no matter how disappointing they were, the void boundary god didn't dare to kill them or cripple them. No matter how small a divine range was, if they wanted to scheme against him, it would still be possible. After living for so long, the greatest taboo for a void boundary god was to offend a divine range, no matter how big or small it was. Void boundary god. Ren Niming's heartbeat quickened. He had just joined the Kunlun origin court for 100 years, and he was about to be promoted? He had seen a void boundary emperor before, and had always desired the power of a void boundary god. The opportunity had finally come. As for what kind of treasure it was, he was too lazy to think about it. His strength was not enough to get his hands on those super powerful treasures. The master and servant quickly disappeared into the depths of the universe. Few days later, they came to an empty universe. There were broken chains everywhere, and the universe was in a state of collapse. They saw the tower at first glance. Such a treasure is definitely dangerous. Be careful. The void boundary god said in a deep voice. He could see that the origin of the tower wasn't simple. The reason why he could track them here was that he had a unique divine ability that could lock on the aura of something. A long time ago, he had seen the All Lives pen and had always remembered its aura. The 2 approached the tower cautiously. They drilled into the tower. Because the restrictions were all destroyed, they soon came to an empty hall. They saw a white-robed man with his back to them, exuding a strange aura. The void boundary god felt that this person was a little familiar, but his aura was very strange. He asked softly, "Who are you?" Ren Niming was very nervous. The other party's aura made his hair stand on end. He even felt that the other party might be stronger than the void boundary god. The strength of the void boundary god was already hard to imagine. This person, the white-robed man, didn't turn around. The atmosphere became more and more solemn. After a while, the void boundary god took out his spear and walked towards the other party. This time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness and pressed 2 fingers of his right hand on the void boundary god's forehead. The void boundary god's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated in fear. "Ing! Zhuge!" The void boundary god trembled, his face full of disbelief. Wasn't Ing Zhuge captured by the evil sky divine range? How did he appear here? Ing Zhuge said expressionlessly, "Don't get close to him or you will die miserably." The void boundary god's face changed drastically. and he quickly bowed. Seeing him being so humble, Ren Niming's heart trembled, and he bowed as well. Since you are here, don't leave for the time being lest the news leak, Ingzhuge said casually. He glanced at Ren Niming and exclaimed in surprise. Ren Niming bowed even lower in fear. Ingzhuge chuckled and said, "You are transformed by fate? Interesting. How about being my slave?" Chapter 728. In the face of Ingzhuge's recruitment, Ren Niming's heartbeat accelerated. He didn't know whether he should refuse or agree. Even the void boundary gods were fearful of Ingzhuge, which meant that Ingzhuge was very strong. However, betrayal usually did not end well, so he was very hesitant. Void boundary god's expression changed and he said cautiously, "He is a subordinate that I just subdued." Ingzhuge overbearingly interrupted him and said, "Since you just subdued him, you didn't put in many resources. Give him to me, and I will owe you a favor." A favor? The void boundary god smiled bitterly. Even if Ingzhuge owed him a favor, should he ask for it? Even if they dared to, where could they find Ingzhuge? This was a trap. The strong liked to treat the weak with such hypocrisy. At this point, the void boundary god could only agree. He looked at Ren Niming and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and call me master." Ren Niming came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt down, saying in fear and trepidation, "Greetings, master." He looked terrified, but his heart was calm. Sure enough, no matter where it was, the strong were respected. He swore that he would climb up and surpass the powerhouses in front of him step by step. He would ascend to the throne of the strongest. In the heavenly law universe, he was the master of fate. In the Kunlun origin court, he also wanted to become the god of fate who ruled over everything. Ingzhuge nodded and said, "You guys wait at the side, don't make a sound." With that, he sat down and started meditating. The gazes of the void boundary god and Ren Niming fell on the white-robed man. In the end, who could make Ingzhuge personally guard it? After a long time, the white-robed man suddenly moved. He stood up, his back still facing them. Bang! Two beams of light shot out from his front, directly blasting through the palace walls and shaking the entire tower. This scene shocked the void boundary god and Ren Niming. They knew how hard the materials used to build this tower were. Even if they used all their strength, they would not be able to cause such damage. At this moment, the white-robed man suddenly turned around. Ren Niming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be him? Wasn't he dead? The white-clothed man was Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, his eyes were glowing purple, and his expression was cold and emotionless. His entire person gave off a domineering aura that looked down on the world. "Success," Ingzhuge murmured. Following his gaze, Zhou Xuanji's glabella gradually split open, revealing a bead. It was the soul source orb. Zhou Xuanji subdued the soul source orb and fused it with his body. Even if the soul source orb was taken away, the soul source orb and Zhou Xuanji were still one. Their luck was connected, and it was difficult to separate them from the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji was also a little surprised to see Ren Niming. He didn't immediately greet him. Instead, he sensed the soul source orb. He could feel a majestic power coming from the soul source orb and pouring into the meridians of his body. This feeling was unprecedentedly powerful, very similar to the mystic moon state. The crazy feeling of power being greater than one's realm. He had been reborn. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap. However, he was very curious as to why the soul source bead would fuse with him. Could it be that making the soul source bead recognize him as its master had to be like this? No matter what, he had indeed obtained a great opportunity. Compared to before, his Tao energy was more than 100 times stronger. The most important thing was that the soul source orb and the exterminating Shen Yan had formed some kind of connection. If the two were used together, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Very good. Very few people can integrate the soul source orb into their body. Ingzhuge exclaimed in admiration. At first glance, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have 3 eyes. His face was like that of a god, solemn and sacred. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "I just want it to recognize me as its master. Why is it like this?" He was worried that there would be repercussions. After all, the exterminating divine eyes didn't let him figure out why it could choose him. It shows that you and the soul source orb can reach a perfect degree of compatibility. This perfect compatibility has nothing to do with aptitude but with the soul itself. It shows that your soul is extremely pure. As long as there is a trace of impurity in the soul of others, the soul source orb will reject it, Ingzhuge replied. Looking at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity in his eyes. Not only is his aptitude heaven-defying, but his soul is also so pure. What heights will this kid reach in the future? Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a thought, the soul source orb between his eyebrows shrank. His skin healed and returned to its original state. He looked at Ren Niming and asked, "Why are you here?" As soon as he said this, Ingzhuge and the Void Boundary God both looked at Ren Niming. These two know each other? The Void Boundary God was shocked to see Zhou Xuanji again. At the same time he was very nervous. Zhou Xuanji in the Longbow Divine Range was enough for him to apologize. And now, Zhou Xuanji in the Evil Sky Divine Range made him look up to him. He didn't even dare to talk to him. I came to the Kunlun Origin Court by luck. Fortunately, I was chosen by the Void Boundary God, Ren Niming replied. His tone was very careful. He didn't know Zhou Xuanji's current identity. His heart was filled with shock. Wasn't this kid expelled by destiny? Why is he here? Even the existence that the Void Boundary God feared was guarding him like a guard. You know each other? I just took him as a slave. Do you want to let him go? Ingzhuge asked, expressionless. Although he was a little curious about Ren Niming, he hadn't reached the point of being moved. Slave? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He had a weird expression on his face. He said with a meaningful smile, "It's okay. Following you is no different from following me. He helped me before. Treat him well." Yes, Ingzhuge nodded, looking at Ren Niming. Ren Niming's heart was in turmoil. What has Zhou Xuanji experienced? How strong is he now? Zhou Xuanji looked at the Void Boundary God and said, "Thank you for taking him in. I will give you 1,000,000 merit points. How about it?" The grievances between him and the Void Boundary God had already been settled. The two could establish a good relationship. In the future, the people of Emperor Sword Court would also have to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. If he could establish a relationship with the Void Boundary God, he would have less trouble in the future. It's just a small matter. How can I ask for your merit points? It's my honor to know you. Void Boundary God was also very smart. He immediately understood what Zhou Xuanji meant. He bowed and cupped his fists. Zhou Xuanji was an 18-star genius. Beast Sovereign spared no effort to cultivate him. It had already become a legend in the Kunlun Origin Court. Let's talk in the future. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The Void Boundary God was flattered. Ingzhuge looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. This kid seems to be very ambitious. He even wants to win over a humble existence like the Void Boundary God. I wonder what he is plotting. Ren Niming stood on the side, quietly watching all this. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know whether he should be pleasantly surprised or disappointed. Right now, he could only be a servant in front of Zhou Xuanji. He didn't even have the courage to straighten his back and look at Zhou Xuanji. "Okay, let's go," Zhou Xuanji said, looking at Ingzhuge. He had gained a lot from this trip. After going back, he had to study the Soul Source Orb. Ingzhuge nodded. Just as he was about to make a move, the tower suddenly shook violently. A terrifying killing intent penetrated the tower, rushing toward them from all directions. Chapter 729. There's an enemy outside. He's at the Five Vast Heavens realm. I'll deal with him first. Ingzhuge dropped this sentence and disappeared from where he stood. Five Vast Heavens. The Void Boundary God's face turned pale, and his legs trembled in fear. Although Ren Niming didn't understand what the Five Vast Heavens realm represented, when he noticed the Void Boundary God's expression, he understood that the Five Vast Heavens realm was ridiculously strong. Zhou Xuanji looked around with a sharp gaze. What happened? Ren Niming asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji's gaze made him feel uneasy, as if there was danger lurking around them. After coming to the Kunlun Origin Court, he felt like an ant, and any one of them could easily trample him to death. This made his uneasiness more and more intense, and also made him more and more timid. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "There are enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow swept out from the depths of the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Xuanji activated the sword shield incantation and used the sword light to block the attack. The violent momentum set off a strong wind, forcing Ren Niming and the Void Boundary God to retreat. This aura, his growth speed. Void Boundary God was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was just a complete Dao-treading saint, but his aura was stronger than his. An 18-star aptitude was really terrifying. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a man wearing a purple fox mask. His body was shrouded in a strange black qi, and his eyes were cold. The ultimate supreme divine shadow sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The man turned into smoke and dissipated, causing the ultimate divine shadow sword to miss. Zhou Xuanji's eyes shined with a violet light, and he immediately saw that his opponent was hiding on his left, half-squatting. This was one of the new abilities of the exterminating divine eyes. After fusing with the soul source bead, his exterminating divine eye underwent a transformation. The other party had used some kind of spatial sacred art to hide in another strange space. If it was in the past, he might have fallen for it, but now this kind of sacred art was just a small trick in his eyes. His eyes shot out the exterminating divine light and froze his opponent. Immediately after, he stabbed with his sword and activated the world internalization to absorb his opponent's power of Dao. This person's Dao energy was quickly sucked dry by him, and then he was annihilated by his sword, and his soul was scattered. The whole process was very fast. In the eyes of Void Boundary God and Ren Niming, Zhou Xuanji looked very calm. He only needed to casually swing his sword, and the enemy couldn't move. Although this scene was not spectacular, it was shocking. "They are Dao Hu Qiuzuan's men?" Void Boundary God asked nervously. He recognized the purple fox mask as it was the symbol of Dao Hu Qiuzuan. When Dao Hu Qiuzuan attacked the Kunlun Origin Court, he had seen it from afar. The memories of the experts in Dao Hu Qiuzuan were still fresh in his mind. He shuddered at the thought of Dao Hu Qiuzuan being nearby. This is one of Dao Hu Qiuzuan's lair. Dao Hu has already been suppressed by Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. His words made the Void Boundary God's hair stand on end. He actually came to Dao Hu Qiuzuan's lair. If he had come earlier than Zhou Xuanji, wouldn't he have? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Ren Niming was very curious about Dao Hu Qiuzuan, but he did not dare to interrupt and ask. After a while, Zhuge came back. His expression was calm as he said, "The enemy has been eliminated. Let's go." He waved his right hand and brought Zhou Xuanji and the others away. After coming to the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Are there many people from Dao Hu Qiuzuan nearby?" Previously, he thought that the evil Sky Divine Range had already killed all of Dao Hu Qiuzuan's people. He never expected that there would still be fish that slipped through the net. It was enough to show how powerful Dao Hu Qiuzuan was. Beast Sovereign and the others were very powerful. Those who could slip away from under their noses must be very powerful. Of course, it was also possible that they were scattered in other universes and just happened to rush over. Not many. They're all scattered soldiers, nothing worth mentioning. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement, hearing Zhuge's disdainful reply. With Zhuge's escort, the rest of the journey was much easier. The two began chatting. Void Boundary God and Ren Niming remained silent, listening to their conversation. After a while, Zhou Xuanji asked Ren Niming, "How is the Heavenly Law universe?" After leaving the Heavenly Law universe for so many years, he didn't know if the Heavenly Law was still intact. "After you left, destiny was like the sun in the sky. It controlled various great thousand worlds. We were also chased by destiny. In the process of escaping, we received the help of the Great Tao Guardian. After he learned that destiny had consciousness, he personally suppressed destiny and helped the Heavenly Law recover." Ren Niming answered truthfully. When he mentioned the Great Tao Protector, his eyes flashed with passion. The Great Tao Guardian was deeply engraved in his mind. It once amazed him. He wanted to become the Great Tao Guardian before, but now his goal had changed. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also knew about the Great Tao Guardian. It was also a profession in the Kunlun Origin Court. However, the cycle was very long. Few people were willing to do it. Of course, the merit points awarded were also very large. It was suitable for those who liked to cultivate hard. After 9 days, Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Kunlun origin court. Void Boundary God continued to guard the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji putting Zhuge and Ren Niming into the Tianxia map, and went to the Evil Sky Divine Range alone. In the past hundreds of years, he would still encounter creatures pointing at him or staring at him when he traveled in the Kunlun universe. He first came to the origin city near the Evil Sky Divine Range and found the Vocation Palace where the Soul Guardian was located. After the Soul Guardian appeared, Zhou Xuanji took out the All Lives brush. "You found it." The Soul Guardian was moved and asked in surprise. "How long has it been?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "With it, I can become a Soul Guardian, right?" Each creature could only choose 3 vocations at most. He had the vocation of Void Boundary War God, so he could choose 2 more. The Soul Guardian nodded and turned around with the All Lives brush. He came to the front of the palace wall and waved his left hand. A door of light appeared on the wall out of thin air. He then motioned Zhou Xuanji to follow. In the Vocation Palace, Zhou Xuanji didn't have to worry about being in danger because of the sovereign's rule. No fighting was allowed. Following the Soul Guardian, he came to a world filled with dense fog. Under his feet was a stone bridge that was 6 feet wide. He couldn't see the end or the bottom. After walking for about half an hour, a stone platform appeared in front of him with a teleportation array built on it. The two came to another crimson world through the teleportation array. Under their feet was still the stone bridge. Flames were floating in the air. They crossed the stone bridge from time to time. It was very dangerous. After walking to the end, there was still a teleportation array. After going around dozens of times, they finally came to the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source Pool was very big, like a boundless ocean. They stood on the shore and looked up. The sea was filled with gray fog. "Take out your ID card," said the Soul Guardian. At the same time, he threw the All Lives brush into the Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji obediently took out his ID card and handed it to him. The Soul Guardian also took out his ID card and stuck the 2 cards together to connect the vocation. At the same time, a line of words appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji's eyes, just like when he checked the attribute list. "Do you agree to become a Soul Guardian?" Without hesitation, he chose to agree. Boom! A beam of light fell from the sky and covered him. Chapter 730. In the beam of light, Zhou Xuanji felt very warm. His cultivation began to rise. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to receive such benefits as a Soul Guardian. At the same time, a memory flooded into his mind. It was about the duties of the Soul Guardian. Most of the time, he had to stay in the Soul Source Pool. He didn't need to use his original body. Every 100 years, he needed to throw a fruit from the Soul Source tree into the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source fruit was the source of souls. One was enough to transform into countless souls. After a long while, the beam of light dissipated. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His cultivation had grown a lot. He was a big step closer to the Tao Ancestor realm, which saved him 100 years of hard work. For him, 100 years of hard work wasn't easy. He glanced at the shore and found that the Soul Guardian had disappeared. From now on, he was the Soul Guardian. He turned around and saw a pavilion on the shore. Behind the pavilion was a towering tree. It was looming in the dense fog, giving off a majestic aura. Zhou Xuanji walked into the pavilion. The space inside was not big. It was antique. There were incense candles in front of the windowsill, a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. Other than that, there was nothing else. There wasn't even anything on the wooden bed. Zhou Xuanji felt that it had been taken away by the previous Soul Guardian because it was really empty. After checking, he walked to the Soul Source Pool and called out to the old immortal in his heart. Soon, the remnant soul of the old immortal floated in front of him. Looking at the Soul Source Pool, he sighed in amazement. "You are really beyond my expectations. Next, you can only rely on yourself. Can you do it?" The old immortal turned around and asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Of course, and I have never been alone." No matter what kind of danger he was in, he could always think of Emperor Sword Court, which made him feel less desperate. Emperor Sword Court could no longer help him in terms of strength, but it could bring great comfort to his soul. "That's good. If I can meet you in my next life, I hope I can look up to you then," the old immortal said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. Then he turned into a stream of white light and entered the soul source pool. Zhou Xuanji stood by the pool, lost in thought. He was reminiscing about the past. Back then, the great Emperor Dao Court had chased after him, and he had nowhere to go. It was the old deity who had helped him settle down. Whenever he was confused, he would talk to the old immortal. The old immortal led him into the Dao realm and guided him to the Kunlun origin court. Along the way, the old immortal had long become his master. Now that he had repaid the debt of gratitude, there was no sadness in his heart, only a new understanding of life. His only regret was that he still did not know the old immortal's name. I hope there really is fate in the next life. Zhou Xuanji smiled before turning around and walking toward the soul source tree. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He walked in a carefree manner, without the slightest bit of hesitation. From now on, the past would be completely gone with the wind, and the future would truly begin. Arriving in front of the soul source tree, he looked up. The soul source tree was very tall. Its branches intertwined with each other, and its branches were covered with black fruits the size of a human head, shaped like pears, sparkling and translucent. Zhou Xuanji's glabella suddenly split open as the soul source orb emerged. His eyes glowed with a purple light. At this moment, he had an inexplicable urge to devour the soul source fruit. He could rely on devouring the soul source fruit to strengthen the soul source orb. The stronger the soul source orb, the faster his cultivation would grow. Since fusing with the soul source orb, he could feel Dao energy drilling into his glabella every minute and every second. Although it was the soul source orb that was absorbing it, he could also absorb a part of it by relying on world internalization. To prevent himself from doing anything excessive, he turned around and left. Walking to the edge of the pool, he took out the chaos demon god Panjun. Panjun was his strongest avatar, so it was naturally not a problem for him to stay here. He left this world according to the memory route he obtained when he became a soul guardian. After an hour, he returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range, Pure Sword Heaven, and released Ingzhuge and Ren Niming. Ingzhuge went to cultivate alone, while Zhou Xuanji brought Ren Niming to see Mengyan, Qiu Hu, and the others. When old friends met, they naturally had a lot to talk about. Zhou Xuanji didn't chat with them but went back to find Zhou Xiaoxian. The father and daughter came to the valley undisturbed. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was sitting on the ground, curiously asked, "Father, what's going on?" Zhou Xuanji rarely took the initiative to talk to her alone. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Could it be that there is a new sword Dao divine ability? Zhou Xuanji opened the soul source orb, and a beam of purple light shot out, covering Zhou Xiaoxian. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoxuan's body stiffened. Zhou Xuanji began using the power of the soul source orb to cleanse her soul. He could feel the violence and resentment in the depths of her soul. He was very surprised. What kind of existence is this kind of inheritance? Why can it transmit emotions and choose a host without anyone noticing? Under the illumination of the soul source orb, those negative emotions were quickly extinguished. About half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji closed the soul source orb, and the purple light disappeared. Next, Zhou Xiaoxian woke up. She asked blankly, "How did I fall asleep?" She got up, stretched, and yawned. In front of her father, she naturally wouldn't be coy. "Let me teach you a divine ability," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was going to teach ultimate chaos Dao to Zhou Xiaoxian. Influenced by him, Zhou Xiaoxian also liked that kind of mighty divine ability, especially the sword Dao divine ability like the primordial chaos sword Shadow. "Great! Great!" Zhou Xiaoxian exclaimed excitedly. Then Zhou Xuanji began teaching her. After 10 years, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Jiang Shui to cultivate halfway up the mountain. With his help, Jiang Shui's cultivation was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Apart from Sword Dao, her talent wasn't mediocre. Coupled with Zhou Xuanji's resources, how could her cultivation not grow rapidly? Everything was developing in a good direction. On this day, Beast Sovereign suddenly sent him a voice transmission, asking him to go to the Sovereign Palace. Zhou Xuanji said a few simple words to Jiang Shui before quickly leaving. After half an hour, he came to the Sovereign Palace, bowed to Beast Sovereign and said, "Greetings, Sovereign." Beast Sovereign's face was a little pale. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and exclaimed, You have actually integrated with the soul source orb. It seems that your soul aptitude is also very outstanding. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Only Beast Sovereign knows about this? It seems that Beast Sovereign has just returned. It takes 10 years to eradicate the remnants of Daohu Qiuzuan. You are now a soul guardian. This sovereign needs your help. After the matter is done, I will give you the opportunity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool for 100 years, said Beast Sovereign. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The opportunity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool wasn't something that could be bought with merit points. It required merit points. In addition, the opportunity could be accumulated and even passed on to others. The value of the opportunity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool for 100 years was probably more than 20 billion merit points. Sovereign, please speak. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The greater the benefits, the more dangerous the process. Beast Sovereign calmly said. Bring me 100 soul source fruits. If possible, bring some water from the soul source pool. Chapter 731. Soul source fruit. Soul source pool. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was weighing the pros and cons of how to not attract the attention of the higher-ups. As for refusing, he didn't even consider it. The evil sky divine range had treated him well, so he had to repay them. You don't have to take it all at once. You can take it every once in a while. In the past, the Soul Guardian even sold it. Even the owner of a super divine range can't enter the soul source pool because there are supreme rules there. Only the approved Soul Guardian can enter and exit, or the Soul Guardian can bring another person in. Of course, if the person who follows is too strong, he will also be rejected or even killed on the spot. He could feel that there was no rejection in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. This made him very satisfied. Zhou Xuanji nodded. No wonder the Soul Guardian did not require cultivation. He was afraid that his cultivation would be too strong and cause trouble in the dark. This time, the expedition against Daohu Qiuzuan can be considered a complete victory. Daohu has been handed over to the Origin Court by my main body. He is powerful and very difficult to kill, but he will have to endure endless loneliness and torture, which is worse than death. Beast Sovereign changed the topic. When he mentioned Daohu, a happy look appeared on his face. Zhou Xuanji was quite curious about their past, but he did not ask too much. After all, this was private. After that, they chatted about matters related to cultivation. Beast Sovereign told him that it was not difficult to break through to the Tao Ancestor Realm. The Tao Ancestor Realm paid particular attention to subduing the Great Tao, letting the Great Tao bloom and breed a brand new Great Tao, which was divided into 36 flowers. With every increase in grade, his Tao power would at least double. 36 flowers of the Tao Ancestor. Only now did Zhou Xuanji realize how powerful the 9 vast heavens were. For a long time, he had never really felt the true power of 9 vast heavens. Changxian and Ningzhuge would not use their full strength against him. How terrifying would an existence that surpassed the 9 vast heavens be? Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He was still too weak. If it weren't for his outstanding aptitude, he would probably still be a small fry in the Kunlun Origin Court. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji left. Beast Sovereign smiled, closed his eyes, and continued to cultivate. After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji gave a few simple instructions before taking Jiang Shui to the Soul Source Pool to cultivate. Although the spiritual qi in the Soul Source Pond was not rich, it was still helpful in cleansing one's soul. He could only bring one person with him at a time, so he naturally brought Jiang Shui first. Xian Xianghua had no objections to this. From her point of view, Jiang Shui's cultivation should indeed be given a boost. Arriving at the Soul Source Pool, Jiang Shui was very curious about everything around her. Zhou Xuanji first accompanied her around and gave her a brief introduction before taking her to cultivate. Without the 5 ultimate divine eyes, Jiang Shui could not learn the greatly divine suppressor technique. Even if she forced herself to learn it, it would be difficult for her to have a deep understanding of it. As such, Zhou Xuanji chose to preach the Tao to her and help her develop her own Great Tao. There were also strong and weak Great Taos. The Great Taos created by living beings were initially very weak, but their potential surpassed that of external Great Taos. Compatibility was too important. With Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao's voice, Jiang Shui quickly entered a state of absolute calm. The lonely soul source pool became lively because of Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao voice. The water in the pool rippled and the soul source tree trembled slightly. There was a gentle breeze creeping past. It was invisible and traceless. In the void, a figure was sitting on a meteorite, looking at the distant purple sea at the border of the Kunlun origin court. His face was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. He had a cold expression, a strand of white hair on his forehead, and his eyes were lifeless. No one knew what he was thinking. He was wearing an exquisite black robe embroidered with all kinds of lines, which converged into a dragon and phoenix picture. It was very lifelike. Zhou Xuanji, why don't you listen to my advice? I told you that the road ahead is a dead end, but you are still so stubborn. He shook his head and sighed. His face was full of a mocking smile. At this moment, a void boundary emperor flew over. He stared at the man in black and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Show me your ID card." He had been paying attention to this man for a long time. He had been sitting here sneakily. At first glance he could tell that he was plotting something. "Do you know my name?" the man in black asked with a faint smile. The void boundary emperor became impatient upon hearing this. "If I knew your name, would I need you to show me your ID card?" The void boundary emperor immediately took action, trying to capture the man in black. The man in black suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes turned pitch black, making it impossible to distinguish his pupils. It was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. His eyes were like two abysses. Strands of black chi emerged from his eyes and quickly entangled the void boundary emperor before drilling into his 7 orifices. Ugh! The void boundary emperor struggled in pain, unable to make a sound. His body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Remember my name. I am Zhou Fa. My eyes are one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes, the dark desire divine eyes." The man in black sneered. Soon, the void boundary emperor was sucked into his eyes. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His eyes also became clear. With an evil smile, he turned around and flew toward the depths of the universe. Pure Sword Heaven Daoya old man and Xian Daoya were playing chess. Xian Daoya's expression changed. He suddenly raised his right hand and pinched his fingers together to divine. Piff. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Daoya old man's face. The entire chessboard was also covered with his blood and saliva. Daoya old man was furious. He pointed at his nose and scolded. "What are you doing? Can't you just play chess properly?" Xian Daoya stabilized his body so that he didn't fall. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not doing it blindly. Something happened to Zhou Xuanji. If you don't believe me, you can do it. Remember, don't calculate his fate directly. Start from the people around him." Daoya old man heard this and immediately became nervous. He did not want anything to happen to Zhou Xuanji, so he started divining with his fingers. Pfft. Daoya old man felt like he was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Xian Daoya's body. This time, both of their faces were covered in blood. Xian Daoya became angry as well and cursed. "Are you a pig? I told you not to divine Zhou Xuanji directly." Daoya old man felt wronged. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of you. It's the same for everyone." The two of them immediately started cursing at each other, and even the chessboard fell to the ground. Chang Xian appeared beside them out of thin air. When she saw their bloody faces, she was taken aback and quickly pulled them away with her Dao energy. "Why are you quarreling?" Chang Xian asked with a frown. The stability of Pure Sword Heaven was her responsibility. She couldn't let people mess around and disturb the peace here. Seeing her, Xian Daoya immediately walked up and said, "Lady Eldest, where is Zhou Xuanji? I want to see him." Chang Xian said, "Master has become a soul guardian. I guess he is now at the soul source pond. What's the matter? I can contact him." Seeing Xian Daoya so anxious, she was very curious about what was going on. "I divined that the great tribulation in his life is coming. I must let him come back to avoid any mishaps," Xian Daoya said in a hurry. Xian Daoya said anxiously, his eyes filled with fear. Chang Xian's brow furrowed even tighter as she asked, "Did you rely on your divination?" Her cultivation was far higher than Xian Daoya's. She also knew divination techniques. Why couldn't she divine it? Chapter 732. I'm the one who gave him his life. I'm very sensitive to his fate. If anything goes wrong, I'll be able to sense it. I can detect anything wrong. Xiandaoya sighed, looking nervous. Their lives had finally settled down. They could pursue their great Tao with peace of mind. At this juncture, Zhou Xuanji couldn't be harmed. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian immediately said, I will contact Master immediately. Having said this, she disappeared on the spot. Xiandaoya breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Daoya old man and snorted. You have to persuade him later. I can't persuade him. He was Daoya old man's main soul, but Zhou Xuanji's attitude towards him was far inferior to his attitude towards Daoya old man. Do I need you to remind me? Daoya old man said unhappily. He had always disliked Xiandaoya, but he couldn't bear to let Xiandaoya die. After all, the two were one. After a while, Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of them and asked, What did you foresee? He was very helpless towards these two old guys. You haven't even reached the Saint Realm. How can you foresee my future? For the sake of the elders he still came, lest he regretted it. We foresee that the great tribulation in your life is coming. You must be careful, Daoya old man said. Xiandaoya nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I have encountered so many tribulations. Isn't it a great tribulation in my life? He had experienced all kinds of storms, so he could talk and laugh in the face of any tribulation. It's different this time. It's unprecedented. I feel suffocated as if I have offended some supreme rule, Xiandaoya said. Xiandaoya said, causing Zhou Xuanji to look at him. It turned out that this old guy had foreseen it. Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile, Can you tell me in detail? You can't just know that a tribulation is coming, but you didn't foresee the specific tribulation, right? What about the heavenly tribulation for me to break through to the Tao ancestor realm? Xiandaoya choked. He thought about it carefully. What Zhou Xuanji said made sense. Am I too nervous? Daoya old man was also convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He glared at Xiandaoya before looking at Zhou Xuanji, reminding him, In any case, it's better to be careful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, You should also cultivate well. When your cultivation increases, you won't be in such a sorry state. When he saw Xiandaoya and Daoya old man covered in blood, he immediately guessed what had happened. He couldn't help but find it funny. These two old fellows were really stupid. That's right, he insisted on dragging me to play chess. Daoya old man said unhappily. Hearing this, Xiandaoya became angry. Aren't you the one who pesters me every day? The two of them started bickering again. Zhou Xuanji actually knew who was holding him back. It must be Daoya old man. This old man was usually lazy and liked to play these games. Xiandaoya, on the other hand, had hidden ambitions. He shook his head and laughed. He couldn't be bothered to comfort her and disappeared on the spot. Back at the soul source pool, Zhou Xuanji came to Jiang Shui's side and sat down cross-legged. They sat on the shore, facing the vast sea of the soul source pond. What happened? Jiang Shui asked softly without opening her eyes. Zhou Xuanji gave a simple explanation, and Jiang Shui could not help but open her eyes and ask worriedly, Then you must be careful. Could it be Dao Hu Qiuzuan's people? Or the Emperor's divine bloodline? Since it concerned Zhou Xuanji, she couldn't help but feel anxious. It was better to believe that it was true than not. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as I'm in the soul source pool or the evil sky divine range, no one can hurt me. Jiang Shui thought about it and felt that it made sense. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart. The two of them quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. Time continued to pass. Every year, Zhou Xuanji would take a soul source fruit and a small ladle of soul source pool water and secretly hand them over to Beast Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, 70 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the Tao Ancestor Realm. He felt that it was stable to break through to the Tao Ancestor Realm in 1,000 years. At that time, he could get the wish-fulfilling sword and have whatever he wanted. After thinking about it carefully, he was looking forward to it. On this day, the couple left Panjin in the soul source pool and returned to pure sword heaven. Jiang Shui went to visit Zhou Shaoxian while Zhou Xuanji went to Xian Xianghua. He wanted to see the cultivation situation of Emperor Sword Court. The 24-rank deep black lotus was absorbing more and more spiritual qi, filling the realms inside with spiritual qi. The cultivation speed of all living beings was also getting faster and faster. The demon realm already had someone who had become a saint. Emperor Sword Court had more than 10 people who had reached the connecting heaven realm. The development of the northern wilderness region was second. The worst was the Milky Way. However, the cultivation speed of Earthlings was also very fast. They were catching up. After checking it out, Zhou Xuanji retracted his divine will and sighed. It's still a little slow. With their speed of development, it would take a long time for them to become a divine range alone. Of course, he had no intention of establishing a divine range for the time being. Compared to you, of course it's slow, but we can't be so demanding, Xian Xianghua said, rolling her eyes. She found it funny. It's not that they are too slow, but this kid is too fast. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Just when he was about to speak, Beast Sovereign's voice came, asking him to go to the Sovereign Palace. Beast Sovereign is looking for me. Continue your cultivation. After dropping this sentence, he disappeared from the house. Xian Xianghua shook her head and continued to cultivate. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was getting stronger and stronger, she was unwilling to be left out. She was getting closer and closer to the Dao-treading Saint realm. Her aptitude was also growing. The reason was naturally the exterminating divine eyes. Her exterminating divine eyes were a pair with Zhou Xuanji's. Both were progressing together. However, Zhou Xuanji had obtained the Soul Source Orb. Her exterminating divine eyes were still a little worse. Sovereign Palace. Zhou Xuanji saw Beast Sovereign bowed and asked, Sovereign, what's the matter? Could it be that he wants the Soul Source fruit again? Recently, Beast Sovereign had been asking for more and more Soul Source fruits and Soul Source pool water. He was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was a little worried about this. He was afraid that Beast Sovereign would have too much fun and bring disaster to the Evil Sky Divine range. Don't take the Soul Source fruit for the time being. This time I asked you to come because I have something to tell you. You don't have an origin brother, right? Beast Sovereign said with a serious look on his face. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of Zhou Fa. He didn't know Zhou Fa's name and origin, but that person looked exactly like him. Zhou Xuanji told him about the matter. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but furrow his brow after listening to him. He said, This person has been hunting and killing creatures at the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. This has already aroused public anger. If it weren't for this sovereign guaranteeing that you didn't leave and that you didn't register at the border, I'm afraid you would be in trouble. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, How strong is he? If that person isn't strong, how can he be so rampant? His strength fluctuates. I can't be sure. But one thing is for sure. It's very difficult to catch him. He is proficient in a kind of space-time divine ability. He can quickly escape under the enemy's nose, Beast Sovereign said, shaking his head. He then changed the topic and said, This sovereign has already sent the Evil Sky Divine Guards to investigate. If that person has nothing to do with you, then kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 733. Then kill him. He wanted to kill me anyway. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He already had a grudge against that person who looked exactly like him. The other party was deliberately mystifying things. It was really annoying. Yes. Beast Sovereign nodded. With a wave of his right hand, a shadow flashed in the corner of the palace. It was so fast that Zhou Xuanji's eyes couldn't catch it at all. The legendary 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards? Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards were the intelligence force of the Evil Sky Divine range. They were responsible for capturing, assassinating, protecting, and various other missions. The existences that could enter the Evil Sky 3,000 Divine Guards were all existences that surpassed the 9 vast heavens. The 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards were the mainstay of the Evil Sky Divine range. Without the 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards, the strength of the Evil Sky Divine range would plummet, which showed their importance. How is your Soul Source Orb? You should be absorbing soul power in the Soul Source Pond, right? Beast Sovereign asked with concern. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was what he was most concerned about. After obtaining the Soul Source Orb, this kid's cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. From the looks of it, He would reach the Tao ancestor level in less than 100 years. Zhou Xuanji replied, I've mastered it thoroughly and absorbed a lot of soul energy, which is why I can have such progress. The soul source orb was very strong and could absorb any soul. Even a 9 vast heavens existence would be sucked away by the soul source pearl, if they dared to reveal their soul in front of him. Yes, the soul source orb is a supreme treasure. Even in the evil sky divine range, there are very few treasures that can compare with it. You have yet to unleash its true power. Cultivate well. When you reach the Tao ancestor realm, the resources that were previously given to you will be truly useful. His words made Zhou Xuanji feel a little ashamed. Every year, Chang Xian would get a batch of cultivation resources from Beast Sovereign, and most of them had been accumulated. Once he broke through to the Tao ancestor realm, his cultivation would explode with the help of those resources. Beast Sovereign continued with a smile. Before you break through to the Tao ancestor realm, don't go out much. Leave the soul source pool to your clone. If there is any situation, inform the main body at any time. With the main body here, no one can hurt you. After that, he closed his eyes and said nothing else. Zhou Xuanji bowed and left. After he left, Beast Sovereign opened his eyes again. Zhou Xuanji, what's going on? Their auras are exactly the same. They're the same person. He muttered to himself, looking confused. After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji chose to go into seclusion. At the same time, he strictly ordered the others not to go out. Of course, other people were not qualified to go out. He was just worried that Chang Xian would take Zhou Xiaoxian out to play. This was not the first time this girl had done this. Next, he planned to attain the position of Tao ancestor in one go. Time passed by quickly and fleetingly. Years passed, and Zhou Xuanji reached 900 years old. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 900 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations to the Swordmaster for drawing Vast Sky Lesser Supreme Sword, Mysterious Tao Imperial Qing Sword, the Vast Heaven Divine Sword. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose. Sure enough, he could get a surprise in an integer number of years. Profound Way, Honored Lord Vast Sky. Could this Vast Sky Sword contend against the 9 vast heavens? Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it. The information of the Lesser Supreme Sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Lesser Supreme Sword grade. Vast Sky description: transformed from the soul of the youngest Supreme Being in history. It possesses the might of a Supreme Being and the power of a youngest Supreme Being. To use this sword, one needs to have at least this sword. The lowest cultivation level needs to be at the Tao Ancestor 30 Flowers realm. The soul of the youngest Supreme Being in history? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is it really a sovereign? He suddenly became interested in the history of the Kunlun origin court. The Lesser Supreme Sword needed to be at the Tao Ancestor 30 Flowers realm. It was far from enough for him to use. He didn't even have the qualifications to take it out and check it. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out and relax. He got up and found Chang Xian asking, Is there a place in the Evil Sky Divine range where I can check the history of the Kunlun origin court? Chang Xian was planting spirit flowers. She turned around and respectfully said, Yes, I can take you there. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two quickly left the Pure Sword Heaven. The Evil Sky Divine range had many giant cities. The higher one went, the higher the level of the giant city. But it was also relatively deserted because the threshold was increasing. With Zhou Xuanji's identity, he could directly go to the highest level giant city. No one would dare to stop him. When they arrived at the History Tower, Zhou Xuanji was just about to take out his ID card when the guard at the door cupped his fists and said, Sovereign has ordered that if you come, there is no need to charge merit points. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is this favoritism? Chang Xian covered her mouth and smiled. The History Tower belongs to Sovereign. He has absolute power. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization and immediately walked in. Chang Xian began to introduce him to the information on each floor. There weren't many creatures in the History Tower. It seemed very quiet. As far as the eye could see, the space was wide. The cabinets were hundreds of feet high and were filled with all kinds of books. It was a dazzling sight. Creatures didn't need to take the books here. They just needed to scan with their divine will. Zhou Xuanji wanted to understand the history of the sovereigns. So he came to the 88th floor and scanned with his divine will, absorbing the information of all the books on the entire floor. A massive amount of memories poured into his mind. Countless pictures flashed before his eyes like a movie that was played at a much faster speed. There were a total of 3 known sovereigns. The current sovereign was in existence that surpassed 18-star aptitude. He was extremely powerful. He had once single-handedly destroyed a sovereign divine range and unstoppably ascended to the position of sovereign. The previous sovereign was known as the most powerful sovereign in history. He had opened up countless universes and created the Void Boundary Palace. He was also the one who created the first heavenly law. The previous sovereign was very mysterious. It was said that he had created the divine range system. No one knew why the previous 2 sovereigns abdicated and disappeared. But each of them had dominated the Kunlun origin court for billions of years. Zhou Xuanji didn't find any information about the youngest sovereign. The opportunity of primordial chaos absorbed all kinds of souls in the process of searching for him. It could even absorb the souls of the sovereigns. Didn't it mean that the opportunity of primordial chaos originated from the Kunlun origin court? But that's not right. The Kunlun origin court was the starting point of everything. The universe was created by them. How could there be a universe that was isolated from the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Changxian didn't disturb him. She also wandered around the vicinity. Although she was born and raised in the Evil Sky Divine Range, she rarely came to the History Tower. She had only studied with the team. The girls in charge of the Evil Sky Divine Range must know the distribution of the Evil Sky Divine Range, so as not to neglect their master. After a while they continued to walk up. Zhou Xuanji planned to learn more about the Kunlun origin court. Anyway, he was very close to breaking through to the Dao Ancestor realm. He wasn't in a hurry. There was still more than half of the 1,000-year mission. 9 days later, the 2 left the History Tower. Even Zhou Xuanji felt a little tired. Absorbing too much information made him very sleepy. He wanted to take a nap to recuperate. Just as he walked out of the History Tower, a figure bumped into him. He immediately exerted force to avoid being knocked down. Changxian followed suit and sent the other party flying. Zhou Xuanji fixed his eyes and saw that it was the guy who looked exactly like him. Chapter 734. What do you want? Changxian shouted in a deep voice. She was not shocked by Zhou Fei's appearance. Zhou Xuanji had already told her about this to prevent Zhou Fei from sneaking into pure sword heaven and pretending to be him. Zhou Fei steadied himself and looked up with an evil smile. Zhou Xuanji, you still need the protection of a woman? The soldiers waiting in front of the History Tower were stunned. Why did these 2 people look exactly the same? They immediately reacted and surrounded Zhou Fei. Even Zhou Fei said that he was Zhou Xuanji, so he must be a fake. Moreover, they had seen Zhou Xuanji enter the tower. Even though he was surrounded, Zhou Fei did not panic. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Don't think that you'll be safe just because you got the 3,000 Evil Sky Divine Guards to capture me. You and I will have a battle sooner or later. If you still don't wake up, the people around you will meet with misfortune." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Fei's brain. Every time she looked for him, she would say these harsh words without any real action. Was there any meaning to it? He didn't need to say anything. 2 figures appeared on Zhou Fei's left and right. They were both clad in green armor and reached out to press down on his shoulders. Evil Sky Divine Guard. Remember my name, Zhou Fei. I'm here to punish you. Zhou Fei suddenly laughed loudly. Immediately after, he disappeared into thin air, causing the expressions of the 2 green-armored men to change. They also disappeared to pursue Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei? What a lousy name. Zhou Xuanji ridiculed in disdain. Then he took Changxian back. In the Evil Sky Divine Range, he didn't fear Zhou Fei at all. Beast Sovereign had invested a lot in him. How could he tolerate others plotting against him? After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji continued his seclusion. After learning about the Supreme Being's epic story, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He was once again filled with the will to cultivate bitterly. This time, he wanted to directly break through to the Dao Ancestor realm. 60 years later, Zhou Xuanji began to break through as rolling thunderclouds gathered in Pure Sword Heaven. Everyone turned to look at the mountain peak where Zhou Xuanji was. Ingzhuge sat on the tree and murmured, "So fast." Although this body of his was young, the gestation process was incomparably long, so after reincarnation, his cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But Zhou Xuanji relied on his mortal body to cultivate to this level. It was indeed impressive. The others were very excited. The stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the better Pure Sword Heaven's treatment would be. There would come a day when they would venture out alone and find their own occupation. When the time came, they would say they came from the Pure Sword Heaven, which would definitely give them face. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Shaoxian left the mountain and flew into the sky, looking at Zhou Xuanji from afar. He sat on the top of the mountain, his eyes glowing with a purple light. The soul source orb squeezed out from between his eyebrows, and the thunderclap divine sword hovered above his head, absorbing the tribulation thunder. Zhou Xuanji was very confident about passing the tribulation, so he was still feeling out his power. He was not afraid of failing the tribulation. The violent tribulation lightning struck down and was absorbed by the thunderclap sword. The way of the sword condensed and appeared around him. It was as if countless swords of light were circling around him, forming a tornado. It was an extremely spectacular sight. In his perception, the sword Dao was condensing, breaking apart, and reforming. He was finally about to reach the Dao ancestor realm. In the depths of his soul, a silver flower slowly blossomed. Dao flower. After forming 36 Dao flowers, one would be able to break through to the 9 vast heavens. His Dao energy began to soar. The soul source orb between his eyebrows throbbed madly as if it was alive, ready to jump out at any time. A strange energy gushed out of the soul source orb and poured into the depths of Zhou Xuanji's soul. In an instant, 5 more Dao flower seeds appeared one after another, pleasantly surprising him. If this succeeds, he would directly become a 6th-grade Dao ancestor. As expected of an ultimate treasure. It really knows how to surprise me. His aura soared along with it. The 5 Dao flower seeds began to germinate. The spiritual qi and Dao energy of pure sword heaven violently poured into his body, forming a gale that shook the entire mountain. Changxian, who appeared beside Jiang Shui, cried out in surprise, her eyes lit up. 6th-grade flowers, this? Jiang Shui asked doubtfully. What's wrong with a 6th-grade flower? In her opinion, no matter what kind of movement Zhou Xuanji made, it was normal. The Dao ancestor realm is divided into 36 flowers. Master has just broken through and has already formed a 6th-grade flower. It's really incredible. Apart from the reincarnations of those powerful cultivators, this is the first time I have seen such a genius. Changxian sighed. Changxian sighed, her words full of worship. At this moment, she could truly feel how terrifying Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was. At this moment, her beautiful eyes widened again as she cried out in surprise. Another 2 flowers. 8th-grade Dao ancestor. And he's still in the breakthrough stage. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Shaoxian were also left speechless. Zhou Xuanji's aura made them feel vast and boundless. Because of this, they couldn't clearly feel how strong Zhou Xuanji was. But they knew Changxian's cultivation realm. Even she lost her composure. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji was really breaking through at an incredible speed. In the distance, even Ingzhuge was moved. 8th-grade flowers, it's not over yet. Is it because of the soul source orb? Ingzhuge muttered to himself with a complicated look on his face. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't keep calm, let alone enter a stable state of cultivation. Zhou Xuanji didn't know the shock he had brought to others. He was focused on breaking through. Soon, the 9th Dao flower was born in the depths of his soul. At the same time, his cultivation had officially transformed. Dao Ancestor Realm. Swordmaster has reached the Dao Ancestor Realm. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, Swordmaster has obtained Vast Sky Multi-Element / Sovereign Lord Proud Mortal Divine Sword. Because Swordmaster has reached the Dao Ancestor Realm within 1,000 years, he has obtained Unknown Wish-Fulfilling Sword. The sword spirit's voice rang one after another, making Zhou Xuanji excited. This is definitely a big harvest. Could it be that the Proud Mortal Divine Sword and the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword are a pair? 2 mortal treasures. This attribute could make their value soar. He didn't check the information of the divine swords but focused on breaking through. Sovereign Palace. Beast Sovereign opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Good boy. This is the 8th-grade Dao Ancestor realm. It seems that this sovereign has underestimated you. He stopped cultivating and paid attention to Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. After a while, 9th-grade flowers, the pupil has surpassed the master. Beast Sovereign sighed with a complicated look on his face. Beast Sovereign sighed with a complicated expression. Even he wasn't this powerful back then. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, kneeling in the palace. Evil Sky Divine Guard. Sovereign, we found that Zhou Fa has made contact with Daohu Qiuzuan. He is integrating Daohu Qiuzuan. His goal is to capture Zhou Xuanji, he reported in a deep voice. He said in a deep voice, his tone somewhat solemn. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but squint his eyes when he heard this. What is the origin of this Zhou Fa? So many of you can't catch him? He was a little angry. The Sovereign Palace trembled. We can't find him at all. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. His actions and whereabouts are really hard for us to figure out, the Evil Sky Divine Guard said, gritting his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly, said the Evil Sky Divine Guard, gnashing his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly. It was the first time he had encountered such an existence. He felt both hatred and fear. The unknown is the source of fear. Chapter 735. If you can't find anything, then continue to investigate. Beast Sovereign coldly snorted, glaring at the Evil Sky Divine Guards below. The Evil Sky Divine Guard could only bite the bullet and agree. Then, with a wave of Beast Sovereign's hand, they quickly left. Beast Sovereign turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. No matter who it is, if they want to harm you, only death awaits them. He snorted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Who could kill the person he wanted to protect? In pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji was still in the process of breaking through. He had already condensed the 10th Dao flower seed. Dao realm rank 10 flower. Even he was pleasantly surprised. The soul source orb was too powerful. At this rate, he wouldn't stay in the Dao ancestor realm for too long. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. His soul suddenly transformed, and his Dao power increased explosively. An indescribable sense of comfort filled his heart, making him want to draw his sword and vent it out. About 2 hours passed. The tribulation lightning dispersed. There were 12 Dao flowers deep within Zhou Xuanji's soul. His Dao energy was still growing. He sprinted toward the 12 flowers of the Dao ancestor realm. With the realm, his Dao energy cultivation naturally had to keep up. The wondrous feeling of breaking through had already ended, and all that was left was the crazy rise of his Dao energy. He brought up the information of the 2 swords. Sword name, multi-element / grade, vast sky description. A divine sword that can cut open the multiverse. It contains the boundless power of the space rules. One needs to be at least at the 6th flower Dao ancestor realm to use this sword. Sword name, proud mortal divine sword rank. Noble lord description. A divine sword that can sever the mortal chi. If paired with the ghost sword, it can become a mortal treasure. Using this sword requires one to be at least at the grade 1 flower Dao ancestor realm. He had already surpassed all the required realms. This was the first time he had felt this way. He could use the higher grade godly swords that he had obtained after breaking through. Another half an hour passed. His cultivation had completely consolidated at the 12th grade flower Dao ancestor realm. He slowly stood up, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The thunderclap sword above his head shone with lightning. The thunderclap sword had already reached the profound path rank. Zhou Xuanji would use it whenever he went through a tribulation. Other people would also use it to transcend their tribulations. This was also a way to help it become stronger. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and Chang Xian flew over to congratulate him on his breakthrough. He directly reached the 12th rank of the Dao ancestor realm. How miraculous and powerful! Chang Xian exclaimed. Compared to usual, she had obviously lost her composure. The main thing was that Zhou Xuanji gave her too much of a shock. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly, "Father, you're amazing. Do you still have the bead on your forehead?" The soul source orb between Zhou Xuanji's eyebrows was still open, making him look like a god. The soul source orb was sparkling and translucent, as if a galaxy was hidden within it. It was extremely attractive. This is the treasure of the Kunlun origin court. Don't even think about it. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which disappointed Zhou Xiaoxian. Xian Xianghua came over and asked curiously, "Your eyes have changed again?" Zhou Xuanji's purple pupils seemed to be hiding a flower. If one looked closely, the two flowers were spinning on their own. Zhou Xiaoxian also came over and said in surprise, "It's true, so magical. Father, are you a mutant?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and patted her head lightly, too lazy to reply. After that, they chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji hid in a building to consolidate his cultivation. After a month, Zhou Xuanji took out the multi-element slash, Proud Mortal Sword, Lesser Supreme Sword and Wish-Fulfilling Sword. Each of the 5 swords was radiating a different radiance, looking noble and resplendent. The most eye-catching one was the Wish-Fulfilling Sword. It was radiating a colorful radiance, giving people a dreamy feeling. The wish-fulfilling sword hadn't revealed its level yet. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but guess. Will its level surpass the court overturning level? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Holding the multi-element slash, he could feel a terrifying power. He felt that he could destroy the entire pure sword heaven with just a casual swing. He then picked up the lesser supreme sword and felt that it was very calm, without any energy fluctuations. Zhou Xuanji immediately probed it with his divine will. Boom! The world exploded. A bright light shone in his consciousness. He vaguely saw a figure, blurry but indescribably domineering. Whoa! Zhou Xuanji's consciousness returned to the real world. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even though he was already a 12th grade Dao ancestor, he was still horrified by this aura. Little Sovereign! Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Little Sovereign is so powerful. Looking at his figure, he is obviously not a child. He had underestimated the existence that could become a sovereign. Becoming a sovereign would definitely be the most powerful existence in the Kunlun origin court. Next, he turned his attention to the Proud Mortal Sword and Proud Mortal Ghost Sword. He found that if the two swords were completely stuck together, they could be fused. The fused Proud Mortal Ghost Sword was extremely powerful. It caused the space in the house to fluctuate. He was so scared that he quickly separated the two swords. The mortal treasure is so powerful. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He suddenly felt that the mortal chi was everywhere. If so, wouldn't he be able to cut down any existence by cutting down the mortal world? The universe was so big that it was full of strange things. After a while, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was considering whether to use the wish-fulfilling sword or not. His previous choice was the golden treasure basket. But Zhou Fei's appearance made him cautious. The wish-fulfilling sword can be used to kill enemies. It's better to wait. I'll use it after Zhou Fei is dead. I'm not in a hurry anyway. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji put away all the swords. He walked out of the attic and took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. He had waited for this day for a long time. After the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage recognized him as its master, the 3 fire phoenixes and 2 fire Qilins immediately came to life. Phoenix cries resounded throughout pure sword heaven. Zhou Xiaoxian heard the commotion and came over. Her eyes lit up when she saw the carriage. What a handsome mount! What is this? Zhou Xiaoxian asked excitedly with an expression of, I want it. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and said, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage is the highest grade mount artifact in the Evil Sky Divine range. When your father has a higher grade mount artifact, I will give it to you. The more he looked at the carriage, the more he liked it. Tisk, if my mother asked you for it, you would definitely give it to her. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and said in disdain, I don't care. But her eyes betrayed her. Zhou Xuanji's heart softened. He shook his head and said, after some time, I will bring you to buy mounts and enchanted treasures within the price of 100 million merit points. How about that? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxian was overjoyed. She hugged his arm and began to flatter him. The other side. Outside the Kunlun origin court, inside a purple universe plane, Zhou Fei was levitating in the air with his arms open. Countless purple chi surged from all directions and poured into his body. Looking around, there were purple divine moons everywhere. A gray-robed old man appeared beside him and respectfully said, My lord, Zhou Xuanji has broken through. Since we can't catch him, should we kill him? Zhou Fei opened his eyes, glanced at him and coldly snorted. When did I say I wanted to kill him? Chapter 736. The gray-robed old man was frightened by Zhou Fei's gaze and quickly lowered his head. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If you don't want to kill him, why do you want to capture him so desperately? It's like there's a grudge between us. He suddenly thought of a piece of information. Zhou Xuanji looked exactly like Zhou Fei. Could they be brothers? Zhou Fei continued to absorb the energy of countless divine moons as he said. Capturing Zhou Xuanji is one of the reasons. The other is to find a way to ruin the evil sky divine range. It's best if they can make other divine ranges hate them. At the mention of the evil sky divine range, his eyes flickered with a cold light, revealing an unforgettable killing intent. Master, do you have any grudges with the evil sky divine range? The gray-robed old man asked curiously. It turned out that Zhou Fei was not targeting Zhou Xuanji, but the evil sky divine range. It was too difficult to deal with a super divine range. Even if Zhou Fei possessed remarkable abilities in his eyes, he was still no match for Beast Sovereign. They weren't even on the same level. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Scram. Zhou Fei said impatiently. The gray-robed old man could only leave. Then he closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the power of the mystic moon. After breaking through to the Dao ancestor realm, Zhou Xuanji began to rest for a while. He drove the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with Zhou Shaoxian and Jiang Shui to tour the various cities of the evil sky divine range. He looked majestic, making countless creatures remember that the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was Zhou Xuanji's exclusive mount. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was definitely worthy of Zhou Xuanji's identity. In the entire evil sky divine range, only those in power who had lived for countless years had such a reputation. At the same time, the news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the 12 Flowers Dao ancestor realm was also spread. It shook the evil sky divine range and spread to the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji used his actions to prove what an 18-star genius was. For the next few years he did not cultivate much. Instead, he accompanied his wife and daughter to play. On the other hand, Xian Xianghua was busy cultivating. 6 years passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the other two returned to pure sword heaven and resumed their cultivation. Changxian suddenly found him and said respectfully, Dizun has a message for you. As he swung his sword he asked, What news? After so many years he still maintained the habit of practicing the white crane sword technique. Although the white crane sword technique was simple, it was precisely because of its simplicity that it could train his temperament. Zhou Fei created the Black Sword Court and threatened to destroy the evil sky divine range. Changxian said with a strange expression, Black Sword Court. She already knew about the existence of Emperor Sword Court, so she felt that Zhou Fei wanted to imitate Zhou Xuanji to the end? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy was really crazy. However, how did he know about the existence of Emperor Sword Court? Could it be that this fellow has been paying attention to me since a long time ago? The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Not only that, the Black Sword Court has also colluded with other super divine ranges that are hostile to the evil sky divine range. They are digging up the evil deeds of the evil sky divine range. Very soon, the Kunlun origin court will be shaken. You better not go out. Changxian continued. At this point, her heart palpitated a little. Just what was Zhou Fei's background to be able to scheme against the evil sky divine range? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, Evil things? Apart from the great eliminations, are the super divine ranges also fighting in the Kunlun origin court? The Kunlun origin court had strict rules. Who dared to fight? Changxian shook her head and said, It's like this on the surface, but supremacy doesn't show her face. There must be some dark places in the Kunlun origin court. It's not like there hasn't been any internal strife in the past. She had read a lot of history and understood that it was inevitable. Every time the Kunlun origin court was in chaos, it was the time for the supremacy to take over. She didn't know whether it was now or not. But one thing she understood was that Zhou Xuanji was in big trouble. Yeah, I'm also preparing to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Fei was making more and more trouble. He had no choice but to pay attention to this guy. Zhou Fei, what does he want to do? To kill me, he even wants to destroy the evil sky divine range? No matter how you look at it, killing him is much easier than destroying the evil sky divine range. Chang Xian finally exhorted. Master, in this evil sky divine range, you can't trust anyone except Di Zun. After all, you were personally bought by Di Zun. He has no reason to harm you, but others may obstruct you. Zhou Xuanji nodded. How could he not understand this? After Chang Xian left, Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it and began cultivating. However, it was on this year that Xian Xianghua died. She was very distressed about this. She didn't want to have a child so early. It would affect her cultivation. Huang Lianxin claimed that she could help her take care of the child, but even so, she was still a little unhappy. In the room, Zhou Xuanji sat beside her on the bed, while Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian sat on chairs beside them. Aunt Xian, did you give birth to a younger brother or a younger sister? She was very excited. In the future, she would finally have a family member that she could bully. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Do you want a younger brother or a younger sister? Zhou Xuanji's family had always been very harmonious, and there were almost no quarrels. At most, Zhou Xiaoxian would throw a tantrum. Xian Xianghua was very gentle and generous towards Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian. She never rejected them. Jiang Shui was also very sensible. The two of them even gave each other pointers on cultivation. Younger brother or younger sister is fine, but you have to be my attendant. Zhou Xiaoxian laughed, and Xian Xianghua couldn't help but laugh. Xian Xianghua did not have many feelings for children. She had treated Zhou Xiaoxian well before because of Zhou Xuanji. Later, she felt that Zhou Xiaoxian was very similar to her. So they became closer and closer. She was a little annoyed by the fact that her child was about to be born. It was an indescribable feeling, as if there was one more trouble. Only when one had no worries could one be invincible. She had more worries, which meant that she was getting further away from her original self. Zhou Xuanji could tell that she was unhappy and comforted her. Go ahead and give birth. So many people are helping you raise your child, what are you afraid of? Don't you want to leave me an heir? Then I will find another woman. You dare. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Xiaoxian said at the same time, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. What happened? So serious? Zhou Xiaoxian snorted. Father, don't flirt with other women. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was funny. It seemed that the three of them were in cahoots to prevent him from finding other women. After that, he led the topic to the child's name. All sorts of names appeared. Zhou Zhishui, Zhou Tianjiao, Zhou Huang, Zhou Lingting, and so on. After chatting for a long time, they still could not come to a decision. This matter could only be put aside for now. Zhou Xuanji left to continue his cultivation. Jiang Shui and the others could take care of the child. However, something unexpected happened. Xian Xianghua was pregnant for 10 years, but she did not give birth. Her belly was only slightly bulging, which was very strange. Zhou Xuanji could sense the child's vitality. Although it was smaller than an ordinary child, it was full of vitality. This child was using Xian Xianghua's saint energy to become stronger. This affected Xian Xianghua's cultivation, so she became more and more annoyed. She even wanted to get rid of this child. Chapter 737. This kid is even more exaggerated than Neza. He will probably be a restless master in the future. Zhou Xuanji, sitting by the table, teased Xian Xianghua, who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Xian Xianghua had heard the story of Neza from him. She naturally understood what he meant. She rolled her eyes and said in an annoyed tone, "You only know how to make sarcastic remarks." She changed the topic and sighed. This little guy is too annoying. Recently, no matter how I cultivate, the saint energy that I extract will be sucked away by him. If this goes on, this old lady will be sucked dry. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she wanted to beat her stomach. Zhou Xuanji comforted her. Don't worry, I am here. If I really harm you, I will find a way. At least I care more about you. Why does this answer sound like I'm protecting the big one? The two chatted for a while before Zhou Xuanji left. Outside the house, he instructed Chang Xian, who was waiting on the side. Go and invite a soul doctor. Screen carefully. Don't pick an enemy. Chang Xian nodded and disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Xian Xianghua with a frown. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt uneasy. He thought of the great calamity in his life that Daoya old man and Xian Daoya talked about. Could it be this? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had an inexplicable feeling of being manipulated by fate. He shook his head, walked to the tree next to him and began meditating. After an hour, Chang Xian came back with a female soul doctor. They bowed to Zhou Xuanji before walking into the house. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and quickly closed them. After a while the soul doctor came out. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji, bowed and said, "Young Master Zhou, your wife is fine. Her condition is because the child's aptitude is too strong. He has at least surpassed 10 stars. She can't bear it. She will be fine after using some elixirs to strengthen her body." Zhou Xuanji nodded and got up to send off the soul doctor. Inside the house, Xian Xianghua complained, "Can't I blame him? Should I be happy that he has good aptitude?" Chang Xian covered her mouth and smiled. "Don't worry, I will tell Sovereign about this. He will definitely send a large number of elixirs. In the eyes of Sovereign, Master is now in high demand. His son is so talented, he will naturally cultivate him. What if he is as powerful as Master?" When Xian Xianghua heard this, she suddenly felt a little expectant. If this brat could really be as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, it was okay for her to suffer a little. Thinking of this, she became even more expectant, and her gloomy mood was swept away. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua no longer cultivated. She was served by Chang Xian every day. Zhou Xuanji also couldn't cultivate, so he chatted with her to relieve her boredom. Every month, Beast Sovereign would send a huge amount of resources, all of which were extremely precious herbs. From the looks of it, it was clear that he wasn't here to take care of Xian Xianghua's body, but to nurture the child in her womb. On this day, Xian Xianghua patted her face and asked worriedly, "Is my face a little fatter?" With her cultivation, she could control her body shape, but these medicinal herbs were too high grade, and the energy was too much for her to control. She became like a mortal woman, worrying about whether or not she would become fat. Zhou Xuanji found it funny and said, "If you really can't do it, abort the child?" Xian Xianghua glared at him and scolded, "What kind of father are you?" Zhou Xuanji was just joking. If he wanted to do that, he would have done it long ago. Seeing that Xian Xianghua was becoming more and more maternal, he couldn't help but sigh. Every woman has maternal instincts. Such a change was also a good thing. At least she had something to rely on in her heart. In the past, although Xian Xianghua loved to smile, her eyes were always full of loneliness, even if she never said anything discouraging. The two began to talk about the child's future. Zhou Xuanji wanted the child to practice swordsmanship, but Xian Xianghua felt that it was up to the child's preference. Anyway, she didn't want to teach the child. It was too tiring. She had accepted disciples before and understood that all kinds of things needed to be done. If it was just imparting cultivation methods, how could they cultivate elites? After the two chatted for a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his brow. He dropped a sentence and disappeared. "Take a rest first." He quickly left the Evil Sky Divine Range and headed for the Soul Source Pool. When he arrived at the Soul Source Pool, he stood on the shore and looked ahead. He saw waves on the surface of the lake as if it was boiling. Wisps of hot air rose, making him furrow his brow. When he became a soul guardian, he obtained the inherited memories, which recorded all kinds of situations that might be encountered in the Soul Source Pool. When the pool water boiled, it meant that something had sneaked into the Soul Source Pool. Since ancient times, powerful cultivators often sneaked into the Soul Source Pool, either for opportunities or to find the souls of their loved ones. There were all kinds of reasons. Zhou Xuanji's duty was to wait for the other party to come up and catch him. In the Soul Source Pool, he was invincible. Any of his attacks would be infinitely magnified by the Sovereign's rules. On the contrary, the enemy would be suppressed by the Sovereign's rules. About 2 hours later, a figure rose up, dripping wet. It was Zhou Fei. "It's you again. You have nothing to do all day but pester me?" Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly. Zhou Fei stood up, walked up to him, shook his head and said, "You think too much. Do you really think that you are the center of everything and everyone has to surround you?" Boom! A black lightning bolt suddenly fell in front of Zhou Fei, preventing him from getting close to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Fei raised his brow and said with a mocking smile, "You can only rely on the rules here?" Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I have a way to kill you at any time. Believe it or not, no matter how far away you are from me, I just want to know what's the relationship between us. Zhou Fa was dismissive, but the next second he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically. Impossible. You can get that supreme treasure with your current cultivation? Zhou Fa cried out in horror, retreating subconsciously. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. What is this kid talking about? Zhou Fa was just about to leave when countless black lightning bolts crazily struck down, leaving him nowhere to escape. Where's your divine ability? Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing this guy so flustered, he suddenly felt that this guy was just SOSO. You want to destroy the evil sky divine range with this little ability? The sovereign's rules here can restrict all spatial divine abilities. Otherwise, this place would have been broken long ago. Zhou Fa replied, gritting his teeth. Zhou Fa replied through gritted teeth. He looked around as if he was looking for a way to escape. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that this kid was not hostile to him. Otherwise, why would he be so honest? Or could it be that this kid was playing tricks? Tell me what happened between us. If you don't tell me, I will kill you today. You have already threatened me, Zhou Xuanji said coldly, taking out the proud mortal ghost sword and proud mortal divine sword. Zhou Fa's face turned even gloomier when he saw the two mortal swords. Zhou Fa's face turned even gloomier when he saw the two mortal swords. He suddenly let out a weird laugh and said, I see your son is about to be born, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Fa turned into a black shadow and passed by him. He quickly turned into black smoke and disappeared. Chapter 738. Hearing Zhou Fa's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He immediately flew out of the soul source pool and headed toward the evil sky divine range at full speed. When he returned to pure sword heaven and found that Xian Xianghua was fine, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He arrived at Xian Xianghua's house. What's wrong? Looking at your troubled expression, could it be that the Black Sword Court wants to use me to threaten you? Xian Xianghua held the teacup and asked. In any case, she was the lord of the devil realm. She had done this kind of thing before, so it was easy for her to think of it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, It's not that serious. He walked over to the table and sat down, reaching out to touch her stomach. This little guy was getting more and more lively. He could clearly feel his son kicking Xian Xianghua's stomach. If he's born, he'll definitely be a world-shaking master. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. Xian Xianghua rubbed her belly and revealed a kind and expectant smile. She snorted and said, If he inherits your aptitude and my personality, he will turn the Kunlun origin court upside down. Zhou Xuanji did not doubt this. Back in the northern wilderness region, Xian Xianghua was so arrogant that she was completely dragon proudflower. Now that he had come to the Kunlun origin court, he was just not strong enough. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely establish the Tanhua sect. What? You want to raise your son to be like you? You even killed your father, aren't you afraid that he'll kill your mother? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile, which made Xian Xianghua glare at him. Touching my sore spot. Zhou Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief that Zhou Fa didn't attack pure sword heaven. To prevent any accidents, he returned to his room and took out the wish-fulfilling sword. I want Zhou Fa to disappear. At the same time, he channeled his Dao energy into the wish-fulfilling sword. However, the wish-fulfilling sword did not have any reaction. He couldn't help but ask the sword spirit if it was a success. If you succeed, the wish-fulfilling sword will emit a strong light, indicating that your wish has failed. The reason should be that Zhou Fa is not Zhou Fa. You have to confirm his name and combine it with the face in your memory before you can make a wish to erase him. Every living being has a name. Even if the name is the same, the face will not be the same. Only then will you not kill him by mistake. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. What was Zhou Fa's real name? This fellow was too cunning. Could it be that he had guessed that this might happen, so he deliberately used a fake name? He couldn't help but think of other strategies. The wish-fulfilling sword could not directly strengthen the legendary sword, nor could it involve the supreme legendary sword system. His eyes flickered as he said, I want my exterminating divine eyes to reach the pinnacle. At the same time, I want it to be completely under my control. No other existence can shake its relationship with me. As his voice fell, the wish-fulfilling divine sword burst out with a bright light. Zhou Xuanji felt an extreme itch in his eyes, and a majestic energy flowed from his eyes to every part of his body. Rumble! The pavilion he lived in shook violently, and soon the entire mountain was shaking. A vast and boundless pressure enveloped the entire pure sword heaven. Changxian and Ingzhuge flew over from different directions with shocked expressions on their faces. This aura! How could he possess such power? Ingzhuge's eyes widened as his voice trembled. Even he felt his heart palpitate in the face of this power. Changxian was equally shocked. How long has it been since Zhou Xuanji broke through? Is he going to erupt again? The others flew over one after another and hovered in the air, looking at the mountain peak in front of them and sighing. This kid is going to break through again. He's too strong. I wouldn't even dare to eat those spirit herbs for fear that my body would explode. But look at him. Sigh, the gap is too big. Nonsense, he has 18-star aptitude. How can you compare? Even when he broke through to the Dao ancestor realm, there was no such scene. Everyone looked at him with admiration. Now everyone who followed Zhou Xuanji worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. They had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth with their own eyes. They had even taken Zhou Xuanji as their goal. But seeing the gap between them widening at an extremely fast speed, they were in despair. And when the gap became insurmountable, this despair could only be transformed into worship. At this time, Beast Sovereign suddenly appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Upon seeing him, Changxian immediately saluted and shouted, "Greetings, Beast Sovereign." The others were shocked when they heard this. This is the legendary Beast Sovereign? They followed suit and saluted, not daring to neglect. Beast Sovereign ignored them. His eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji in the house. The exterminating divine eyes are awakening towards perfection. This kid. Beast Sovereign's eyes widened. His breathing became rapid. A long time ago there was no concept of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. But the exterminating divine eyes had always existed. He had seen the peak of the exterminating divine eyes. Every time he recalled it, he couldn't help but tremble. He had been looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. He didn't expect it to evolve to perfection so soon. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This prodigy was improving at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was still feeling the power of the exterminating divine eyes. He had never felt such a powerful force. It was as if a pair of eyes could destroy the universe. Such power, his mind was surging. If Zhou Fa appeared in front of him again, he would definitely kill him. The power in his eyes was still expanding, and it felt as if it was a boundless and endless ocean. He couldn't see anything. Everything in his eyes was filled with light. What made him even more excited was that his cultivation was also growing. It's so cool. As expected of the wish-fulfilling sword, it can really grant wishes. Time flew by in Zhou Xuanji's excited mood. A full month had passed. His exterminating divine eyes had finally evolved. He didn't immediately walk out of the attic. He was controlling his exterminating divine eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a strong light. It was as if there were 2 bright suns hidden in them. After a while, the strong light in his eyes slowly faded. The exterminating divine eyes had evolved to the extreme. His control over them had also reached the extreme. His eyes had returned to normal. But the powerful force made it difficult for him to remain calm. At this moment, he had a feeling of invincibility. He slowly walked out of the attic and saw the sun again. At a glance, he saw Beast Sovereign in the air. Beast Sovereign landed in front of him and pressed his hand on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. The next second, he became excited. He suddenly grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulders and asked, "How did you do it?" "The perfect exterminating divine eyes. With these eyes, you can already sweep the 9 vast heavens." He had always had infinite expectations for Zhou Xuanji. He also trusted Zhou Xuanji very much. But even so, this kid always surprised him. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It was a sudden awakening. I don't know. This was a genius. Any breakthrough was so sudden and unreasonable." Beast Sovereign excitedly said, "Let's go. This sovereign will take you to learn divine abilities to enhance your strength." Chapter 739. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and directly teleported Zhou Xuanji to a bright palace with countless light balls floating in the air. These light balls were wrapped in blue books. They were the divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and spells of the evil sky divine range. The palace was vast. Looking around, there was no end to it. The dazzling array of divine ability books gave Zhou Xuanji the urge to take them away. Beast Sovereign waved his right hand as 3 divine ability books flew to Zhou Xuanji. Learn these first. Zhou Xuanji took the 3 divine ability books and scanned them with his divine sense. After a while, he memorized the cultivation methods of the 3 divine abilities. Suppressing the universe. Nether Soul Divine Light. 10,000 Worlds Piercer. All 3 divine abilities required special eyes. In the Kunlun Origin Court, in addition to the 5 ultimate eyes, there were many powerful eye bloodlines. Not just the eyes but the 5 senses, the body, the soul and so on, all had various bloodlines. They were as numerous as the stars in the universe. Suppressing the universe was to freeze a universe with one's eyes, making time and space stand still. Nether Soul Divine Light was to absorb souls. Wherever one's gaze landed, the soul would scatter. 10,000 Worlds Piercer could penetrate the universe and track everything. These 3 divine abilities were very profound. In the Evil Sky Divine range, it would cost at least 1 billion merit points to learn them. In addition, countless related resources would be consumed during the learning process. These resources will be sent to Pure Sword Heaven. You have completely awakened the exterminating divine eyes. You are no longer a young eagle. When you master these 3 divine abilities, this sovereign will let you go out and show your might. Beast Sovereign said with a smile. Beast Sovereign said with a smile. His eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also wanted to test his current strength. Beast Sovereign said that he could sweep the 9 vast heavens. He was also quite confident. Because the perfect exterminating divine eyes was too strong. It was simply unreasonable. Next, Beast Sovereign sent Zhou Xuanji back to Pure Sword Heaven. After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji immediately began to cultivate these 3 divine abilities. Seeing how diligent he was, Zhou Xiaoxian was too embarrassed to disturb him. She could only chat with Xian Xianghua. Amazingly, Zhou Xuanji had learned the 3 divine abilities in less than a month. When he operated the exterminating divine eyes, he could easily get on the right track. After the successful cultivation, Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He accompanied Xian Xianghua again. If Zhou Fa appeared again, he could forget about escaping. Recently, my eyes have become stronger, and the speed of this improvement is very exaggerated. I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. Just like when I was pregnant. Xian Xianghua said as she looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. She felt very sweet in her heart. These eyes could connect them. The stronger her man was, the stronger she would be. Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Xuanji smiled. Seeing that Xian Xianghua's condition had improved, Zhou Xuanji was also very happy. As you grow stronger, this kid should be coming out soon. Zhou Xuanji continued to smile as he looked at Xian Xianghua's stomach. It was only slightly bulging. If she wore loose clothing, no one would be able to tell that she was pregnant. He hoped that this kid could surprise him. After holding it in for so long, he should be a protagonist, right? Bah, I'm the main character. In the void filled with thick fog, old demon Soul Mover was sleeping soundly on his huge mountain, snoring like thunder. Zhou Fa suddenly appeared on the top of the giant mountain. He looked down at old demon Soul Mover and shouted, "Old demon Soul Mover." This sudden explosion resounded through the entire void. Old demon Soul Mover trembled in fear as he furiously looked up at Zhou Fa. "Brat! How dare you disturb old demon's cultivation?" Old demon Soul Mover slapped Zhou Fa. But Zhou Fa disappeared into thin air, causing him to slap the air. In the next second, Zhou Fa appeared in the distance. He sneered and said, "Old demon Soul Mover, do you want to live like this forever without any hope of revenge?" Old demon Soul Mover's expression changed drastically when he heard this. His face was hideous as he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" Zhou Fa smiled contemptuously and said, "You were originally a hero of the Kunlun Origin Court, but now you have fallen to this state. Your enemy, Dao Hu, has been suppressed by the Origin Court. As long as you cooperate with me, I will bring Dao Hu to you and let you kill him." Not only that, I want to destroy the evil sky divine range. You want to do the same. Old demon soul mover fell into silence. His expression was also changing. He seemed to be fighting with himself. After a while, old demon soul mover asked, "Why do you want to destroy the evil sky divine range?" His eyes were locked on Zhou Fa, trying to see through Zhou Fa's heart. Because they don't deserve Zhou Xuanji, the genius with the exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Fa snorted coldly. Old demon soul mover's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Exterminating divine eyes. Countless vengeful souls on the giant mountain wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. It was horrifying. Old demon soul mover roared word by word. "Very well. I will destroy the evil sky divine range." Zhou Fa revealed a weird smile. He didn't leave immediately but waited for old demon soul mover to calm down. The Kunlun origin court will be in chaos soon. The current sovereign is not doing anything. Sages will descend. At that time you and I will destroy the evil sky divine range in the chaos. Don't worry. A sovereign divine range has promised to help me. Zhou Fa said with a mocking smile, which stunned old demon soul mover. Sovereign divine range. Old demon soul mover took a deep look at Zhou Fa. This kid is really capable. After a year, Zhou Xuanji waited outside the house. Only Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui were in the attic. With her cultivation, she didn't need a midwife at all. She could give birth on her own. Jiang Shui accompanied her because she was afraid that something might happen to her. For example, she might accidentally choke the child to death. Wah! A loud and clear cry came from the attic, reverberating under the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and immediately appeared in the house. Jiang Shui was holding the child while Xian Xianghua sat by the table, swirling her wine glass and looking at the child in Jiang Shui's arms with narrowed eyes. Those who didn't know would think that Jiang Shui had given birth. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui said with a smile, "Look at this child. He looks like you and Xiao Xian when she was born." Zhou Xuanji took over the child and looked at him carefully. This kid had fair skin. His face didn't look like a newborn child's. He looked very delicate. At first glance he looked like a little beauty. Not bad. His eyes have indeed inherited the exterminating divine eyes. No wonder he was so troubled. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. Both he and Xian Xianghua had the exterminating divine eyes. Naturally, their son had the exterminating divine eyes too. However, it was a miracle that such divine eyes could be perfectly inherited. Not bad, right? Xian Xianghua said with a smile, as though she was talking about a handicraft. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at her and said, "Why aren't you excited at all?" Zhou Xuanji began teasing his son. This was his first son. Pure Sword Heaven would be very lively in the future. What are you excited about? So easy to have a child. If you and I work hard, we can have as many sons as we want. Xian Xianghua winked and smiled, which made Jiang Shui feel even more helpless. Chapter 740. In the end, Xian Xianghua gave her son the name Zhou Tanhua. While the name of his son, Zhou Xuanji really wanted to complain, but seeing how excited Xian Xianghua was, he could not refuse. Most importantly, Jiang Shui also felt that it was not bad. Although the flower was very feminine, the Dutchman's pipe was the flower of hell, and it was very imposing. Zhou Xuanji could only mourn for his son. Forget it. If he doesn't like it in the future, he can just change the name. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before walking out of the building with his son. Zhou Tanhua had a strong vitality and had absorbed a lot of nutrients from Xian Xianghua's stomach. He took Zhou Tanhua all over the Pure Sword Heaven and let everyone see Zhou Tanhua. From then on, Pure Sword Heaven welcomed another young master. Zhou Xiaoxian was the most excited. She liked this younger brother very much. So Zhou Xuanji handed Zhou Tanhua to her and asked her to take care of him. Zhou Xuanji returned to Xian Xianghua's side and taught her the divine ability he had just learned. Xian Xianghua was very excited about this. She had never come into contact with such a divine power before. Becoming stronger was definitely the happiest thing for her. Zhou Xuanji did not neglect Jiang Shui either, and was also helping her with her cultivation. Although Jiang Shui did not have the exterminating divine eyes, with Zhou Xuanji's help, her cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. She had already begun to break through to the Dao-treading saint realm. The pure sword heaven regained its peace. Zhou Shaoxian took Zhou Tanhua around to play. Although this boy had just been born, he was full of energy and could already fly independently. His strength was so terrifying that even ordinary primordial heaven powerhouses might not be able to withstand his strength. This kid is even more ridiculous than Neza. Fortunately, he was not as violent as Neza. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Beast Sovereign suddenly called him to the Sovereign Palace. After arriving at the Sovereign Palace, apart from Beast Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji saw another person. This person wore a black robe with purple patterns and a dragon crown on his head. He was handsome and elegant, and his bearing was refined yet dignified. Zhou Xuanji recognized him. This person's name was Wei Yi. His cultivation had surpassed 9 vast heavens. He was one of the leaders of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Wei Yi nodded at him with a smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji also nodded in response to show courtesy. Today I called you here to give you a mission. You will go with Wei Yi to a universe controlled by a sovereign divine range. Your goal is to destroy that universe. Beast Sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and instructed. His eyes were filled with expectation. It was time for this sword to be unsheathed. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Sovereign Divine Range? The Evil Sky Divine Range was this arrogant? They even dared to provoke the top 10 divine ranges? Although he was puzzled, he was looking forward to it more. He wanted to test his own strength. Wei Yi, you can't stop him from taking action in this mission, understand? Beast Sovereign looked at Wei Yi and said meaningfully. Wei Yi smiled and nodded, understanding his meaning. Although they could not stop Zhou Xuanji from attacking, they had to ensure Zhou Xuanji's safety. Otherwise, Beast Sovereign wouldn't have asked him for help. Alright, you can set off now. As Beast Sovereign waved his hand, Wei Yi and Zhou Xuanji immediately disappeared. Then they arrived at the space-time tunnel. They chatted as they moved forward. They talked about the past of the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Sovereign Divine Range. This Sovereign Divine Range was called the Mortal Divine Range. The Mortal Divine Range was an ancient divine range that created the mortal chi. Its ancestor was one of the ancestor gods who created the rules. He established the existence of the mortal chi. Countless years later, that wisp of mortal chi covered all living beings and became one of the high-level rules, connecting all living beings. Because of this great contribution, the sovereigns of the past generations would not make things difficult for the Mortal Divine Range. Because of this, the Mortal Divine Range became extremely arrogant, oppressing all living beings everywhere. This universe was snatched by them. They cultivated geniuses who didn't belong to the Kunlun origin court here. They wanted to establish a force outside the Kunlun origin court. Even the sovereign doesn't care about this? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He had a strange look on his face. So many things had happened in the Kunlun origin court recently, but the sovereign had never appeared. Wei Yi shook his head and said, I don't know. I have heard a rumor. He paused for a moment before mysteriously saying, the sovereign may have fallen or left. The Kunlun origin court is like a group of dragons without a leader. Therefore, the divine ranges are becoming more and more restless. The sovereign has fallen? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. His first reaction was disbelief. If he is no longer here, can the Kunlun origin court remain stable? He asked doubtfully. The current order of the Kunlun origin court was still very stable. At least there were no internal disputes. Any conflicts were resolved outside the Kunlun origin court. Wei Yi said with a smile, the sovereign's subordinates are still very loyal, especially the origin court war god. When he falls, the Kunlun origin court will really be in chaos. He has a very good relationship with Sovereign. The reason why Sovereign wants to move against the Mortal Divine Range is because of him. The Mortal Divine Range believes that the position of Origin Court War God should be changed. They are oppressing Origin Court War God. That's why Sovereign risked his life to fight the Mortal Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji suddenly understood. He had guessed the relationship between Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign before. So it's true. Just as the two were chatting, a wild laughter came from the front. Zhou Xuanji, you finally stopped being a coward. Don't even think about escaping today. Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi immediately stopped. They didn't panic. Instead, a playful look appeared on their faces. They saw Zhou Fa coming over with a gray-robed old man. His face was full of excitement as if he had found his prey. Come with me. Once we leave the Kunlun Origin Court, you are no match for me, Zhou Fa said with a contemptuous smile. He glanced at Wei Yi, not putting him in his eyes at all. Zhou Xuanji's eyes burst with a bright light as the fluctuating space-time channel instantly came to a stop. Zhou Fa's expression changed. He was horrified to find that he couldn't move. The gray-robed old man next to him was also shocked. What's going on? That's the exterminating divine eyes. The gray-robed old man's eyes widened as he looked at Zhou Xuanji in horror. Wei Yi rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhou Xuanji with an expectant look on his face. Everything had come to a standstill. Only Zhou Xuanji could still move. He walked up to Zhou Fa and took out the proud mortal divine sword. Placing the tip of the sword on Zhou Fa, he asked, "Can you still escape now?" Zhou Fa, drenched in cold sweat, said in a trembling voice, "Exterminating divine eyes, how can you be so fast?" He desperately wanted to use his divine ability but found that he couldn't break free. An unimaginably powerful force was imprisoning the space-time. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was like a reptile that could be pinched to death at any time. "Before you die, tell me where you came from," Zhou Xuanji demanded with an indifferent look in his eyes. With the terrifying power of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he could kill Zhou Fa with just a thought. With the terrifying power of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he could kill Zhou Fa with a single thought. The perfect exterminating divine eyes was so powerful that it surprised Zhou Xuanji. The perfect exterminating divine eyes were so powerful that Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Zhou Fa, gnashing his teeth, asked, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Puff! Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced his throat. However, it didn't pierce through. The tip of the sword only sank 3 centimeters in. Chapter 741. Feeling the sting in his throat, Zhou Fa broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can tell you, but you can't kill me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and stabbed the proud mortal divine sword deeper, making Zhou Fa's face twist. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly said, "There is a limit to my patience." He had to figure out Zhou Fa's origin and then uproot him. Otherwise, if he killed this Zhou Fa, what would happen to Zhou Zui and Zhou Xing tomorrow? "I am the inheritor of the previous sovereign. As long as you let me go, I can tell you what will happen in the future." Zhou Fa took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Zhou Fa immediately became angry and said, "I have never deceived anyone in my life. Don't humiliate me." Seeing him so agitated, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but be speechless. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that Zhou Fa was a little familiar. "I seem to have seen this kid somewhere." It wasn't his appearance but his aura. After thinking about it, he pulled the proud mortal divine sword out of Zhou Fa's throat and asked, "Tell me, why are you targeting me?" Wei didn't speak. He was frowning and thinking. His eyes, which were looking at Zhou Fa, flickered with a cold light. Zhou Fa glanced back and said, "Help me kill him. This matter is of great importance." The gray-robed old man immediately cried out, "Master Yu?" Just as he finished speaking, a crystal suddenly pierced his glabella. Immediately afterward, his body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye before finally turning into ashes. Not even a trace of his soul was left. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Fa simultaneously looked at Wei Yi. Both of them were a little frightened. "What kind of divine ability is this?" "Speak," Wei said expressionlessly. He no longer had his usual elegant temperament. At this moment he was full of oppression just like a beast sovereign. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude? Could it be that he guessed something? Zhou Fa calmed himself down and slowly said, "The previous sovereign transcended everything and jumped out of the Kunlun Origin Court. He was not affected by time and space. I was chosen by him by chance. He hoped that I could become a sovereign, so he imparted his inheritance to me. I learned a supreme divine ability and can see the past and the future. The reason why I found trouble with you is because I saw the future of the evil sky divine range. I saw the past of beast sovereign. They aren't worthy of accepting you. You should belong to me." That's why I kept causing trouble for the evil sky divine range again and again. From the beginning to the end, I never really attacked you because I didn't want to kill you at all. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused after hearing this. Wei Yi also had a strange look on his face. Then what is your relationship with me? Could it be that you only fancy my talent? Zhou Xuanji asked patiently. Zhou Fa nodded and said, You are the strongest genius of the Kunlun origin court. In the future, you could have become a real sword emperor. But you trusted the evil sky divine range too much, and in the end, you were consigned to eternal damnation. He looked at Wei Yi and continued, Not only him but also you. The evil sky divine range will be buried by Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign betrayed you, and you will all die in the Void Boundary Palace. No one will collect your corpses. Wei Yi didn't change his expression. He still looked at him indifferently. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, Not convincing. You are bragging as if it's true. I will send you to your death. Zhou Fa anxiously cried, What I said is true. In order to save Origin Court War God, Beast Sovereign signed a secret agreement with the Mortal Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range. As long as he handed over 115-star geniuses, he could take Origin Court War God away. But after Beast Sovereign handed over 100 geniuses, the Mortal Divine Range went back on its word, claiming that it wasn't enough because another Divine Range wanted to step on the Evil Sky Divine Range. After hundreds of years of confrontation, you were sent to the Mortal Divine Range as bait. As a result, the Mortal Divine Range used the Origin Court War God as a shield, causing you to be seriously injured and almost die. Your son Zhou Tanhua became the next victim. In order to save you, he broke into the Mortal Divine Range and died tragically in front of you. You went berserk and eventually died in the Mortal Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Why does this guy's bragging sound more and more like it's true? Wei Yi's expression changed. He was very clear about the relationship between Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God. If Origin Court War God was really held hostage by the Mortal Divine Range, Beast Sovereign might really compromise. Can you really predict the future? Will the future not change after you say it? Wei Yi asked, staring intently at Zhou Fa. At their level, they no longer cared about fate, but Zhou Fa was the disciple of the previous supreme martial artist, so he might really have the ability to see through the future. Zhou Fa replied, Some things have nothing to do with fate, but with the heart. Even without this incident, the next time Origin Court War God was in danger, Beast Sovereign would still do the same. Wei Yi was silent. That can't be right. If you want me to leave the Evil Sky Divine Range, just tell me directly. Why do you have to threaten me again and again? I think you're just afraid of death, so you made up a story. Zhou Xuanji sneered as he placed the proud Mortal Divine Sword on Zhou Fa's neck. Zhou Fa sighed and said, Since you don't believe me, then kill me. Don't tease me anymore. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji's heart softened. With Zhou Fa's power, he had many opportunities to kill Zhou Xuanji, but he did not do so. Combined with the reasons he mentioned, they could actually be linked together. However, he did not believe that he would die in the future. Not only would he die, but his son Zhou Tanhua would also die. Actually, there's another reason. Zhou Fa spoke again. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes. Speak. Zhou Xuanji said in a cold voice. The killing intent in his eyes had faded a lot. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and angrily said, You are supposed to be the strongest existence in my heart. But now you still have to rely on the prestige of the Evil Sky Divine Range. You are not the you in my heart. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What is this? Wei Yi came over and said, In that case, are you willing to disband the Black Sword Court now? Zhou Xuanji turned his head and glanced at him. Is this guy really not affected by the exterminating divine eyes? Time and space have been frozen by the exterminating divine eyes, but he can still move. Just how high was his cultivation? Fear of Wei Yi grew in his heart. Is Wei Yi here to spy on me? No, I must overthrow the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. His face was full of determination. No one could refute him. Wei Yi walked up to him. Their eyes met as he coldly said, Then tell me, is the current sovereign still alive? Zhou Fa's expression slightly changed as he looked at him in surprise. But immediately, his expression turned into one of ridicule. So that's how it is. I was wondering why a person like you would deign to stay in the evil sky divine range. Why would you be his follower? You want to confirm whether the sovereign is still alive or not. Zhou Fei sneered. Zhou Fei sneered in a thought-provoking tone. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but be curious. Does Wei have another identity? I can tell you that the sovereign has long disappeared. No one knows whether he is dead or alive. If you want to compete for the sovereign's position, you'd better stay away from Beast Sovereign. He is overbearing. You will not have a good ending if you follow him, Zhou Fei said with a strange smile, making it difficult to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Chapter 742. Wei frowned and fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was moved by Zhou Fei's words. He had followed Beast Sovereign for too long and felt that what Zhou Fei said was likely to come true in the future. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the suppressing the universe divine ability, and the space-time tunnel continued to flow. He didn't interrupt and instead let Zhou Fei and Wei Yi continue to talk. He was observing Zhou Fei and felt that he was not lying. Since he would die in the future, how could he still be considered the strongest prodigy? With such a future, why would Zhou Fei mobilize so many people for him? It was too fake. Come with me. You and I will work together to overthrow this Kunlun origin court. As for the position of supremacy, you and I will fight for it in the future. No matter who loses, they will be the strongest under supremacy. How about it? Zhou Fei stared at Wei Yi and said word by word. His tone was serious, and his eyes were filled with fervor. Wei Yi was very strong, making him feel that he was not inferior to old demon Soul Mover. Of course, if it weren't for the exterminating divine eyes, he wouldn't have been scared by Wei Yi. Wei Yi shook his head and said, "You're too weak. Although your magical ability is mysterious, it's useless against the exterminating divine eyes. How can you ascend to the position of supremacy with such strength?" He made no effort to hide his sarcasm. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled. He didn't say anything. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Can you let me go now?" Before Zhou Xuanji could answer, Wei Yi took the lead and said with a smile, "Destroying the Black Sword Court is also our goal. You want to leave? He can let you go, but I can't. You either die or submit to us." Wei Yi appeared behind Zhou Fei out of thin air and placed his right hand on his shoulder, his tone full of killing intent. Zhou Fei did not panic. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. He suddenly disappeared. Wei Yi's right hand also fell, looking a little surprised. The evil sky divine range must be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji, you might not believe it now, but sooner or later, I will subdue you. Your talent shouldn't be buried in the pedantic Kunlun origin court. You should become my sword and create a new era. Zhou Fei's maniacal laughter sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji immediately used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to track down Zhou Fei. Soon he locked onto Zhou Fei. This fellow's speed was extremely fast, and he shuttled through space and time willfully. Zhou Fei suddenly sensed his gaze, and his hair stood on end. How is this possible? Zhou Fei widened his eyes and immediately sped up, disappearing into the other side of the universe. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still let this guy escape, which made him a little unhappy. Wei Yi shook his head and said, "If what he said is true, then the Kunlun origin court will really change. Supremacy wasn't here, and the inheritor of the previous supremacy had come with a mission to subvert the Kunlun origin court. It was as if the world was falling apart. The most terrifying thing was that Zhou Fei could predict the future. Didn't that mean that he was invincible? Unless he was careless." Zhou Xuanji said, "Continue to the target universe." Zhou Fei had already escaped. Since he couldn't catch up to him, he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. As for the so-called prediction of the future, he did not care about it at all. Rather than worrying, it was better to focus on becoming stronger. 10,000 years later, when he used the wish-fulfilling sword again, he could change the future once more. Wei continued to lead him forward, but he seemed depressed. Obviously, he was still thinking about Zhou Fei's words. After about 3 days, they arrived at their destination. Because Wei Yi coordinated with Zhou Xuanji's speed, it took him so much time. This universe's spiritual energy was rich, filled with all kinds of great Dao power surging. As soon as he entered this universe, he felt like he had returned to the pure sword heaven. Next, He was about to instruct Zhou Xuanji on how to act. There was a loud bang. 2 beams of violet light shot out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes as he charged ahead. Exterminating divine light. 2 beams of purple light pierced through the entire universe and swept across. All of the living beings on the various planets and continents were frozen in place by the purple light, and it was as if everything had come to a standstill in this instant. The Soul Source Orb emerged from Zhou Xuanji's glabella as the Soul Source Pool burst forth with terrifying power. The still universe collapsed in an instant. Everything shattered like a broken mirror. Boundless darkness engulfed him from all directions. The universe collapsed. With just a glance, Zhou Xuanji destroyed a universe that was far larger than the Milky Way. Wei Yi was stunned. He knew that Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes were very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. The look in his eyes just now, it seems like Wei Yi was in a trance and a domineering figure appeared in his mind. At this moment, several figures with powerful auras flew over from all directions. They were all existences that surpassed the Tao ancestor level. Who dares to destroy my universe? A furious roar resounded, shaking the dark void. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw dozens of figures rushing over like the bright sun. The light on their bodies gathered together like a torrent of sunlight sweeping over. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the slightest. He cast the exterminating divine eyes again. 2 beams of violet light collided head-on, shattering the torrent of sunlight. Rumble! The powerful exterminating divine light annihilated the figures one after another. Even the 9 vast heavens experts couldn't withstand a single blow from the exterminating divine eyes. How is this possible? Exterminating divine eyes. The legendary 5 ultimate divine eyes. Haven't the 5 ultimate gods already fallen? Run! Who's targeting us? The experts who could still bear it cried out in alarm as they quickly fled. Wei didn't stop them. Instead, he exclaimed in admiration, "These eyes alone are enough to rank you among the top experts. Your growth rate is too amazing. Even those reincarnated experts are far inferior to you. But these eyes consume too much of your body and soul. Use them carefully." Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile, but he didn't think so in his heart. His exterminating divine eyes had evolved to the most perfect state. But what was perfect? How could it be perfect if the burden was too great? He could clearly feel the endless power of the exterminating divine eyes. Every time he squandered it, he didn't feel consumed at all. Instead, he felt very refreshed. And that powerful feeling didn't diminish at all. The mission is complete. We can go back, Wei Yi said with a smile. He seemed relaxed, but he still couldn't let go of Zhou Fei's prophecy. The two turned around and flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji was still savoring the power of the exterminating divine eyes. At the same time, he was thinking about how to integrate the exterminating divine eyes with his sword Dao. This powerful energy couldn't just be used to open the eyes. If he used it on his sword Dao, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Somehow, he seemed to have caught on to something. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. They didn't speak along the way. The two had their own thoughts and didn't communicate. After half a day, Wei Yi suddenly stopped. Zhou Xuanji also stopped and looked at him in confusion. "Come out. How long do you want to follow us?" Wei Yi calmly said. This was a very ordinary universe. The surrounding field of vision was wide, and he couldn't see any traces of other creatures. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer divine ability, and quickly locked onto the other party. It was an existence that looked like a devil. He was wearing a black robe and his skin was shriveled. His eyes looked as if they were about to fall out. He was greedily looking at Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi, licking his lips and smiling sinisterly. Chapter 743. However, Wei Yi didn't scare the evil ghost out of its hiding state. Instead, it continued to float tens of thousands of miles away, making it difficult for the naked eye or spiritual sense to capture it. He calmly looked at Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Fu, not saying anything, and he secretly laughed. If Zhou Xuanji had not learned the 10,000 Worlds Piercer, he most likely would not have been able to detect the other party's existence. Wei Yi's gaze kept shifting as he scanned the universe. Without the exterminating divine eyes, he was completely unable to capture the other party's movements. The evil spirit began to approach them. Its skin was very dark and its hair was sparse. As it approached them, it rubbed its hands together. His evil smile was enough to make a child cry. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the exterminating divine light to cover him. The evil ghost's eyes widened. It wanted to move but was unable to do so. Wei Yi also looked over, but he still couldn't see the evil ghost. However, he could see the exterminating divine light in one place, reflecting a human figure. Not good. It's the Holy Ghost. Wei Yi's face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. He immediately waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away. The two of them entered the space-time tunnel and moved forward at full speed. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Why run? I can kill him." Wei Yi shook his head and said, "That's the Holy Ghost. You can't kill it. It can come back to life. As long as you kill it once, you will be haunted by bad luck. If you kill it a few more times, you might die on the spot." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Such a thing existed? It seemed that he should spend more time in the History Tower. There were too many unknowns in the boundless universe. He asked Wei Yi about the origin of the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is said to be related to a certain sovereign. He died with great resentment. Even if he was resurrected by the sovereign, he still retained his resentment and turned into the Holy Ghost, cursing everything in the Kunlun origin court. After countless years, this resentment has reached an irresolvable level. Even if the current sovereign met him, he would have to retreat. Wei Yi introduced, his tone revealing lingering fear. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time seeing him so panicked. The sacred bone isn't very powerful. He only has the power of a Dao Father. However, his resentment is too deep. Anyone who is targeted by him and touched by him in an invisible manner will definitely be a nightmare. At this point, Wei Yi trembled all over and his hair stood on end. He subconsciously looked back, fearing that the Holy Ghost was still chasing after him. Zhou Xuanji looked back and used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer. He suddenly frowned because he saw the Holy Ghost chasing after them. Although the Holy Ghost's speed was far from being able to keep up with them, it was still able to follow them without falling behind. He told Wei Yi about the situation. Hearing this, Wei Yi trembled with fear. It's over, it's over. We've been targeted." His face was pale. Although he had lived for countless years, he was nothing compared to the Holy Ghost's age. He began to accelerate, rushing toward the Kunlun origin court at full speed. Along the way, Wei Yi kept telling Zhou Xuanji about the terror of the Holy Ghost. Below the Kunlun origin court, the most terrifying being was the Holy Ghost. Undying and indestructible, whoever touched it would die. Since ancient times, no matter how powerful an existence was, if they encountered the Holy Ghost, they would all die. That was unless one reached the supremacy realm. However, even supremacies did not wish to encounter the Holy Ghost, as it would harm their cultivation. Since he's so strong, what's the point of us escaping into the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked. They were already very close to the Kunlun origin court, but the Holy Ghost didn't stop. It looked like it was going to chase them to the end. Wei Yi pondered and said, "It should be, I don't know. We can only fly toward the Kunlun origin court now." Apart from the Kunlun origin court, no matter where they hid, the Holy Ghost would catch up to them. Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand his fear of the Holy Ghost. After all, he couldn't see the Holy Ghost, but he knew that such a terrifying existence was chasing them. How could he not panic? Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, had a bold idea. He fell into deep thought but didn't say it out loud. After an hour, they returned to the Kunlun origin court and quickly returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that the Holy Ghost had stopped outside the Kunlun origin court, pacing back and forth. It seemed that the Kunlun origin court had some kind of power that made the Holy Ghost not dare to enter easily. He told Wei Yi about this, and the latter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have the demeanor of a powerful expert after encountering the Holy Ghost. This made Zhou Xuanji laugh in his heart. At the same time, he felt strange. Could the appearance of the Holy Ghost have something to do with Zhou Fa, or the mortal divine range? Wei Yi said a few words to him before leaving in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji didn't go to Beast Sovereign but directly returned to Pure Sword Heaven. Pure Sword Heaven was the same as always. It wasn't calm or noisy. He first went to see Zhou Tanhua. Although this kid had just been born, he was already used to flying on his own. He was wearing a dudu all day, naked, chasing Zhou Shaoxian all over the mountains. Zhou Xuanji, who was watching from the air, wanted to laugh. Does this girl think of her brother as a toy? After making sure that the siblings were fine, Zhou Xuanji came to Jiang Shue's room. Sensing his aura, Jiang Shui, who was cultivating on the bed, opened her eyes and said, "You are back." Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat beside her, telling her what had happened during this period of time. Jiang Shui furrowed her brow and asked worriedly, "Is this Zhou Fa related to destiny?" She had a shadow over destiny. She was afraid that destiny was still pestering Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. He is probably telling the truth. This means that the Kunlun origin court is about to be in turmoil. Without the sovereign, the divine range would definitely be in chaos. Who knows when the Kunlun origin court would turn into a battlefield? If a war really breaks out, what are you going to do? Will you support the evil sky divine range or will you rise in the chaos?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. She was worried about those unknown existences. She wasn't worried about the divine range in the Kunlun origin court. She believed that no matter how bad the environment was, Zhou Xuanji could rise. This had always been the case. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I will support the evil sky divine range. I have to repay their kindness, but I won't go too far. You and Emperor Sword Court are the most important." Jiang Shui nodded. Zhou Xuanji then began to help her cultivate. On the other side, inside the sovereign palace, Wei Yi told Beast Sovereign everything he had seen and heard during this period of time. First, it was the sovereign's successor. Then it was the Holy Ghost. Even Beast Sovereign was greatly shocked. He fell into silence. After a long time, Beast Sovereign finally said, "This matter must not be spread, understand?" Wei Yi took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Should the Black Sword Court continue to investigate? We can use Zhou Fa's ability. It's best to catch him as soon as possible and let him predict the future for us." Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow. He was very conflicted about the future Zhou Fa mentioned. From Wei Yi's words, it was obvious that he believed Zhou Fa. "Let's catch him first. It's been so long. You don't even know where the Black Sword Court is. And you still want to catch him for this sovereign?" Beast Sovereign said in dissatisfaction. Wei Yi lowered his head in shame. He didn't know how to respond. Seeing him like this, Beast Sovereign became even more annoyed. "Get lost. Go and invite the Origin Court War God. At the same time, tell him to bring the Blood Eye Stone," Beast Sovereign said, waving his hand. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and said impatiently. Chapter 744. After Wei Yi left, Beast Sovereign fell into deep thought in the palace. Although he didn't seem to care, he was actually touched by Zhou Fa's words. In his heart, Origin Court War God, Zhou Xuanji, and the Evil Sky Divine Range were all very important. All along, he felt that he could maintain the relationship between the three parties. But today he suddenly realized that he might have been too arrogant. He had to choose the most important existence. Who could make him disregard everything when faced with a choice? Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh. In pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji sat on the summit of a mountain. His eyes were glowing with a purple light, looking very devilish. He was currently using the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to spy on the Holy Ghost. That guy didn't give up and wandered around the Kunlun Origin Court. What is it that attracted him? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. There must be a reason for the Holy Ghost to be so stubborn. Could it be his eyes? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. As for Wei Yi, that guy was almost scared to death. It was impossible for him to hide something that the Holy Ghost could spy on. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and continued to cultivate. In any case, the Holy Ghost couldn't break in, so he could just let it wait outside. Meanwhile, the news of the Mortal Divine Range's universe being destroyed by the Evil Sky Divine Range's Zhou Xuanji quickly spread. This made everyone in the Kunlun Origin Court know that Zhou Xuanji had a pair of exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji is already this powerful? An 18-star aptitude. He can already sweep through the 9 vast heavens now. No wonder Beast Sovereign is so biased towards him. If I had such a genius under me, I wouldn't spare no effort to cultivate him. Are the evil Sky Divine Range and Mortal Divine Range going to fight to the death? The Mortal Divine Range is one of the sovereign divine ranges. Is Zhou Xuanji crazy? All the origin cities were discussing this. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a little arrogant. He even dared to offend the Mortal Divine Range. Although a Super Divine Range was amazing, there was still a huge gap between it and a Sovereign Divine Range. It was unknown whether this matter was leaked by the Evil Sky Divine Range or the Mortal Divine Range. Soon, the Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. In less than 5 days, Changxian found Zhou Xuanji and reported, "Lord Wei sent a letter to tell you not to go out for the time being. The Mortal Divine Range will plot against you." As always, her eyes were filled with admiration. She had personally witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth. Now she felt that she was not a match for Zhou Xuanji, especially when facing that pair of exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Has anything big happened in the Kunlun Origin Court recently?" He had used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to observe before and discovered that more and more creatures had returned to the Kunlun Origin Court recently. It was as if something big had happened outside and they had all fled back to take refuge. In addition to the conflict between you and the Mortal Divine Range, I heard that the various Super Divine Ranges have already started fighting outside the Kunlun Origin Court, and many universes have been destroyed. Changxian replied with a worried look on her face. Chaos was about to descend, and this was not a good thing. She had lived for a long time, but she had rarely seen a Super Divine Range fall out with each other. Under normal circumstances, they would hate each other and plot against each other. Currently, within the Kunlun Origin Court, the war of words between the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Mortal Divine Range had spread to every origin city. Even the Emperor's divine bloodline wanted to participate. Really? Is there any movement from Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Origin Court was the place with the greatest concentration of power in the Kunlun Origin Court. It suppressed all the divine ranges. Even the Origin City and the Vocation Palace were under the direct control of the Origin Court. This alone prevented the situation of a divine range from monopolizing the Kunlun Origin Court. Changxian pondered and said, "There is. The Origin Court War God has been running between various Super Divine Ranges and Sovereign Divine Ranges. However, many Void Boundary Emperors and Void Boundary War Gods have resigned from their positions. Even some other positions that require them to go out have been vacated in large numbers." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but narrow his eyes after hearing this. It seems that something has really happened under the Kunlun Origin Court. What the hell is going on? He then asked Changxian to step back as he opened his exterminating divine eyes and used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to observe the situation below. The Holy Ghost was still there. And this guy was very active. It shuttled back and forth between the creatures, extracting something that looked like green smoke from the bodies of those creatures. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow, because he noticed that the Holy Ghost was getting stronger. Will this guy break in the future? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow because he saw that the Holy Ghost was getting closer and closer to the Kunlun Origin Court. Few days ago, this guy didn't dare to get so close. But he had no choice but to watch. Over the next few days, shocking things happened in the Kunlun Origin Court. Many creatures died in the Kunlun Origin Court. They died in all kinds of strange ways. Some people suffered chi deviation while cultivating. Some people suddenly fell down while shopping in the Origin City and fell to their deaths on the spot. Some people choked to death while drinking and so on. This was the Kunlun Origin Court. Falling to death while walking? Choking to death while drinking? In the past, all living beings would treat it as a joke. But as more and more such incidents occurred, panic began to spread. The divine ranges began to gather together and discuss this matter. Zhou Xuanji didn't care. He believed that Wei Yi had already told Beast Sovereign about this. Beast Sovereign didn't call him, which meant that he had other arrangements. In the dark universe filled with meteorites, Zhou Fa was sitting cross-legged on a meteorite, cultivating. Suddenly, a burly figure flew out from the darkness behind him. It was Old Demon Soulmover. In front of Old Demon Soulmover, Zhou Fa was like a grain of sand, very small. Old Demon Soulmover looked down at his back and asked, "When are we going to act? Do you want me to wait until you are invincible in the heavens before I act?" Zhou Fa opened his eyes and looked back at him, shrugging his shoulders and sighing. What do you want to say? Old Demon Soul Mover coldly snorted. He was a little impatient. He had been persuaded by Zhou Fa, but in the end, the Kunlun origin court he had expected didn't happen. Zhou Fa was just hiding here and waiting for an opportunity. He felt like he was being played. Zhou Fa calmly said, "It's not like you haven't broken into the Kunlun origin court. How can it be so easy? I already have a plan. You just need to wait." Old Demon Soul Mover frowned and asked, "What plan? If you want to cooperate with me, you have to tell me, right?" His voice was hoarse and his tone was full of displeasure. He didn't want to be Zhou Fa's lackey. They should have an equal cooperative relationship. His status was even higher than Zhou Fa's. And in the execution and knowledge of the plan, he could show his status. "You know about the Holy Ghost, right? I deliberately led the evil Sky Divine Range to attack the universe where the mortal Divine Range imprisoned the Holy Ghost. Now the Holy Ghost can't escape. It won't be long before the Kunlun origin court will be in chaos," Zhou Fa said with an evil smile. "Holy Ghost." Old Demon Soul Mover's complexion changed. He looked at Zhou Fa with fear. This kid is crazy. He even dares to bring out the Holy Ghost. Old Demon Soul Mover took a deep breath and tried to calm his mood. Zhou Fa continued with a smile. "The Holy Ghost can make the sovereign divine ranges fight each other. At that time, the super divine ranges will only be cannon fodder. The origin court definitely won't be able to deal with them. We will take advantage of the chaos and occupy the Void Boundary Palace. Then we will find a way to destroy the origin court." Chapter 745. Void Boundary Palace? Why does he want to occupy the Void Boundary Palace? Old Demon Soul Mover asked with a frown. Although the Void Boundary Palace had a high status in the Kunlun origin court, it was not worthwhile to occupy it first. Since the Kunlun origin court was going to be in chaos, they could just fight their way in. Zhou Fa rolled his eyes. "Don't you know how terrifying a sovereign divine range is? No wonder you couldn't fight your way in. If you had, you and I might not have had the chance to meet again." Old Demon Soul Mover was furious. This kid's mouth was too poisonous. If he had known this would happen, he would not have cooperated with Zhou Fa and would have torn him apart. However, the plan had already been made, and he had offended many divine ranges for the sake of the plan. He could only walk this path to the end. "Do you dare to find the Holy Ghost? Let the Holy Ghost reside in your soul mountain, and you can bring it into the Kunlun origin court. How about it?" Zhou Fa said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, Old Demon Soul Mover's huge fist smashed towards him, and he quickly dodged. Old Demon Soul Mover roared, "You want me to die?" After saying that, he threw a flurry of punches at Zhou Fa. Unfortunately, Zhou Fa was like a fly, nimbly dodging them. In the Kunlun origin court, as the debate between the evil Sky Divine Range, the mortal Divine Range, and the Emperor Divine Range grew, more and more divine ranges took sides. Originally, the mortal Divine Range was far stronger than the evil Sky Divine Range, but many divine ranges and super divine ranges sided with the evil Sky Divine Range. The debate eventually turned into two camps. The divine ranges began to expose each other's filth, causing everyone's blood to boil. It was because they were also participating in this war of insults. As for the panic caused by the Holy Ghost, it was also being discussed. All the divine ranges believed that it was done by the opposing divine ranges. In pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji learned about the turmoil in the outside world through Chang Xian and the myriad worlds piercer. He was amused. Even the Kunlun origin court would engage in a war of words. If all living beings knew that the Supreme Being was no longer around, wouldn't there be an uproar? Zhou Xuanji already knew that the Great Chaotic Era was coming. In response, he could only work hard to cultivate so that he could survive the Great Chaotic Era. He still remembered Zhou Fa's prediction. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to remember it. Just like this, time passed amidst the turbulence of the Kunlun origin court. Unknowingly, Zhou Tianhua was already 6 years old. Although this kid didn't cultivate, his strength was constantly growing. Since he was 4 years old, he did not like to follow Zhou Shaoxian around. Instead, he liked to pester Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji needed to cultivate, and Xian Xianghua stopped him, making him cry often. On this day, Zhou Tianhua quietly came to Zhou Xuanji again. He hid behind a big tree and watched his father from afar. The 6-year-old Zhou Xuanji wore a small but exquisite purple shirt. Although he was young, he was quite handsome and looked very much like Zhou Xuanji when he was young. Every time Lady Zhaoxian saw him, she would fall into a trance. Hee. Zhou Tanhua covered his mouth and snickered. He rolled his eyes, thinking about how to scare his father. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji had already sensed his arrival. Seeing this brat, Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. Too naughty. Every time she came to see him, she wanted to scare him and never got tired of it. Zhou Tan came to Zhou Xuanji's back in a flash and was about to slap him. At this moment he suddenly felt his vision blur, and then he was grabbed by a pair of large hands. He opened his eyes wide and saw that he was being carried by his father. He cried out in surprise, "Wow! What kind of divine ability is this? Can you teach me?" Although he was only 6 years old, he already knew a lot. He could learn many divine abilities as long as they were taught to him once. Of course, it was just some minor divine abilities. This kid was extremely talented. Zhou Xuanji had high hopes for him. But before that, Zhou Xuanji hoped that he could have a childhood where he didn't need to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji was worried that he would get tired of cultivating or even resist it. "I will teach you when you grow up." Zhou Xuanji caressed his hair and said with a soft smile. He didn't accompany Zhou Xiaoxian during her childhood, so he always doted on Zhou Tanhua. Under the guidance of so many people, Zhou Tanhua didn't develop a naughty character. This made Zhou Xuanji very pleased. Thinking about it carefully, it might be because he had a sister like Zhou Xiaoxian. If he made a mistake, Zhou Xiaoxian would definitely teach him a lesson. "Grow up, when can you grow up?" Zhou Tanhua curled his lips and said, "They all say that my aptitude is very good and that I was born to cultivate. Why do you always want me to grow up before I can cultivate?" Zhou Xuanji pinched his cheeks and said with a soft smile, "Because father believes in you. You will definitely be the strongest person in the future. But life is not just about cultivation." Even he would spend some time with his family and settle down after every hard cultivation. Zhou Tanhua couldn't understand it, and could only cover it up with a grimace. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but lift his leg and hang him upside down, shaking him until he screamed. Chang Xian suddenly appeared. She bowed and said, "Master, Beast Sovereign invites you to take the little master with you." Zhou Xuanji put Zhou Tanhua down and slightly furrowed his brow. He didn't say anything and disappeared with Zhou Tanhua in his arms. During the flight, Zhou Tanhua was very excited. He asked in a childish voice, "Father, are we going to see that beast sovereign? What does he look like?" Zhou Xuanji warned, "You will know soon. Don't speak unless he asks you to, understand?" Zhou Tanhua nodded. This was the first time he had left Pure Sword Heaven. His eyes were filled with anticipation for the new world. Soon they arrived at the Sovereign Palace. Apart from Beast Sovereign, Origin Court War God and Wei Yi were also there. They all nodded at Zhou Xuanji after seeing him. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Origin Court War God's left arm seemed to be gilded. It was obvious that he had changed his arm. Beast Sovereign's gaze fell on Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua wasn't shy when facing 3 strangers. Instead, he observed them. "Is this your son? Very good. Although he hasn't started cultivating yet, his aptitude is very strong. He has perfectly inherited your bloodline," Origin Court War God said with a smile. Origin Court War God said with a smile, looking at Zhou Tanhua with eyes full of appreciation. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Zhou Tanhua took the lead and asked, "Who are you?" Amused by him, Origin Court War God smiled even wider and said, "You can call me War God." "War God? Wow, are you stronger or my father?" Zhou Tanhua asked excitedly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji covered his mouth. Zhou Xuanji helplessly said, "The child is young and insensible. Why did you call me here?" The look in Origin Court War God's eyes made him guess something. Beast Sovereign said, "When your son grows up, he will worship Origin Court War God as his teacher. When he becomes an adult, Origin Court War God will personally teach him cultivation. Don't worry. From now on, Origin Court War God will live in the Evil Sky Divine Range. He is stronger than this sovereign. The title of War God isn't given to him by others." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The Evil Sky Divine Range subdued Origin Court War God? Is this openly challenging the Origin Court? Chapter 746. Can I ask what the Holy Range's next plan is? Zhou Xuanji asked. This matter concerned their future. The Kunlun Origin Court was in such turmoil, yet Beast's sovereign still dared to subdue the Origin Court war god. In his opinion, he was playing with fire. If this matter were to spread, what would the Origin Court think? What would those divine ranges that were hostile to the evil sky divine range think? Zhou Xuanji suspected that Beast's sovereign believed Beast's sovereign's prophecy and wanted to protect Origin Court war god in advance. Although he was indebted to Beast's sovereign, he didn't want his son to get involved in a dispute. Beast's sovereign looked at him and replied, "Do you still remember this sovereign's expectations for you? This sovereign hopes that you can ascend to a higher position than the branch master. Now that the opportunity has come, this sovereign will pave the way for you." When Wei heard this, his face changed slightly. Origin Court war god's expression didn't change, as if he had known about this for a long time. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "You are still at your peak, and you can even reach a higher level. Why do you need to pave the way for me? You should think more about yourself." He didn't believe that Beast's sovereign didn't want to become the range master. How could the ambition of someone who could become the master of a super divine range stop there? In any case, he did not believe it. It's impossible for this sovereign to become a sovereign. Firstly, this sovereign has seen the bearing of a sovereign. Secondly, this sovereign's cultivation has reached a bottleneck and can no longer advance. To become a sovereign, one must possess strength that is invincible in the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you understand? Beast's sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully. To put it bluntly, he felt that his talent was not as good as Zhou Xuanji's. Zhou Xuanji had a higher chance of becoming the sovereign. As long as Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, the evil sky divine range would rise to become a sovereign divine range. As for himself, he had already tried it a long time ago, but he was still too far away from the position of a supreme being. Zhou Xuanji could only nod. Since things had come to this, he could not refuse. Origin Court war god said, "Don't worry, I will treat him like Beast sovereign treats you." It was a pun. Zhou Xuanji smiled at him and pretended to thank him. In addition, the Kunlun Origin Court is getting more and more chaotic. The Black Sword Court might take advantage of the chaos to invade. The same goes for those forces that hate the Kunlun Origin Court. Next, this sovereign will give you a mission, and that is to annihilate those forces. During the mission, you have to hide your identity. Beast sovereign continued, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. It had only been a few years and he was allowed to move around again? Could something big have happened in the evil sky divine range? He glanced at Wei Yi and found that Wei Yi didn't dare to look at him. Instead, he maintained a calm and composed posture, as if he was lost in thought. "Are we leaving now?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He also wanted to go out and become more powerful. He was not very satisfied with the speed of his cultivation just by relying on cultivation. "Let's do it this year. Choose a time and go find Wei Yi. He'll help you change your aura and hide your identity." Beast sovereign muttered to himself. He didn't want to force him too much. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Afterward, Beast sovereign began to talk about the recent situation of the Kunlun Origin Court. It was nothing more than the battle between the various divine ranges and the misfortune brought by the Holy Ghost. That guy had been hiding outside the Kunlun Origin Court, constantly absorbing the luck of the living beings, invisibly creating a massacre. Is there really no way to punish the Holy Ghost? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. The Holy Ghost was indeed an extremely unsettling factor. The sooner it was eliminated, the safer he would feel. He didn't want the Holy Ghost to break into the Kunlun Origin Court after he left. As soon as Beast Sovereign heard the words Holy Ghost, he couldn't help but frown. Origin Court war god's expression also changed. "Let's ignore it for now. No one can do anything to it except the sovereign. But it won't slaughter unscrupulously. When it is full, it will naturally leave," Beast Sovereign said, shaking his head. Beast Sovereign shook his head. This was the first time he was helpless against an existence and could only let it go. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and didn't say much. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji left with his son. The reason why he brought Zhou Tanhua here today was obviously to become Origin Court war god's disciple. On the way back, Zhou Tanhua was very excited. He kept asking Origin Court War God about it. Zhou Xuanji didn't belittle Origin Court War God. After all, Origin Court War God was really strong. He was absolutely qualified to become Zhou Tanhua's master. On the other side, Beast Sovereign looked at Wei Yi and asked in a deep voice, "When will the Mortal Divine Range's 10 Death Sect move?" Wei Yi sighed and replied, "The 10 Death Sect is unfathomable. Our intelligence personnel can't grasp their movements." Beast Sovereign's face turned even gloomier when he heard this. The Mortal Divine Range was now the #1 enemy of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Whether it was the number or the division of combat power, the Mortal Divine Range crushed the Evil Sky Divine Range. During this period of time, Beast Sovereign was under a lot of pressure. "I can go and deal with the 10 Death Sect. After all, you offended them because of me," Origin Court War God said. When he mentioned the 10 Death Sect, his expression wasn't as ugly as Beast Sovereign and Wei Yi's. Beast Sovereign looked up at him and said, "Okay, but be careful. Don't fall into their trap. Do you remember the future I told you before?" Origin Court War God furrowed his brow and slowly nodded. He didn't like this feeling. Although he was very grateful for Beast Sovereign's kindness, this feeling was too heavy. It made him feel uncomfortable and had no sense of freedom. Origin Court War God turned around and left. Soon, only Beast Sovereign and Wei Yi were left in the hall. Wei Yi said, "Sovereign, the situation is getting more and more serious. The divine ranges that are cooperating with us have ulterior motives. We have already taken the lead. Next, we should hide our edge and let the other divine ranges take the lead." Beast Sovereign nodded. The corner of his mouth rose as he said with a smile, "Someone will be more anxious than us." Pure Sword Heaven. Zhou Xuanji took Zhou Tanhua to Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui. He told them about the arrangements a year later, and also informed Xian Xianghua about Zhou Tanhua's apprenticeship. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "It seems that this Beast Sovereign really loves Origin Court War God deeply. He is willing to let you establish a relationship with Origin Court War God. If Zhou Xuanji soared, Origin Court War God would naturally benefit from it." Jiang Shui nodded. Especially after hearing about Zhou Fei's prophecy, they were very disgusted with Beast Sovereign's action. However, they couldn't refuse. After all, Zhou Xuanji had received a lot of care from Beast Sovereign. We'll see when the time comes. There are still more than 10 years before he reaches adulthood. Zhou Xuanji rubbed Zhou Tanhua's hair and said with a smile. The two women nodded. Then they sat down at the table and started talking about the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua was bored and slipped out to play. His body was tough. He wouldn't fall to his death, and no one would plot against him in Pure Sword Heaven. Therefore, Zhou Xuanji and the other two were not worried about him running around. They chatted for a while. Zhou Xuanji turned around suddenly, and a brilliant violet radiance shot out from his eyes. Myriad Worlds Piercer. He caught the Holy Ghost at a glance. This guy actually followed a group of creatures and flew into the Kunlun Origin Court. This scene made Zhou Xuanji's expression change drastically. Once the Holy Ghost came in, the Kunlun Origin Court would definitely be in chaos. Just as he was about to get up and look for Beast Sovereign's voice resounded throughout the Evil Sky Divine Range. From today onwards, no one is allowed to leave the Evil Sky Divine Range. Those who have gone out must come back quickly. Whoever dares to go out will be killed. Chapter 747. Beast Sovereign's voice echoed in the Pure Sword Heaven, shocking everyone. This was the first time they had heard Beast Sovereign muster such a large force. Could it be that something big had happened? Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he had underestimated Beast Sovereign. Since he could detect the arrival of the Holy Ghost, Beast Sovereign could also detect it immediately. He was very curious about what magical ability Beast Sovereign had to spy on the whereabouts of the Holy Ghost. What happened? Xian Xianghua asked doubtfully. She could hear the anxiety and seriousness of the situation from Beast Sovereign's tone. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them what he saw. The two women sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a terrifying existence had actually infiltrated the Kunlun Origin Court. They thought of the strange events they had heard recently and could not help but have goosebumps. Can the Evil Sky Divine Range stop him? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. Somehow, she felt that the Holy Ghost was coming for Zhou Xuanji. Perhaps it was because there had been too many similar incidents in the past. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry, if we can't stop it, the Kunlun Origin Court would have been destroyed by the Holy Ghost. Don't forget, the Holy Ghost was suppressed under a divine range." Jiang Shui felt that it made sense. Xian Xianghua was still frowning. Perhaps it was because she had given birth that she became more apprehensive than before. By the way, don't let Tanhua run around. What if the Holy Ghost sneaks in? Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Tanhua was teleported in front of them. Zhou Tanhua froze for a moment and then curled his lips in an aggrieved manner. Meanwhile, the evil sky divine range was in turmoil. Countless living beings were discussing this matter. It wasn't just the evil sky divine range. The thousands of divine ranges in the Kunlun Origin Court were also on guard. In less than an hour, the Kunlun Origin Court fell into a deathly silence. The creatures that had just entered were confused. Why is there no one here? Yeah, it's so quiet. Could it be because of the civil war between the divine ranges? I'm not sure. Let's return to our respective divine ranges. Everyone be careful. Even the Kunlun Origin Court might be dangerous. The creatures were all frightened and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a beautiful woman in a blue dress suddenly let out a shrill scream. All of the creatures turned around to look at her, only to see her body rapidly shrivel up and turn into a dried corpse. It was incomparably horrifying. Ah! A man 10 zhang away suddenly screamed miserably. Pus and blood gushed out of his body as he quickly died. The other living beings were so frightened that their hair stood on end. What the hell happened? Could it be that someone was secretly using a sinister divine ability? Before they could even react, they died one after another. They died in different ways and all of them died in extreme pain. However, this scene did not attract the attention of the Void Boundary Palace. Not a single Origin City's guard team came to check on the situation. Everything seemed very calm, terrifyingly calm. Only several dozen corpses remained floating in the Kunlun universe. Zhou Xuanji witnessed this scene from pure sword heaven. He could clearly see the Holy Ghost's greedy expression. This fellow wandered around as if it was sniffing something. He was seizing destiny. Soon, he flew toward the nearest godly vein. He turned into a blur and barged into it. Zhou Xuanji sighed. He understood that a catastrophe was about to befall a divine range. He didn't continue watching. He was helpless and could only wait for time to pass. He got up and walked to the cultivation palace outside the attic. This palace was actually a stove. The walls and floor were inlaid with all kinds of rare treasures. All of them were treasures that could help with cultivation. Once someone stepped into it, their body would be tempered by the violent Tao energy. This palace had been built for nearly 100 years. It was personally supervised by Chang Xian. It was only recently completed. Except for Zhou Xuanji, no one else could enter at will. Apart from their identity, it was also because it was too dangerous. The Tao energy here was based on the 9 vast heavens. If an ordinary Tao ancestor stepped into it, they would be directly crushed into ashes. Zhou Xuanji had the exterminating divine eyes and the soul source orb. He wasn't afraid at all. But others couldn't. As soon as he stepped into the cultivation palace, violent Tao energy surged from all directions, trying to annihilate his soul and body. His glabella suddenly opened as the soul source orb appeared, crazily absorbing the surrounding Tao energy and transforming it into his body. Soon his eyes began to absorb the Tao energy, helping him digest it. He slowly walked to the center of the palace and sat down cross-legged. He began cultivating in seclusion. Inside the sovereign palace, Beast Sovereign sat on the main seat. Hundreds of figures were standing in the palace. The atmosphere was silent. No one spoke. The appearance of the Holy Ghost made all the divine ranges stop the war. But it also brought endless panic to all the divine ranges. Origin Court War God stood in the first row. He was also frowning, thinking about countermeasures. Beast Sovereign asked, "Is there any news from the other divine ranges? What's the attitude of the sovereign divine ranges?" An old man raised his hand and said, "The mortal divine range reprimanded us for breaking the Holy Ghost's seal. They don't want to care about this anymore. The Tianyi divine range is organizing a sealing team, but they need to gather the resources for the array. It's not a matter of a month or two." His expression was bitter. He also felt that Beast's sovereign was at fault, but he didn't dare to speak out. If it wasn't for Origin Court War God, why would Beast's sovereign send Zhou Xuanji to destroy that universe? The rulers of the Evil Sky Divine Range didn't have a good impression of Origin Court War God. On the contrary, Origin Court War God was impartial. He had captured many creatures of the Evil Sky Divine Range, causing many creatures in the Evil Sky Divine Range to complain about him. The Holy Ghost can travel through time and space. The Great Tao Wall of the Evil Sky Divine Range is nothing to him. If he is about to approach the Evil Sky Divine Range, this sovereign needs a group of people to lure him away from the Evil Sky Divine Range. Each of you select a group of people. The number of people on each side is the same, Beast Sovereign said in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, the Sovereign Palace exploded. All the rulers were excited. Isn't this courting death? Sovereign, this is not a good thing. The Evil Sky Divine Range has never done such an outrageous thing since ancient times. You should let your people lure the Holy Ghost. Yes, we didn't cause this. The rulers who could come here belonged to the ancestors of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Many of them had watched Beast Sovereign grow up. Before, they didn't dare to put on airs because of Beast Sovereign's majesty. But now they were all angry. You caused trouble, and you want our descendants to pay for it? Wei was calm and composed. He didn't speak, as if he was in another world. Origin Court War God was expressionless. He also didn't speak. Beast Sovereign didn't get angry immediately. Instead, he looked at them quietly. After everyone had vented, the hall fell silent again. Beast Sovereign sighed. This sovereign is indeed at fault, but I hope you can think about the past. It's not that this sovereign is unwilling to sacrifice my people, but because it was this sovereign's people who were sacrificed every time. You can't just enjoy the protection of the Evil Sky Divine Range. You also have to pay. Do you understand? Beast Sovereign slowly said as he stood up. An incomparably overbearing pressure made everyone feel suffocated. Chapter 748. In the face of Beast Sovereign's strong oppression, no one dared to say anything. It was easy to say. As elders of the Evil Sky Divine Range, who hadn't contributed to the Evil Sky Divine Range, Origin Court War God said, "Let me lure the Holy Ghost. Think about whether there is any other way to protect the Evil Sky Divine Range." As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Beast Sovereign frowned and said, "No, you are a great force of the Evil Sky Divine Range. You will have to fight for us in the future." The leaders frowned when they heard this. Bullshit. Too hypocritical. They didn't dare to lose their temper with Beast Sovereign. They could only look at Origin Court War God and threaten him with their eyes. Origin Court War God turned a blind eye and calmly said, "I am the best candidate. It's settled. Otherwise, I will leave the Evil Sky Divine Range immediately. No one among you can stop me." Beast Sovereign was silent. In the end, he nodded. He had no reason to refuse. If he continued to be stubborn, he would be really unreasonable. Then, he began to discuss how to protect the Evil Sky Divine Range. The Evil Sky Divine Range had many arrays, but it was too difficult to stop the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost was beyond the definition of the universe. It was not bound by any rules. The only thing it was afraid of was the Kunlun Origin Court. Now that it could even freely travel through the Kunlun Origin Court, who could stop it? Why not ask the sovereign to take action? Someone suddenly asked. He had a strange look on his face as if he wasn't sure of something. At this point, they were well aware of the situation. A long time ago, there were rumors that the sovereign was no longer around. Now that the Kunlun Origin Court was in such turmoil, the sovereign had yet to appear. It seemed that the rumors were true. Beast Sovereign looked at the man with a faint look in his eyes and said, "Can't you guess it?" The man was silent. His eyes were filled with despair. Every super divine range aimed for the sovereign's position. But when it came to a crisis, they would rely on the sovereign. Because the sovereign represented the strongest in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sovereign was not here, and the Holy Ghost was attacking at this moment. Everyone's heart palpitated. Would the Kunlun Origin Court be destroyed because of this? They didn't dare to think about it and tried not to believe it. Pure Sword Heaven Cultivation Palace. Zhou Xuanji sat cross-legged as he cultivated. The soul source orb between his eyebrows radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire cultivation palace. He was breaking through to the 13 Flowers Tao Ancestor realm. The 36 flowers in the Tao Ancestor realm represented a different understanding and attainment of one's own great way. Opening one more flower required countless years of hard work. Ever since his exterminating divine eyes leveled up to the perfect state, his Tao flower seed showed signs of sprouting. He turned the sword techniques he was proficient in into various understandings of the sword Tao, and condensed them into Tao flowers. About 2 hours passed. He successfully broke through to the 13 Flowers Tao Ancestor realm. After the breakthrough, he stabilized himself for a while before getting up and leaving the cultivation hall. He walked to the edge of the cliff and activated the exterminating divine eyes and the 10,000 worlds piercer. At this moment, the Holy Ghost was in a lower-level divine range. The hundreds of millions of creatures inside had all died tragically, and the entire divine range was filled with an aura of death. Zhou Xuanji looked around, and all he saw was a scene from hell. It was shocking. He fixed his gaze on the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost was countless times stronger than before. Its body had become burly, and its face was ferocious. Its fangs were protruding, and its body was surrounded by a mysterious mist of blood. Feeling his gaze, the Holy Ghost suddenly turned around and grinned at him, scaring him so much that his pupils dilated. Previously, when he was spying on the Holy Ghost hadn't noticed it. How could it be this time? Was it because he had become stronger? Zhou Xuanji refused to believe it and continued to observe the Holy Ghost. In the end, the Holy Ghost roared at him and revealed a ruthless face. This time he could only withdraw his gaze. He frowned and muttered, "What is this guy trying to do?" For some reason, he felt that the Holy Ghost had an independent consciousness. This fellow shouldn't be like a wild beast that only knew how to hunt. He might be plotting something. For example, the divine ranges that he had chosen were the weakest divine ranges. There was a super divine range next to him, but he didn't go. As for bullying the weak, that was impossible. Who in the Kunlun Origin Court could deal with the Holy Ghost? After thinking for a while, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but open his exterminating divine eyes again to spy on the Holy Ghost's whereabouts. His eyes widened as he discovered that the Holy Ghost was shuttling through the Kunlun Origin Court, and its target was the Evil Sky Divine Range. He stood up abruptly. This guy was actually coming for him. He took a deep breath and immediately transmitted his voice to the others, telling them to prepare for battle. Xiao! Xiao! Xiao sounds of something piercing through the air came as Ingzhuge, Changxian, Shangtiandao, and the others appeared beside Zhou Xuanji one after another. Each of them had a grave look on their faces. They already knew about the appearance of the Holy Ghost. "Don't tell me he's really coming for you?" Ran Niming swallowed his saliva and asked, trembling with fear. An evil devil that could slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if he was the reincarnation of fate, he would still feel fear. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to joke. If he breaks in, we will all die." More than 10 divine ranges have already been slaughtered by him. As soon as he said this, everyone was terrified. How many creatures were there in a divine range? The number of creatures with more than 10 divine ranges, they didn't dare to imagine. Even Ingzhuge's face turned cold. Zhou Xuanji opened his exterminating divine eyes and looked through the 10,000 worlds piercer. A figure appeared in front of the Evil Sky Divine Range, holding a golden spear. He looked mighty and domineering. It was Origin Court War God. He looked at the end of the Kunlun Origin Court, quietly waiting for the Holy Ghost to arrive. "Origin Court War God is blocking outside," Zhou Xuanji said softly. His eyes were solemn. He was a little skeptical about whether Origin Court War God could stop the Holy Ghost. Everyone held their breath. The name Origin Court War God meant invincibility in the Kunlun Origin Court. Anyone who could become Origin Court War God was the best in the Kunlun Origin Court. Many creatures even said that Origin Court War God was the most powerful existence under the sovereign. However, the Kunlun Origin Court was so big. There was always someone better than you. Who could guarantee that they were the strongest? Outside the Evil Sky Divine Range, in the Kunlun universe, Origin Court War God was expressionless. The armor on his body gradually lit up with golden light. His entire body seemed to have turned into the sun, illuminating the universe. His eyes narrowed as he raised his spear and thrust forward. Boom! A violent golden beam of light shot forward, not harming the divine ranges next to it. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, the Holy Ghost easily dodged this move and madly rushed toward Origin Court War God. It was unstoppable. Origin Court War God leaped up, turning into countless beams of light that swept toward the top of the universe. He held the spear with one hand and swung it behind him. Spear chi swept out, wanting to annihilate the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost was cut in half. It angrily roared at Origin Court War God. Unfortunately, no sound came out. It quickly condensed its body and chased after Origin Court War God. Origin Court War God immediately flew away, attracting the Holy Ghost's pursuit. Very soon, Origin Court War God and the Holy Ghost disappeared. Zhou Xuanji retracted his gaze and said, Origin Court War God has lured the Holy Ghost away. Everyone felt relieved when they heard this. A look of reverence appeared on their faces. Origin Court War God was indeed worthy. Chapter 749. After Origin Court War God led the Holy Ghost away, the dark clouds shrouding the evil sky divine range also dispersed. Zhou Xuanji stood on the spot, observing the battle with his exterminating divine eyes. Origin Court War God and the Holy Ghost had already started fighting. No matter how ferocious and terrifying the Holy Ghost was, it could not touch Origin Court War God. The golden light on Origin Court War God's body was like a protective shield, protecting him from bad luck. They were getting further and further away from the evil sky divine range, and very soon they reached the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. It seemed that Origin Court War God wanted to pin down the Holy Ghost. However, Zhou Xuanji noticed that the Holy Ghost and Origin Court War God were getting closer and closer. If they continued to fight like this, it wouldn't be long before he encountered Origin Court War God. What a pity! Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed. This guy had yet to become Zhou Tanhua's revered teacher and was about to die. He couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Tanhua grabbed the hem of his clothes and asked, Father, how is the Origin Court War God? Ever since he heard that Origin Court War God was going to be his master, he had some kind of special feelings for Origin Court War God. They were curious, expectant, and worried at the same time. He's already led the bad guys away. Zhou Xuanji patted his head and laughed softly. The others looked at each other and finally chose to disperse. Only when disaster struck did they realize how weak they were. They had to work hard to become stronger. At the very least, they would have a chance of escaping when facing the Holy Ghost. Xuanji, do you think we should leave the Kunlun Origin Court? The Holy Ghost absorbs luck, so the Kunlun Origin Court is definitely his favorite place. We can escape to a low-level universe so that we won't attract him. Jiang Shui asked. Xian Xianghua had already gone back to cultivate, and Zhou Xiaoxian was playing with Zhou Tanhua to distract him. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, If the Kunlun Origin Court is destroyed, we won't be able to hide anywhere. Apart from that, he didn't want to escape just like that. The evil sky divine range had given him so many resources and status, so he didn't want to run away. Jiang Shui nodded and said, Then you don't have to feel too much pressure. Regardless of life or death, I will be by your side without any regrets. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at her and smiled. He reached out to pinch her face and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let us die. We still have a long life ahead of us. This is just the beginning. He didn't believe that the Holy Ghost was really invincible. If that was the case, the Kunlun Origin Court would have been destroyed by him long ago. Jiang Shui smiled blissfully and hugged him. The other side. The Origin Court War God and the Holy Ghost were still fighting fiercely, waving their spears like a phantom dragon. His face was expressionless. Even when he felt the Holy Ghost getting closer and closer to him, he remained calm. He was the war god of the Kunlun Origin Court, and his duty was to protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign, I will complete what you asked me to do. However, it seems that I can no longer protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Origin Court War God thought to himself with a firm look in his eyes. He spread open his arms, and the golden light on his body suddenly condensed into a solid substance, attacking the Holy Ghost. In fact, he couldn't see the Holy Ghost, but he could feel an evil aura. The Holy Ghost's soul was almost destroyed by the golden light. His face was distorted, and he looked at Origin Court War God with resentment. Soon they rushed out of the Kunlun origin court, passed through the purple fog, and arrived in the void realm. The Holy Ghost inhaled sharply, and its body inflated like a balloon. It spat out endless misfortune from its mouth, turning into a black wind that drowned the Origin Court War God. Origin Court War God was shocked. He once again used the golden light, trying to disperse the black energy of misfortune. However, the black energy of misfortune directly swallowed his golden light. What is this? Origin Court War God's eyes widened. Immediately he smiled again. Since he had already made up his mind to die, what was there to be afraid of in the face of an unknown existence? He began to resist, trying to delay as much as possible. Boom! The black energy of misfortune suddenly burst apart. A powerful hand reached in, grabbed the Kunlun Origin Court War God's wrist, and pulled him out. It was Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign waved his palm at the Holy Ghost. Rolling magma flew out of his sleeve, mixed with scorched stones. The terrifying temperature forced the Holy Ghost to retreat. Origin Court War God frowned and said, "Why are you here?" Beast Sovereign didn't answer him. He just stared ahead. Although he couldn't see the Holy Ghost, he could feel its uneasiness. "Let's join forces and destroy it," Beast Sovereign said in a deep voice. Beast Sovereign said in a deep voice. Origin Court War God was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. When they were young, they had also fought side by side. Later, they each took charge of one side and rarely met each other again. The feeling of fighting together made Origin Court War God a little dazed. Zhou Xuanji, who was far away in the Pure Sword Heaven Cultivation Palace, also saw this scene. The Holy Ghost represents misfortune. How can misfortune be eliminated? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He always felt that there was a way to destroy the Holy Ghost. He even wanted to capture the Holy Ghost and turn it into one of his strongest forces. He took out all his legendary swords, glanced at them and fell into deep thought. After a long time he had no clue. Just as he was about to put away the legendary swords, the Lesser Supreme Sword suddenly trembled. The threshold to use the Lesser Supreme Sword was 30 Flowers Dao Ancestor Realm. But the amazing thing was that he could take it out in advance. Is the Sovereign going to show himself? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes in thought. He waited patiently. Everything had its own destiny. The appearance of the Holy Ghost required the Sovereign to punish it. After a while, a soul rose from the Lesser Supreme Sword. He had delicate features. He seemed to be in his early 20s. He looked like a polite scholar. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't help but size him up. Zhou Xuanji didn't speak. He just quietly looked at him. Looking at his figure, it was very similar to the silhouette of Little Sovereign. Could even be said that it was exactly the same. "Kid, I'm the Sovereign. Kneel down." Little Sovereign spoke with an arrogant look on his face. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How did you die?" Little Sovereign couldn't hold it in anymore. He angrily roared, "Kid, what do you mean? Are you mocking me?" Even if he was angry, it was difficult for him to give off a sense of oppression. "You appeared at this time. Is it because of the turmoil caused by the Holy Ghost?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Little Sovereign was immediately stunned when he heard the two words Holy Ghost. He asked in surprise, "Isn't the Holy Ghost sealed? What do you mean by that?" Zhou Xuanji directly explained the cause of the Holy Ghost's chaos. Little Sovereign's expression drastically changed. How could this be? Are they crazy? They used the Holy Ghost as a bargaining chip? Little Sovereign muttered to himself, gritting his teeth. His eyes were even filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji continued, "The current Sovereign has disappeared. Is there any way for us to get rid of the Holy Ghost or suppress it?" Little Sovereign didn't answer immediately. He was still immersed in his own emotions. About the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. He let out a long sigh and said, "5 ultimate divine eyes, sovereign mortal world treasure, soul source orb. If you can get any of them, I will have a way to teach you how to suppress it. But these treasures are very difficult to get. It's even more impossible for a junior like you to get them." He began to size Zhou Xuanji up. "Just a Dao ancestor. Is he qualified to control me?" Chapter 750. Do I need to get all 5 ultimate divine eyes or just one of them? Zhou Xuanji asked. At the same time, His eyes beamed with a dazzling purple radiance. Little Sovereign raised his eyebrows and said, "Yo, you have the exterminating divine eyes. You are indeed qualified to suppress the Holy Ghost. But your cultivation is too weak. If you can give your eye to an origin fusion immortal lord, then there will be hope. Of course, if you can collect other divine eyes or treasures, then..." But before he could finish speaking, he shut his mouth because the soul source orb had emerged from Zhou Xuanji's glabella. He widened his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? Wasn't the soul source orb the most precious treasure of the soul source pond? How could it be in your hands? How can you still live to this day after taking the soul source orb?" Zhou Xuanji then took out the proud mortal sword and proud mortal ghost sword. These two mortal swords were extremely powerful, so he didn't dare to take them out for too long. Therefore, he put them back into the supreme storage shortly after he took them out. Little Sovereign was stunned again. Why does this kid even have a mortal world treasure? Although it couldn't be considered a supreme mortal treasure, it still shocked him. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Is it enough? If you don't tell me, do you know how many lives will die? Why was this supreme martial artist so long-winded? But what was the origin fusion divine lord that he mentioned? A realm above the 9 vast heavens?" Little Sovereign sighed and said, "Enough. First, use the mortal treasure to weaken the Holy Ghost's misfortune. Then use the exterminating divine eyes to fix the Holy Ghost. Finally, use the soul source bead to swallow and suppress it. Remember, the whole process must be fast. The Holy Ghost cannot be killed. No matter what kind of injury it suffers, it will quickly recover. The soul source orb is the only treasure that can suppress it. The worldly treasure can only weaken its misfortune." He looked at Zhou Xuanji seriously again. He wanted to see just how talented Zhou Xuanji was to have so many fortuitous encounters. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What is the connection between the 5 ultimate divine eyes and the Holy Ghost? Why must it be the infinite divine eyes? Why must the 5 ultimate divine eyes be able to lock the Holy Ghost in place? There were countless body-stopping divine arts and soul-stopping divine arts in the world." Little Sovereign smiled arrogantly and said, "The so-called 5 ultimate divine eyes were actually named by me. A long time ago, I tried to fuse the 5 supreme divine eyes together. There were many failures, but only one succeeded, the Holy Ghost. Because of some reason, the Holy Ghost ended up like this. After that, someone found my cave mansion and discovered the existence of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Before I fell, I saw the appearance of the 5 ultimate gods. How shameless! With that little bit of strength, how dare they call themselves the 5 ultimate?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and raised his brow. He didn't expect the 5 ultimate divine eyes to come about like this. He became even more curious, asking, "Then why exactly did you die? As a supreme being, how could you die?" Little Sovereign calmly said, "After becoming invincible, I still have to find something to do. I wanted to follow the path of the sages, but in the end I played myself to death. That's all I have to say. You can take action now." With that, he drilled into the lesser supreme sword and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and put away the lesser supreme sword. He slowly got up and left the cultivation palace. Before leaving, he scanned the pure sword heaven with his divine will. He wanted to talk to Jiang Shui about it, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he would be back soon. There was no need to make her worry. With that thought in mind, he directly flew out of the pure sword heaven and headed toward the void boundary. Along the way, he didn't see a single creature. The originally lively Kunlun origin court was dead silent. There was no trace of life. He opened his exterminating divine eyes and gazed into the distance. Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God were still fighting with the Holy Ghost. No one came to support them. There must be existences stronger than them in the other super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges. They were all watching indifferently. They wanted to use the Holy Ghost to kill Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign. Under the attack of misfortune, Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God had already begun to bleed. But their expressions didn't change. They were still fighting. "Holy Ghost!" Zhou Xuanji's shout rang out, startling the Holy Ghost. The expressions of Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God changed. Especially Beast Sovereign. His face was livid. He turned around and roared, What are you doing here? Are you crazy? He had poured all his hopes on Zhou Xuanji. He had even made up his mind to let Wei Yi assist Zhou Xuanji in becoming the range master in the future. But this kid actually ran out. He wasn't moved. Only anger and despair filled his heart. Zhou Xuanji opened his exterminating divine eyes and locked onto the Holy Ghost. He said with a contemptuous smile, "Aren't you very strong? Come and eat me." He placed his right hand behind his back. The proud mortal ghost godsword had already merged. He wasn't afraid of the Holy Ghost guarding against him, because the Holy Ghost was conceited. It wouldn't care if he played dirty tricks. Sure enough, the Holy Ghost quickly rushed toward him, a greedy and crazy smile on its face. Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of thin air. They wanted to help him block the Holy Ghost. "Get out of the way," Zhou Xuanji shouted in a deep voice. He immediately urged the power of the exterminating divine eyes and pushed the two away. If it was before, he wouldn't be able to shake Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God even if he tried his best. But now they were seriously injured and plagued by misfortune. Their strength was far from their peak. The Holy Ghost rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and slashed. The proud mortal ghost god sword slashed. Sword chi erupted, wreaking havoc in the void boundary. The Holy Ghost was instantly cut into dozens of pieces by the sword chi. He didn't feel any pain. Instead, he smiled even more excitedly. But his smile was fragmented like a paper cut. Even the mortal world. Origin Court War God said in a deep voice. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Xuanji suddenly cast the exterminating divine light, covering the Holy Ghost. At this moment, the Holy Ghost's face showed a look of disdain. Zhou Xuanji arrived before the Holy Ghost in a single step. His glabella opened as the Soul Source Orb appeared. A violent suction force erupted from the Soul Source Orb, directly taking away the Holy Ghost. Not even a trace of the misfortune Black Chi was left behind. The void boundary instantly fell silent. Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign were stunned. The two top experts of the Kunlun Origin Court were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. What just happened? The Soul Source incantation quickly disappeared. The purple light in Zhou Xuanji's eyes also dissipated. He closed his eyes and could see the Holy Ghost imprisoned in the depths of the Soul Source Orb. It couldn't move. Only its eyes could move. "How did you do it?" Beast Sovereign grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulders and asked excitedly. The almost invincible Holy Ghost was suppressed just like that? Origin Court War God's face was also filled with shock. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Maybe my eyes have some kind of connection with the Soul Source Orb. As for the method little Sovereign taught him, he wouldn't tell them. This matter seemed simple, but it couldn't be done without even a single link." "It's incredible," Origin Court War God muttered to himself. The way he looked at Zhou Xuanji had completely changed. Who the hell is this kid? Swish. 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 One figure after another appeared out of thin air, surrounding them. Their number increased rapidly. Very soon the number exceeded 1,000. Chapter 751. Beast Sovereign scanned the surrounding figures with a gloomy face. He then transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. "They are the masters of various divine ranges. Don't say anything later." Zhou Xuanji did not reply, but he knew what to do. He had already seen Ancestor Longbow. This old fellow was hiding in the crowd, not daring to look at him. More and more silhouettes appeared. Almost all the range lords of the divine ranges had arrived. All of them were staring at Zhou Xuanji with covetous eyes. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed in his heart. Previously, the Kunlun Origin Court looked as if it had been slaughtered. But as soon as he took away the Holy Ghost, everyone ran out. The Kunlun Origin Court was full of hypocrisy. "How did you do it?" an old man asked with a solemn expression. This person was the sovereign bloodline master of the Tianyi divine range. His name was Nanmu Tianyi, and he was extremely powerful. Many of the origin cities had divine statues erected there. In the Tianyi divine range, every divine range master was named Tianyi, but his surname remained the same. Zhou Xuanji felt a suffocating pressure. He felt as though he was being seen through by Nanmu Tianyi's eyes. This old man was up to no good. No matter how he did it, he saved the Kunlun origin court. What? What do you want? You want to snatch this power? Do you have any shame? Beast Sovereign asked with a sneer, mocking all the vain masters present. He was not afraid of offending anyone at all. The moment he said that, the other ranged masters all started to denounce him. What are you talking about? Beast Sovereign, we are worried that the Holy Ghost will escape again. This brat must have some kind of treasure. Hand it over and let the origin court control it. This will make it easier for them to cause trouble in the future. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, he just used the Soul Source Orb. The Soul Source Orb is a treasure that belongs to the Kunlun origin court. Why should it belong to an individual? Each of the ranged masters was more excited than the last, as though Zhou Xuanji had stolen their ultimate treasure. Zhou Xuanji was filled with amazement. At this moment, the image of the divine ranged masters in his heart collapsed. Even someone as powerful as the master of a divine range was so selfish. Origin Court War God coldly snorted and said, "Don't go too far or else we will fight." He even dared to fight the Holy Ghost, so he wasn't afraid even if he had to fight all the ranged masters alone. Beast Sovereign also unleashed his own aura. However, they were both heavily injured. The two powerful auras gathered together were like small flames in a forest fire, completely incomparable to the surrounding fire. It's not that we're going overboard, but the Holy Ghost was released by your evil sky divine range. It slaughtered several divine ranges, and now it's being suppressed by you. God knows what you want to do. Namutiani said in a deep voice. His gaze was sharp, as if he wanted to attack at any moment. Zhou Xuanji opened his glabella, revealing the Soul Source Orb. Strands of black chi of bad luck emerged, scaring all the divine range masters into retreating. If you dare to bark again, I will release the Holy Ghost and we will all die together. Zhou Xuanji said with a sinister smile, and his face turned hideous. Most of the ranged masters revealed terrified expressions. The Holy Ghost was truly an unsolvable existence. It couldn't be killed, and a single touch would cause a calamity. How could they not be afraid? Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God were also frightened, but they didn't say anything. They prayed in their hearts that Zhou Xuanji would not play with fire. Calm down. Calm down. We won't threaten you anymore. A female branch master said anxiously, fearing that he would act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji still maintained his hideous smile as if he was possessed by the Holy Ghost. He turned around and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court, closely followed by Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God. All the ranged masters remained silent, looking at Zhou Xuanji's back. Their eyes were very complicated. This kid is not simple. In the future, he will definitely become the next Beast Sovereign or even surpass Beast Sovereign. After entering the Kunlun Origin Court, Beast Sovereign couldn't help but ask, "How did you find a way to subdue the Holy Ghost? How is the Holy Ghost now?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I just wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect it to really succeed. It was just a whim. As for the Holy Ghost, the power of the Soul Source Orb has an absolute restraining effect on it. It can't escape." Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God glanced at each other. They were still shocked. The Holy Ghost was subdued just like that? Beast Sovereign had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but on second thought, he felt that he shouldn't ask. This kid has already grown up. He doesn't need my protection. After thinking it through, a smile appeared on his face. Origin Court War God suddenly had an expectant look in his eyes. He wasn't looking forward to Zhou Xuanji but Zhou Tanhua. I wonder if that kid can surpass his master. Pure Sword Heaven. What? You have already subdued the Holy Ghost? Xian Xianghua's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in surprise. In addition to her and Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui was also in the pavilion. Zhou Xuanji had told them about it as soon as he came back, so that they would no longer worry. But even so, Jiang Shui still felt a lingering fear. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. Xian Xianghua, on the other hand, was very excited. She pulled Zhou Xuanji's hand and excitedly said, "Tell us, how did you do it?" Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. But he didn't tell them about Little Sovereign. "You are really a genius, not just in cultivation," Xian Xianghua praised. Xian Xianghua exclaimed in admiration. Her face filled with admiration. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui and said with a smile, Don't think too much. I never do things that I'm not sure of. Jiang Shui sighed softly. Then she tried to adjust her mood and smiled. Zhou Xuanji deliberately told them not to spread this matter. In the next few days, everyone in Pure Sword Heaven was in a state of fear. They were afraid that the Holy Ghost would suddenly attack. Until Chang Xian came back from outside and brought back some information. Zhou Xuanji had suppressed the Holy Ghost. This matter had already spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Beast Sovereign even spread the news that the divine ranges had threatened Zhou Xuanji, which was condemned by the other divine ranges. However, in the hearts of the low-level creatures, Zhou Xuanji had become a hero who saved the world in one fell swoop. Ingzhuge found Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating on the top of a mountain, and asked, "How did you do it?" Although he had already recognized Zhou Xuanji as his master, he had always regarded Zhou Xuanji as an opponent in his heart. Zhou Xuanji had become the hero who saved the Kunlun Origin Court. Just because he wasn't careful? He couldn't believe this fact. This speed of growth could no longer be described as amazing. It was completely impossible. It's very simple. First, I slashed him, then I glared at him, and finally I subdued him. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. He did not open his eyes and hid his cultivation and name. Ingzhuge fell silent. He didn't know what to say. Sounded very simple. Now the entire Kunlun Origin Court is talking about this. Although the public is praising you, the divine ranges will not let you go. They have already set their eyes on the Soul Source Orb. Ingzhuge changed the topic and said seriously, "In any case, you must not hand over the Soul Source Orb. Even if Beast Sovereign asks you to hand it over, you must not hand it over. Once you hand it over, you will die without a doubt." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also understood this. The Evil Sky Divine Range was like an arm blocking a chariot in front of all the other divine ranges. Now he could only rely on the Holy Ghost to deter everyone. Chapter 752. Ingzhuge and Zhou Xuanji chatted for a while before quickly leaving. This kid was obviously stimulated. He looked unwilling. Zhou Xuanji continued to tame the Holy Ghost. Since the Holy Ghost was suppressed by him, he had been thinking of making the Holy Ghost work for him. While he was cultivating, the Evil Sky Divine Range was shielding him from the wind and rain. Most divine ranges jointly pressured the Evil Sky Divine Range. They didn't dare to target Zhou Xuanji. They could only turn their firepower to Beast Sovereign. They hoped that Beast Sovereign would persuade Zhou Xuanji to hand over the Soul Source Orb. But Beast Sovereign didn't bother Zhou Xuanji. The peaceful days lasted for half a year before they were broken. On this day, Beast Sovereign summoned Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji came to the Sovereign Palace. There was only Beast Sovereign in the palace. Origin Court War God and Wei Yi were nowhere to be seen. After looking around for a while, Zhou Xuanji found that Beast Sovereign had become a lot more haggard. Beast Sovereign asked, "How's your cultivation recently?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Not bad. My attention is on the Holy Ghost. I want to subdue it. This way, it will be our strongest war machine." Right now, the Evil Sky Divine Range could be said to be facing the many divine ranges of the Kunlun Origin Court alone. Even if the Kunlun Origin Court had restored peace, their creatures didn't dare to go out easily. Subdue the Holy Ghost? Beast Sovereign's eyes lit up. He hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you can do it? Don't get yourself into trouble." Zhou Xuanji confidently smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure." He had to admit that this was indeed good news. Beast Sovereign instantly regained his spirit. The news of the Sovereign's disappearance has been discovered. The Origin Court is preparing to select a new Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court may enter the Dark Age. Beast Sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and said, "Do you want me to fight for it now?" Although he was quite strong now, he was still far from the Sovereign's position. Although his current strength was not bad, he was still far from the position of a supreme being. You can try. Even if you fail, it can be considered as accumulating experience. You can give it a try. Even if you fail, it can be considered as accumulating experience. The Kunlun Origin Court in the Dark Era will not restrict fighting, and even killing is allowed. As long as you don't create a large-scale massacre, everything is allowed. And the rules of fighting are strength and reputation. This Sovereign will report your name. With your previous reputation, someone will soon come to challenge you. Beast Sovereign explained, his eyes full of expectation. Zhou Xuanji, who had the exterminating divine eyes, was no longer weak. If he used his treasures, he would surely be able to show off his might. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He wanted to become stronger through fighting. How many people from the Evil Sky Divine range are vying for the position of supremacy, and how long will it take? Asked Zhou Xuanji. He had noticed Beast Sovereign's words. He had to report his name. Zhou. How? No matter where one was, there were all kinds of rankings, and the rankings were always stimulating. There are about 7,000 of them, and even the weakest among them is at the 9 vast heavens realm. The duration of the competition isn't fixed, and they keep fighting. Sooner or later, one of them will stand out and make everyone believe that he is the supreme being. Beast Sovereign said with a smile, making Zhou Xuanji a little speechless. Sovereign of Z. This was just the Evil Sky Divine range, yet there were already so many people. How much would all the divine ranges add up? Zhou of Divine Zhou. Sex Sovereign. By Zhou felt by the thought. Zhou. Tianzhou. King Tianjing Sovereign. Of Zhou felt the. Just the Tian. Zhou Tianzhou. Zhou. Sunday him. By. Suzhou. Zhou Sovereign. Beast Sovereign continued to tell him about the competition for the sovereign's position. For example, don't kill if you can. If you encounter a life-threatening crisis, don't worry about your opponent's divine range. Sovereign needed universal love, but he also needed to be domineering and majestic. After talking for half an hour, Beast Sovereign finally let him go back. After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji told his wife and daughter that he was going to compete for the sovereign's position. Wow! Father, are you going to become the sovereign? Zhou Xiaoxian asked excitedly. While speaking, she pinched Zhou Tanhua's face. Zhou Tanhua pouted. He wanted to break free from her embrace, but his sister was too strong. He couldn't resist her. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at her and said, "It's just a participant. It's not that easy to become the sovereign." Zhou Xiaoxian shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you can compete for the sovereign's position, does it mean that the Holy Ghost has been suppressed? Otherwise, how can Father go out and compete?" Xian Xianghua couldn't help but burst into laughter, puzzling Zhou Xiaoxian. Then Xian Xianghua told the truth. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She really admired and believed in her father, but what kind of existence was the Holy Ghost? The existence that made the Kunlun origin court panic was subdued by Zhou Xuanji just like that? The more she thought about it, the more incredulous she felt. Zhou Tanhua also looked at his father curiously. Although he was young, he also understood that the Holy Ghost was a terrifying existence. Even his future master, Origin Court War God, couldn't defeat it. Sure enough, his father was the most powerful. Zhou Tanhua looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes, as if he was looking at a great hero. Is there a threshold for the registration for the sovereign's position? Xian Xianghua asked, looking excited. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and said, "Aunt Xian, you have to know your limits." Xian Xianghua glared at her and said in a coquettish tone, "Damn girl, you really know how to take revenge." Zhou Xiaoxian responded with a grimace. At this point, Zhou Xuanji began to strive for the sovereign's position. After arriving at the cultivation palace, he took out the lesser supreme sword. He used his divine will to call Little Sovereign. Soon Little Sovereign's soul emerged. "What?" Little Sovereign impatiently asked. He then asked, "How is the Holy Ghost?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I just want to ask you about this. Is there any way to make the Holy Ghost surrender to me?" As soon as he said this, Little Sovereign's eyes widened in anger. "Brat, what are you talking about? You think you can subdue it?" He roared in anger. Fortunately, the cultivation palace was soundproof and divine will. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of others. Zhou Xuanji's expression didn't change as he said, "If it is willing to surrender to me, I will no longer suppress it. I will let it wander around as long as it doesn't create a large-scale massacre." In his opinion, the existence of the Holy Ghost was actually a kind of rule. Although it created massacres, in a sense it was also controlling the number of living beings. Humph, dream on. It is impossible for you to subdue it. If you really do this, you are dead. Even if the Kunlun Origin Court elects you as the next sovereign, you will still die. Little Sovereign coldly snorted. Little Sovereign coldly snorted, his words full of disdain. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Does the Holy Ghost have a great background? Just as he was about to ask, Little Sovereign continued. Let me tell you, just suppress the Holy Ghost. Don't think about anything else.